Chapter 728. Just as Xiao Han and Bai Shi had expected, when Patriarch Tianyi came out of his closed-door cultivation and saw the miserable state of the Tianyi sect, he flew into a rage and spat out 3 liters of blood. He even let out a howl that sounded like the cuckoo's blood-crying apes. YBDU, terrible. Tragic. Tragic. At the same time, Patriarch Tianyi stood there on the mountain peak, stretching his neck out and crying tears of blood. He was filled with unyielding desire, resentment, and intense hatred. It was as if 100,000 volcanoes were erupting at the same time, and 100,000 heavenly dragons were howling in grief. Beams of immortal light burst out of Patriarch Tianyi's pores, shattering every inch of space. Thick dark clouds enveloped the entire Tianyi headquarters. A violent storm was brewing, and a world-destroying disaster was about to befall. Crusade. Attack White Phoenix City immediately. Forefather Tianyi said in a trembling voice. The tens of intermediate immortal emperors exchanged glances with each other. Moreover, they were communicating with each other using their immortal sense and divine will. After a long time, these intermediate immortal emperors finally chose a purple-robed elder. The purple-robed old man walked over to Patriarch Tianyi's side with a frown. Brother Tianyi, that's enough. Don't go berserk anymore. Calm down. Right now, what you need to do the most is to calm down, roar. The purple cloud great ancestor. Calm down? How am I supposed to calm down? My life savings and resources have all been destroyed. How can I remain calm? Sobs escaped Patriarch Tianyi's throat. It was like a heavily injured beast. However, this purple-gowned old man seemed to be someone of virtue and prestige. Thus, old ancestor Tianyi did not dare to go against him. As a result, Patriarch Tianyi's current mood was very bad. It also eased up a little. However, his eyes were filled with hatred. Too scary, Brother Tianyi. It's no use even if you fly into a rage now. Moreover, you keep saying that you want to suppress White Phoenix City. Could it be that you're not aware of the current situation? The violet-robed old man's gaze focused as he spoke. Patriarch Tianyi was stunned. The purple-robed old man continued. Brother Tianyi, don't let your hatred get to your head. Following that, the purple-robed old man's voice and attitude became somewhat stern. Streams of ice-cold aura filled the air. It immediately enveloped Patriarch Tianyi. One must know that there were differences in strength even amongst mid-rank immortal emperors. Even though they were both mid-rank immortal emperors, the purple-gowned old man's strength was clearly much higher than old ancestor Tianyi's. Thus, under the pressure of the purple-robed old man, Patriarch Tianyi did not dare to say anything. The current situation is extremely complicated, Brother Tianyi. You must calm down and listen to what I have to say, the purple-robed old man said in an implacable tone. Humph. The purple cloud great ancestor. Please speak, Forefather Firmament first said, his eyes wide. On the surface, it seems that the First Heaven sect has indeed been destroyed. Moreover, the White Phoenix sect has become more powerful and has replaced the First Heaven sect in the immortal realm. The disciples of the Tianyi Palace are now being hunted by all the sects in the celestial realm. They are as anxious as stray dogs, the purple-robed elder said. Those guest elders of the White Phoenix sect are very clever. On the one hand, they directly attacked the Tianyi Palace, and on the other hand, they tried to win over the major sects in the celestial world. I have to say, they succeeded. No. We haven't succeeded yet. Patriarch Solsky said ferociously. We still have the strength to fight. Let's not talk about us middle-level celestial emperors first. The Tianyi Palace has been established for many years, and its foundation is deep-rooted. There are still some scattered forces scattered all over the celestial world. It is not something that the White Phoenix sect can destroy in a short period of time. Moreover, you all have your own forces under your command. If we launch a great counterattack, it is not impossible for us to turn the tide and turn the situation around. Brother Tianyi, you are wrong, the purple-robed old man shook his head slightly. You are still blinded by hatred, and have not analyzed the whole situation thoroughly. Now, listen to me, it seems that the White Phoenix sect's intention to attack the Tianyi Palace is not without purpose. On the contrary, it is a well-planned and far-sighted move. Secondly, it is mysterious. The origins of the foreign officials of the White Phoenix sect are extremely mysterious, and they are becoming more and more mysterious. Thirdly, the Tianyi Palace's dozen low-level celestial emperors were defeated in the most disadvantageous way, which means that the White Phoenix sect has middle-level celestial emperors, and quite a number of them. Fourthly, the White Phoenix sect has taken control of a large number of forces in the celestial world, and they are like the sun in the sky. Indeed, Brother Tianyi, as you said, we still have powerful forces. If we combine our forces, we might be able to fight against the mysterious White Phoenix sect. Moreover, we have a great chance of winning. The purple-robed old man nodded repeatedly. However, if we start the war like this, even if we win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory, and we will have to pay a great price. Then, the purple-robed old man looked into the void in the distance and sighed. When that time comes, countless young immortals will perish, and some of us old brothers will definitely perish as well. Sigh, roar. Patriarch Soul Sky roared angrily. Are we going to give up on revenge? Let the White Phoenix sect grow stronger. Let the White Phoenix sect grow stronger. Then, let the White Phoenix sect and us become equals in the immortal world? No. The purple-robed old man said decisively. The White Phoenix sect must be destroyed. There is no doubt about this, but now is not the time. Oh. Hearing this, Patriarch Solasky's discontented expression relaxed a little. The first thing we need to do is to go to the most barren area in the immortal world and capture that mortal, Xiao Han. We must completely obtain the treasures of the invincible blade. The purple-robed old man's eyes were filled with ambition. We have taken the mortal plane of that bastard, Xiao Han, and placed it in the barren area, trapping them. Moreover, the mortals in this plane are rejected by the laws of the immortal world, and they are living a life worse than death. Now, after so many days, I'm afraid that Xiao Han's mortal plane is already full of suffering. We must seize the time to find this mortal plane and capture Xiao Han alive. Then, we must completely grasp the invincible blade's treasures in our hands. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid that Xiao Han will die. This? Hearing this, Patriarch Solasky's eyes flashed with a thoughtful look. He seemed to be weighing the pros and cons. Brother Soul Sky, if we obtain the treasures of the invincible blade, we will be able to control countless celestial artifacts and Dharma treasures. If we take out any of the Dharma treasures with the highest ranking, I'm afraid we can completely kill the traitors of the White Phoenix sect, right? Ha 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 ha, so. The purple-robed old man's tone was extremely confident. First, we will obtain the treasures of the invincible blade, then we will turn around and crush the White Phoenix sect. Yes. Brother Soul Sky, as long as we obtain those celestial artifacts and Dharma treasures and distribute them to our perfected immortal disciples, our combat power will increase by leaps and bounds. It will be effortless for us to defeat the White Phoenix sect. Brother Soul Sky, we are afraid that things will change if we delay any longer. Previously, we did not go to the barren area to obtain the treasures because our celestial force has not recovered to its peak state. But now, we have all recovered. If we don't go now, when will we? Obtaining the Dharma treasures or a moment of hatred, I believe Brother Soul Sky knows which is more important. Brother Soul Sky, you don't have to worry about a moment of loss. Now, the First Heaven sect seems to be declining and almost destroyed, but it will be rebuilt after destruction. I believe that after obtaining the treasures of the invincible blade, you will personally create a more glorious, more powerful, and almost immortal First Heaven sect. The other middle-level immortal emperors also tried to persuade Patriarch Soul Sky. Good, good, good. Finally, Patriarch Soul Sky nodded. Of course I know what is more important. Indeed, the treasures of the invincible blade are more important than the First Heaven sect. The value of the entire First Heaven sect is probably not even comparable to one of those supreme Dharma treasures. Good. Now, let's ignore the White Phoenix sect for the time being and let them be proud of themselves for a while. we will directly enter the barren area of the celestial realm and obtain the treasures. Capture Xiao Han. Good. That's exactly what I mean. The purple-robed old man clapped his hands. Now, let's immediately gather all our men and lead them into the barren area of the celestial realm. Patriarch Purple Cloud, gather all our men? Some middle-level immortal emperors also expressed their confusion. Isn't this a bit too much? It's okay. Gather all our men. On the one hand, we can take advantage of the situation to integrate our men. On the other hand, Xiao Han is also an extremely mysterious guy. With the strength of a mortal, he has killed a large number of perfected immortals. This time, we can't make any mistakes in obtaining the treasures of the invincible blade. Let's all go in. Patriarch Purple Cloud's tone was extremely firm. Okay. Then let's split up and contact the immortals under our command. Patriarch Purple Cloud, we will follow your orders. On the other hand, many new cities had been built around White Phoenix City. The White Phoenix sect had taken in a large number of sects and rogue cultivators from the celestial realm. Moreover, when Bai Shi attacked the headquarters of the First Heaven sect, he brought back all the wealth that the First Heaven sect had accumulated over the years and gave it to Feng Huanzi so that he could win over the White Phoenix sect. Now, the reputation of the White Phoenix sect was really like the sun in the sky. Moreover, the First Heaven sect had always been a pool of stagnant water. It seemed that they did not have any plans to counterattack against the White Phoenix sect. As for the disciples of the First Heaven sect who were wandering around and running for their lives, they were being hunted down by all sides. News of the deaths of the disciples of the First Heaven sect was constantly sent back to the White Phoenix sect. Xiao Han, Bai Shi, 87 Shi, drove the fairy artifact Jade ship and traveled freely in the celestial realm. Their destination was the Red Crane Valley. The flying speed of this fairy artifact Jade ship was indeed unimaginably fast. In just a few days, the fairy artifact Jade ship carried Xiao Han and the others and was about to arrive at the extremely secretive Red Crane Valley. Great! We are about to enter the Red Crane Valley. At most tomorrow evening, we will be able to collect the special plants. Xiao Han was overjoyed. Once we get the special plants of the celestial realm, we will return to the barren area of the celestial realm and return to our plane. To be continued. Chapter 729. Xiao Han finally arrived at the Red Crane Canyon. There were no cities around the Red Crane Canyon. It was located in an extremely desolate area. The canyon was composed of two mountains that were tens of thousands of feet high. Between the two mountains, there was a dense red mist that seemed to be unable to disperse. Master, we're here. The Jade ship immortal artifact stopped at the edge of the canyon. The 87th king closed his eyes slightly. His immortal senses probed into the depths of the canyon. Then, he opened his eyes in high spirits. Master. That's right. Several kinds of immortal herbs that we need are growing extremely well in the canyon. Xiao Han also released his soul and spiritual waves to scan the area. Then, he nodded slightly. Yes, there are indeed a large number of immortal herbs in the Red Crane Canyon. Wait. Suddenly, Xiao Han felt that there was a kind of plant in the canyon that seemed to have a calming effect on his soul and life fluctuations. Calming the mind? Xiao Han closed his eyes and faced the canyon, carefully savoring it. After a dozen breaths, Xiao Han suddenly opened his eyes. His whole body was throbbing and trembling slightly. Master, what are you doing? The 87th king and the BCE king were both stunned. Then, they couldn't help but ask. Master, did you find some magical herb? It's not a magical immortal herb. Xiao Han said with a slightly ruddy face. I just feel that there's a kind of ordinary plant in the Red Crane Canyon. However, this ordinary plant has a calming smell that can allow me to get closer and closer to the laws of heaven and earth of the immortal realm. You should know that I'm just a mortal. After entering the immortal realm, although it's disguised immortal chi, my soul and life force, I'm still just a mortal. However, the plant in the canyon seems to be able to allow my soul to fuse with the laws of heaven and earth of the immortal realm. That's great. This plant is completely useless to immortals. Because the soul and life force of immortals originally belonged to the immortal realm, there's no need to fuse with it. For a mortal like me, it's extremely precious. Oh. Master. I know. The 87th king immediately came to a realization. The plant you're talking about must be a type of tobacco in the immortal realm. Tobacco? Xiao Han was stunned. Tobacco? Yes. The 87th generation was proficient in pharmacology and all kinds of plants in the immortal world, so she answered with absolute certainty. In the world of immortals, the main purpose of this tobacco is to allow immortals to enjoy themselves, like fine wine, delicious food, and fragrant tea. A few puffs of this kind of tobacco would make one's whole body feel comfortable. Even supreme-grade tobacco could make immortals feel as if they were walking on clouds. However, it wouldn't cause any harm to the immortal's life force. After all, an immortal's body is not something that can be corroded by immortal herbs. Oh. So that's how it is, for a mortal like me. The tobacco in the immortal world can help me assimilate into the immortal world faster. Xiao Han nodded in realization. Master, once your soul's vitality merges with the laws of heaven and earth in the immortal realm, you'll become an immortal. Master, once you become a celestial being, it will be a heaven-defying thing. Baishir was also overjoyed. All right. Baishir, 87 sure, you two go into Red Crane Canyon and help me collect, Xiao Han ordered. The 87th reincarnation, you're in charge of gathering the spirit herbs needed to treat my sect master and the others. The 100th reincarnation, you're in charge of gathering the immortal tobacco. Yes. Master. As soon as he finished speaking, Baishir and 87 sure turned into two beams of immortal light, broke through the thick red mist in the canyon, and flew into it. With the strength of a mid-level celestial emperor, it was extremely easy for Baishir and 87 sure to collect the herbs. Over an hour later, Generation 87 and Generation 100 flew out. Their storage rings were already filled with the immortal herbs and plants they needed. Master, if we return to the barren areas of the immortal world now, I'll be able to refine the sacred medicine in a few days at most, 87 sure said confidently. Baishir, on the other hand, took out some colorful flowers and plants from his storage ring. Master, I've collected all the tobacco in Red Crane Canyon. We can plant the tobacco in the plain. That way, the mortals in the plain will have a very high chance of becoming immortals. Moreover, the tobacco growing in Red Crane Canyon is a supreme-grade tobacco that can only be found by chance in the immortal world. It can be sold for a very high price. All right. Xiao Han took a few stalks of tobacco from Baishir's hand. With a thought, a whirlpool suddenly appeared on his palm. The whirlpool directly absorbed the essence of the stalks of tobacco, causing them to wither and turn into dust. Awesome. Ha 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 ha. I feel that I'm getting more and more harmonious with the immortal world. Ha 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 ha. With these immortal herbs, I'll greatly shorten the time it takes for me to adapt to the immortal world. Xiao Han said with a smile. What a pleasant surprise this time. All right, we'll take our time to become immortals. Now, let's activate the Jade ship and directly return to the barren areas of the immortal world. Yes, Master. Swoosh, the Jade ship turned into a jade beam of light and flew back to the barren areas of the immortal world. At the edge of the barren areas of the immortal world. At this moment, the barren areas that few immortals had set foot in were filled with the light of treasures. Immortal chi and multicolored winds spread out like flowing mercury. All kinds of auras as powerful as the sun, moon, and stars could be felt. Countless giants of the immortal world had arrived. Among them, the middle-level immortal emperor, the purple-robed old man, and the old ancestor of the purple firmament were the leaders. There were also old ancestor Tianyi and a dozen other middle-level immortal emperors. Behind them were more than a dozen low-level immortal emperors. Behind them were level 10, level 9, and level 8 perfected immortals. Even the weakest one was a level 5 perfected immortal. There were hundreds of thousands of perfected immortals. This was all the resources led by old ancestor of the purple cloud. This was all the resources of more than a dozen middle-level immortal emperors. At this moment, all the immortals had cold faces, as if they were ready for battle. However, there was a raging fire burning in everyone's eyes. Their state of excitement had reached an indescribable level. Even the eyes of the middle-level immortal emperors, including old ancestor Tianyi, were trembling with excitement. There were even some incense burners on the ground. These were immortals. These immortals seemed to have carried out some kind of ritual. Suddenly, it was old ancestor of the purple cloud. He exhaled and raised his voice. Everyone, I've gathered you here today to defend the dignity of our alliance. I think you all know that the mysterious White Phoenix sect has risen like a comet in a very short period of time. Then, he defeated the Tianyi Palace and took their place. His ambition was clear. Of course, the defeat of the Tianyi sect is closely related to the closed-door cultivation of us middle-level immortal emperors. I believe that when we make a comeback, we will definitely regain control of the immortal realm. We will kill the people of the White Wind sect. We will kill all the immortals who have surrendered to the White Phoenix sect. We will kill all the people of the White Phoenix sect. We will kill all the immortals who have surrendered to the White Phoenix sect. Countless immortals let out deafening roars, which made people's blood boil. Their raging fighting intent almost condensed into a substance, soaring into the sky. Well, I am very pleased with your fighting intent. As soon as old ancestor of the purple cloud spoke, the noisy scene quieted down. However, before the great counterattack, we have a more important thing to do, old ancestor of the purple cloud said, his eyes flashing. Old ancestor, what is it? A low-level immortal emperor under old ancestor of the purple cloud could not help but ask. After all, the matter of Xiao Han and the treasure of the invincible saber was a secret of the immortal realm. At present, only these middle-level immortal emperors knew about it. Don't ask about it. Old ancestor of the purple cloud said casually. Then, old ancestor of the purple cloud waved his hand. Now, march into the barren area of the immortal realm. I and the other middle-level immortal emperors will clear the way for you. We will clear the natural labyrinths and space fragments in the barren area of the immortal realm, so that you will be able to walk on flat ground. After entering the barren area, you will naturally know the whole story. Remember, the moment we come out of the barren area of the immortal realm is the moment we launch a thorough counterattack against the White Phoenix sect. Yes. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen middle-level immortal emperors cleared the way, followed by low-level immortal emperors, and then a dense crowd of genuine immortals. Most of them had already entered the barren area of the immortal realm. White Phoenix City. The level 7 creature from the alternate dimension that Xiao Han had left in White Phoenix City to guard also released its immortal consciousness, which almost covered the entire immortal realm. If there was anything wrong, it would organize a response. Naturally, what happened in the periphery of the barren area of the immortal realm was also known to these level 7 creatures from the alternate dimension. Oh. A group of middle-level immortal emperors led a group of low-level immortal emperors and a large number of high-level genuine immortals into the barren area of the immortal realm? 99 frowned slightly, and then immediately came to a realization. These guys have accumulated their strength, but they did not immediately launch a counterattack against us. Instead. Ha 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 ha. I understand now. Those guys want to go to Master's plane and plunder the treasures of the Master of the Invincible Saber. Ha 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 ha. They may still think that my master is still trapped in the depths of the barren area, dying. But they never expected that master had already left the barren area, and, as a foreign minister of the White Phoenix sect, personally destroyed the 10,000-year-old foundation of the Tianyi Palace. Humph. It seems that the final battle is coming. Suddenly, the eyes of 99 became completely cold and fierce. Grand Ancestor Tianyi and these guys have gathered all their people, and they want to offend Master's plane. The final battle will be held in the barren area of the immortal realm. Should we inform Master about this immediately? At this time, Thong Huanzi quickly walked in, and reported the current situation of White Phoenix City to these powerful creatures from the alternate dimensions. The development of White Phoenix City was extremely smooth. However, the strange actions of Grand Ancestor Purple Cloud and Grand Ancestor Tiani had also caused great suspicion in all aspects of the immortal realm. Everyone, now many forces in the immortal realm are a little anxious, because everyone has found that the Tiani Palace still has a very strong foundation, and there are many middle-level immortal emperors, and they are completely capable of launching a counterattack in an instant. However, for some reason, they have mysteriously entered the barren area of the immortal realm. Feng Huanzi said with slight worry. Didn't Master tell you? Master was forcibly brought to the immortal realm by Grand Ancestor Tiani as a mortal. Now, Master's plane is in the barren area of the immortal realm. However, there was no need to spread the word about this matter. Feng Huanzi, send an order to all forces in the immortal realm, and tell them to calm down. Hey, these remnants of the Tiani Palace are courting death. They entered the barren area of the immortal realm to find Master's plane. Isn't that courting death? Ha 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 ha. It should be noted that Xiao Han had left a total of 50 level 7 extra-dimensional creatures in his own plane, as well as a large number of extra-dimensional creatures below level 7. With such a huge force, it was absolutely no problem to protect the plane. However, after dismissing Feng Huanzi, the 99th, and the other level 7 extra-dimensional creatures did not dare to be negligent. They all sat cross-legged and used their divine souls to communicate with Xiao Han. It should be noted that these extra-dimensional creatures were all Xiao Han's slaves, because if necessary, they could use their divine souls to transmit voice to Xiao Han from 1,000 miles away. Whoosh! At this moment, Xiao Han, the 99th and the 87th generations, had finished collecting spiritual herbs and were driving the fairy jade ship to the barren area of the immortal realm. Suddenly, Xiao Han's expression froze. His eyes flickered a few times, and then he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Master? The 87th generation and the 81st generation were puzzled. Good. Very good. Grand Ancestor Tiani and the others have finally come out of their closed-door cultivation. Xiao Han said mockingly. Oh. They have gathered people and are ready to counterattack White Phoenix City? The 87th generation and the 81st generation were also a little nervous. No, they did not march into White Phoenix City, but entered the barren area of the immortal realm. Xiao Han's pupils shrank. It seems that they want to attack my plane directly. Good, very good. Suddenly, a violent fighting intent rose in Xiao Han's eyes. It is said that this time, the Tiani Palace has dispatched more than a dozen middle-level immortal emperors and hundreds of thousands of genuine immortals. It seems that this is the full strength of the Tiani Palace. A decisive battle is about to take place in the barren area of the immortal realm. Master, let's go back quickly. The fighting intent in the eyes of the 81st generation was also soaring. Good. Go back. We will follow the people of the Tiani Palace and not be discovered by them. Then, when the people of the Tiani Palace attack my plane, we will kill them from behind and attack them from both sides. Xiao Han waved his hand, and the speed of the jade ship became as fast as lightning. Then, he sent a thought. The 99th generation, you also return to the barren area of the immortal realm immediately. Prepare for the final battle with the remaining forces of the Tiani Palace. This time, we will wipe out the remaining forces of the Tiani Palace. To be continued. Chapter 730. Inside the wasteland of the immortal world. This wasteland was a place where criminals from the immortal world were banished to the borderlands. The reason for that was because the immortal realm's spiritual energy here was extremely sparse and lacking. Moreover, the entire region was gloomy, causing one to be unable to see any hope. All that was left was despair. Moreover, the vast wasteland of the immortal world was filled with dense natural mazes and traps. Immortals with slightly lower cultivation realms would only end up trapped if they rashly entered. Then, due to the lack of spiritual chi in the celestial world, it gradually declined. In the end, he fell. But now, boom. 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 The turbulence in this barren region was constantly being broken and destroyed. Waves of storm-like immortal chi energy tore open a path. It led straight to the depths of the desolate region of the immortal world. Old Ancestor Tianyi, Old Ancestor Purple Firmament, and other mid-level immortal emperors were leading the way. Their auras were too powerful, like the blazing sun and the vast ocean. They casually released some energy, and it was enough to blow away the chaotic airflow in this desolate area. The low-level immortal emperors and the high-level true immortals followed closely behind him, using their movement techniques. This troop was vast and mighty, like an iron-blooded army on an expedition, and they swore to crush all existences that disobeyed them. Its power could shake the world. At the very front of the group was the top-grade immortal artifact, the void-absorbing immortal hand. At this moment, the celestial hand was guiding the army to search for the mortal planes that were scattered in this vast wasteland. It seems that back then, we had taken Xiao Han, that little bastard's plane. It was extracted. The Purple Firmament Patriarch nodded slightly and said with a smile, "It's directly thrown into the depths of the barren areas of the immortal realm. The deeper you go into the barren lands, the harsher the living conditions become. Even ordinary immortals would find it difficult to survive in the deepest parts of the barren lands. I'm afraid that Xiao Han's realm is already littered with corpses." Was he on the verge of collapse? Hee. But Xiao Han has the power to kill immortals. He shouldn't be exhausted so quickly. I'm afraid he's still holding on. Yes, before, Xiao Han was arrogant and domineering. He didn't take the immortals seriously and even dared to kill the emissaries sent by our Tianyi Palace. Now, he must have been affected by the chaotic laws in this area. He was tortured to the point of exhaustion. If we go over now, Xiao Han won't even have time to beg for mercy. If we obediently hand over the Absolute Blade's treasures, how would he dare to resist? Forefather Tianyi coldly said. His eyes immediately flashed with a strange light as he muttered. We are going to get some of the most powerful magic treasures in the immortal realm and set the world. Moreover, there will be countless top-grade celestial artifacts, countless elixirs, and secret manuals. Our Tianyi society has suffered a devastating blow, but there is always a chance of survival. Could it be that our Tianyi society has to be destroyed before we can dominate the immortal realm in the end? Thinking of this, Patriarch Tianyi felt that everything was preordained by karma. In the deepest part of the barren area of the immortal realm. It should have been the darkest, most desperate, and most lifeless area. But at this moment, there was a different kind of atmosphere. A huge piece of land was floating in the void. On this piece of land, there were lush green mountains and forests, clusters of flowers, and the fragrance of flowers, as well as the blue ocean. The sky was clear and boundless. The air on the land was filled with the intoxicating fragrance of flowers and sweet leaves. Even on this piece of land, there were countless living beings. And it was not the immortals who lived on this land, but the mortals. There were trillions of mortals. Some mortals were farming, some mortals were cultivating martial arts, some mortals were reading, some mortals were selling goods on the streets. There were all sorts of religions and schools of thought. In the core area of this piece of land, there was a pagoda. This pagoda exuded a vast mortal civilization. This was the Yaoxia Pagoda. Everything was so out of place. A mortal plane, which should have been the most desolate and desolate plane in the immortal realm, was actually so prosperous and thriving. It was like an oasis in the desert. A lighthouse in the ocean. If Patriarch Tianyi and the others knew about this, they would definitely be dumbfounded. And the reason for this situation was the life forms that Xiao Han had left in this plane. In the sky of this piece of land, there were 50 blazing suns floating in the sky. These 50 blazing suns gave off a warm light that represented vitality, nourishing the entire plane. Moreover, this warm energy allowed the aura of the mortals in this plane to not repel the aura of the immortal realm. In this way, even the mortals living in the immortal realm would not get sick or die suddenly. In the sky, in each of the 50 blazing suns sat a level 7 life form in a cross-legged position. This was equivalent to having 50 mid-level immortal emperors protecting this plane. At this moment, these life forms were also communicating with each other using their divine will. Master and Brother Baishur have been gone for a long time. I don't know how they are now. It's okay. Although Master is still a little immature, he is a smart person. Besides, with Brother Baishur and the others around, unless those high-level immortal emperors who were on par with the old master of the Absolute Saber make a move, no one can make things difficult for our master. Yes, Master's plane, under the protection of our aura, is becoming more and more harmonious day by day. When Master comes back and sees this scene, he will definitely be pleased. In the Yaoxie Pagoda, Wu Wang, Xiao Mingchu, and a large number of elites among the mortals were looking out of the window. Even though these mortals were interrupted at the moment of immortal ascension and became crippled, their minds were still extremely cheerful and open-minded. It's as beautiful as a painting. Wu Wang took a deep breath and looked at the sapphire-like sky in the distance. Xiao Han's servants are too powerful. Under their aura, this plane is almost perfect. It gives people a feeling of paradise. Alas, if there is no fighting, it would be a wonderful thing for us to die in such a beautiful scene. Dongfang Qin sighed. As soon as he said this, Dongfang Qin also felt that he had said something wrong and shook his head. Now that junior brother Xiao Han controls the treasure of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao, he will definitely set off a bloody storm in the immortal world. The Tianyi sect is already dealing with us. If we want peace, we must destroy the Tianyi sect, Xiao Mingchu said directly. Unfortunately, we can't help Xiao Han. Fang Ling shook his head slightly and sighed. In the sky, 50 level, 7 life forms from the alternate dimension. At this moment. These 50 level, 7 life forms from the alternate dimension. His stalwart body shuddered. Just a moment ago, they all received a divine soul message from afar. It was a message directly sent to them by Xiao Han. What? The elites of the Tianyi sect are coming to this plane? At this moment, the 50 level, 7 life forms from the alternate dimension all understood the atmosphere of the coming storm. Master wants us to protect this plane and not let any mortals in this plane get hurt. 50 life forms from the alternate dimension said with understanding in his eyes. At the same time, the other level, 7 life forms from the alternate dimension almost blurted out. Master told us. This time, the Tianyi sect attacked with all their strength without reservation. They have more than a dozen middle-level immortal emperors, more than a dozen low-level immortal emperors, and hundreds of thousands of perfected immortals. Master also asked us to disperse our aura so that the people of the Tianyi sect wouldn't notice us, lest they see something wrong and escape. When they are completely in our attack range, we will attack them. At the same time, Master will also lead Brother Baishur and the others to chase after them. At that time, we will form a pincer attack and completely capture the people of the Tianyi sect. Good. Great. The Tianyi sect has mobilized all their people at all costs. This battle is no less than a decisive battle that will shock the immortal world. This battle will affect the future situation and trend of the immortal world. It's not a big deal. Our attack power is no less than that of ordinary middle-level immortal emperors. The other side only has a dozen middle-level immortal emperors. On our side, if Master and Brother Baishur come back, we will have 100 middle-level immortal emperors. The difference between the two sides is as great as the difference between heaven and earth. Don't be frivolous and arrogant. Although we have the advantage in numbers among the middle-level immortal emperors, the other side has many celestial artifacts and magic treasures. If we really fight, even if we can win in the end, it will inevitably affect the mortals of this plane. Therefore, we must defeat the other side in one fell swoop and not give them any chance. Therefore, Master is right. We should first disperse our aura and show the enemy that we are weak, so that they will not be wary at all. Good. Conceal your aura. The next moment, the 50 level, 7 life forms from the alternate dimension, as well as the other level, 6, level, 5, level, for life forms from the alternate dimension, all used the spirit turtle genuine chi to conceal their profound aura, and even disguised their aura as that of mortals. In the Yaoxie Pagoda. Huh? What's going on? Xiao Han's servants have all concealed their aura. Wu Hu felt that something was not right. At the edge of the desolate area of the immortal realm, Xiao Han had led the 187th lives to this place on the Jade Ship Celestial Artifact. Soon, the 99th lives, the 98th lives, and the 97th lives, who were originally guarding White Phoenix City, also arrived. Master, we left the 92nd and the 93rd lives behind to assist Jade Bangle and White Fengzi in guarding White Phoenix City. The rest have all come, the 99th life said, his fighting spirit rising. Master, let's kill our way in. There's no hurry. We will slowly follow behind Grand Ancestor Tianyi and the others, and then join forces with the people of this plane to launch a pincer attack. This time, our plan is... A cruel sneer flashed across Xiao Han's eyes. Annihilate them all. Annihilate all the remnants of the Tianyi society. Leave none alive. Yes. A large group of powerful level 7 life forms from the alternate dimension burst out with terrifying roars. Their murderous aura had already condensed into frost. Everyone, activate the spirit turtle natural chi and conceal your aura. Then, enter the desolate area of the immortal realm and return to the plane we came from. Xiao Han gave an order. Then, he completely suppressed his aura, which was almost like a dead tree or a mountain rock. The 100th life forms also did as he was told. Then, swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, a large group of people rushed into the desolate area of the immortal realm. The people of the Tianyi society. At this moment, the people of the Tianyi society, using the void-absorbing immortal hand to clear the way, also marched toward Xiao Han's plane. Their momentum was vigorous, as if they were going straight to the root of the problem. Grand Ancestor of the Purple Cloud, in about a few days, we will arrive at the plane of that little bastard Xiao Han. A hideous smile appeared on Grand Ancestor Tianyi's face. At the same time, in Xiao Han's plane. In the Yaoxie Pagoda. Several level 7 life forms from the alternate dimension had already summoned Wu Hu and the other mortals. Guys, did something happen? Wu Hu asked a little anxiously. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Everyone, please remain calm. This time, the First Heaven Society has come out in full force to attack our plane. However, Master has already seen through their actions. At this moment, Master is secretly sneaking back. When the time comes, we will pretend to be weak to the enemy. Then, we will seize the opportunity when the enemy is most relaxed and attack. This time, Master's plan is to leave no one alive. The eyes of the 100th life form were cold. To be continued. Chapter 731. At this moment, in the barren area of the celestial realm, a great battle that would determine the future of the celestial realm was about to begin. At present, everything looked extremely calm and uneventful. But it was a sign that a storm was coming. In Xiao Han's plane. All the creatures in the alternate dimensions had suppressed their auras and were quietly lurking in various parts of the plane, waiting for the enemy's army to arrive. The main force of the Tianyi Palace didn't need to worry about him. Almost without any suspicion, they were advancing rapidly toward Xiao Han's plane. Xiao Han and the remaining dozens of level 7 creatures in the alternate dimensions had also concealed their auras and were silently following the main force of the First Heaven sect like ghosts. Xiao Han relied entirely on his powerful soul-mind fluctuations to roughly capture the approximate position of the main force of the First Heaven sect in front of him. He led Baishur and the others to follow from behind, keeping the following distance within their ability. The main force of the First Heaven sect consisted of middle-level and low-level celestial emperors. They were all at the forefront of the team, followed by hundreds of thousands of genuine immortals. Moreover, the celestial emperors at the front were trying their best to radiate their celestial senses into the depths of the barren area, completely ignoring the situation behind them. They had no idea that there were still people chasing after them. It could be said that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. the main force of the First Heaven sect. In a few hours, we will arrive at the mortal plane. At this time, Grand Ancestor Tianyi suddenly burst out with a fierce roar. His eyes were full of ambition. When we arrive at the mortal plane, we can directly log in and take control of the mortal plane immediately. For us, this is as easy as flipping our palms. Then, I and Grand Ancestor Purple Cloud take control of Xiao Han. Force him to tell us about the treasure of the invincible saber. Grand Ancestor Purple Cloud also smiled sinisterly. This time, the mortal Xiao Han will not be able to escape. After we capture him, if he refuses to tell us the truth and the whereabouts of the treasure of the invincible saber, it will be fine. I know a soul-searching secret skill that can forcibly extract Xiao Han's memory. However, after extracting Xiao Han's memory, he will become an idiot, and we will not be able to torture him to our heart's content. Grand Ancestor Purple Cloud's eyes revealed an extremely strange and evil expression. Xiao Han's plane. Currently, 50 level, 7-dimensional beings and a large number of low-level dimensional beings had concealed their auras and were collectively hiding in a mountain range of the plane. This mountain range. It was adjacent to the Yaoxia region. It should be noted that as long as the people of the Tianyi Palace were here, once he entered the plane, he would definitely control the Yaoxia region. In the mortal world, the core and most important area of any plane was the Devil Hero domain. The immortals would definitely know this better. Once the Devil Hero region was under their control, this plane would be ravaged and controlled to their heart's content. I can sense that those fellows are about to arrive. World 50 smiled coldly. Then, he licked his lips. He's going to start a massacre. He. Back then, the old master of the invincible blade was so majestic and all-powerful. Now, the new master's style of doing things and his decisiveness in killing are not inferior to the old master of the invincible blade at all. As soon as he came to the immortal world, he dared to attack the number one sect in the immortal world that had stood for 10,000 years. He really inherited the legacy of the old master of the invincible blade. He, on Xiao Han's side. Behind Xiao Han, there were as many as 48 level, 7-dimensional beings. They quietly followed Xiao Han and closely followed the main force of the Tianyi Palace, like maggots on a tarsal bone. The 48 level, 7-dimensional beings also formed a huge force, a terrifying force that was powerful enough to destroy any sect in the immortal world. This was a terrifying force that could bring a fatal blow to the Tianyi Palace. At this moment, Xiao Han's figure suddenly stopped. Everyone, slow down. We're about to arrive at the plane. There are still about 2 hours to go. Everyone, slow down and don't be impatient, lest the remnants of the Tianyi Palace ahead of us discover any clues and fail at the last step. A storm was coming. Finally, Xiao Han's plane appeared in the sight of the main force of the Tianyi Palace. We're here. The mortal plane. Several low-level immortal emperors flying behind Patriarch Tianyi and the other middle-level immortal emperors almost shouted at the same time. However, in an instant, this group of villains of the Tianyi Palace was all stunned. Stunned. Confused. Incredible. All the middle-level immortal emperors, low-level immortal emperors, and genuine immortals looked at the mortal plane in front of them in a daze, as if they had discovered a new continent. In front of them, a beautiful plain with lush greenery, blooming flowers, a warm climate, and a romantic ocean appeared in their field of vision. It was so beautiful. It was like a magnificent scene described in a painting. However, the mortal plane should not have been like this in the first place. This was the most desolate and bitter area in the immortal world. It was a place used by the immortal world to punish immortals who had committed crimes. Even if a genuine immortal was exiled to this place, he would die after a period of time. This was because the entire barren area was dark and gloomy, but the mortal plane that appeared in front of them was so stunning. What's going on? This plane should be in a state of desolation. Patriarch Tianyi suddenly said in a confused and even a little flustered voice. What? Patriarch Purple Cloud also looked at the plane with a gloomy expression. After a few breaths. Don't panic. Humph. Brother Tiani, you are a middle-level immortal emperor, but you are so impatient. Release your celestial sense to have a look. Although that mortal plane is strange, there are only countless weak auras of mortals in it. There is no aura that can threaten us at all. This. After being reprimanded by Patriarch Purple Cloud, Patriarch Tiani quickly emptied his mind, got rid of all distracting thoughts, and released his celestial sense. At the same time, the other immortal emperors and genuine immortals also released their celestial senses to completely envelop the plane in front of them and carefully analyze it. After a dozen breaths, their facial expressions gradually relaxed. They gradually relaxed as well. After their inspection, the plane in front of them. There was nothing strange about it that they paid attention to. The only strange thing was that this plane was too beautiful, like a poem or a painting. They had expected to see a plane that looked like a dry stone, but for no reason, it had turned into a bright pearl. Phew. After personally inspecting it, Patriarch Tiani also heaved a sigh of relief. Grand Master of the Purple Cloud, don't blame me. It's just that the Tiani Palace has suffered setbacks again and again, which has made me frightened. Now. Hope is right in front of us, the only ray of light. I don't want anything to go wrong. Ha ha ha, Brother Tiani, you are really a little paranoid. But now we have all used our celestial senses to check, and there is nothing strange. Well, let's directly enter this plane. Another middle-level immortal emperor in a red robe said with a smile. However, Patriarch Tiani was still worried. He hurriedly stopped him. Wait. At first glance, it is true. This mortal plane emits the aura of mortals as weak as ants, but the mortal plane is not rejected by the natural law of the immortal realm at all. Instead, it has evolved as amazingly as heaven. How do you explain this? Well, Brother Tiani, I think this is not difficult to explain. Patriarch Purple Cloud's eyelids twitched slightly. You should know that Xiao Han explored the treasure of the invincible saber like a fish in water. I think he must have obtained some celestial artifacts and magic treasures. And these celestial artifacts and magic treasures might help his plane to shield itself from the natural law of the immortal realm. Patriarch Purple Cloud's analysis was reasonable. Many immortal emperors and perfected immortals couldn't help but nod. Besides, even if there is something strange, with our power, why should we be afraid? Unless the old invincible saber comes back to life. Ha 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 ha. Patriarch Purple Cloud burst into laughter, and he began to lose his composure. Invincible saber, when you were alive, I would never dare to covet your magic treasures and wealth, but now, ha 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 ha. They are all mine. As soon as he finished speaking, boom. Immortal Emperor Purple Cloud rushed directly to Xiao Han's plane like a meteor. The other immortal emperors and perfected immortals also launched their movement techniques and rushed up. Patriarch Tiani hesitated for a moment, and then, unwilling to be left behind, he rushed over. In an instant, the troops of the Tiani Palace all entered Xiao Han's mortal plane and entered the Yaoxia domain. The supreme and violent immortal aura, like an abyss or a prison, directly enveloped the entire plane. It suppressed all living beings in the plane and made them tremble. Oh. This is the birthplace of civilization in this mortal plane, this is the Yaoxia Tower. Patriarch Purple Cloud squinted at the Yaoxia Tower as if he were looking at a child's toy. At this time, in the Yaoxia Tower. Under the deterrence of the aura of these immortals, the Yaoxia Tower, which had stood for countless years, began to tremble. It shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. All the people in the Yaoxia Pagoda, including Wu Bai and the others, were shocked by the sudden aura that was like a god descending to the mortal world. They could not exert any strength at all and were all lying on the ground, trembling non-stop. This was a kind of suppression on the level of life. The suppression of the aura alone was enough to make the most powerful mortal Yaoxia collapse. Everyone, calm down. Don't panic. Wu Yu tried his best to protect his divine thoughts, which were about to collapse into powder. The life in the alternate dimension hiding in the mountains outside the Yaoxia domain. Let's do it. Those guys have already entered this plane. Let's wait for a few more breaths. These guys haven't discovered us. However, they have just arrived in this plane, so I'm afraid they haven't completely let down their guard. Let's wait a little longer, wait for their minds to make a slight mistake, and then we'll attack. Well, there are a total of 18 middle-level immortal emperors and 19 low-level immortal emperors. These 37 people are their main force. Listen, later, each of us will focus on a target and instantly erupt with the greatest attack power. With the extremely condensed saber light, we will strive to kill them with one blow. To be continued. Chapter 732. After the Tianyi Palace's troops arrived at Xiao Han's plain, they released a little bit of their aura, and the situation was already under control. They suppressed all the living beings in this mortal plane. A feeling of having their lives in their hands surged into their hearts. There's no power to resist. Patriarch Tianyi's vigilance was finally completely dispelled. Ibdu. He deeply felt that the entire mortal plane was like an egg in the palm of his hand. If he exerted a little force, it would be crushed. There was no suspense. Ridiculous mortals. Patriarch Tianyi roared fiercely. How dare you challenge the dignity of the immortal realm? How dare you kill the disciples of the Tianyi Palace? This is unforgivable. Xiao Han. Where is Xiao Han? Come out. A ferocious smile appeared on Patriarch Tianyi's face. Maybe you have something to rely on. Maybe you have some secrets. That's why you dared to offend the immortal might. But now, I'm here. I want to let you, a fellow who is as insignificant as an ant, understand how laughable your so-called reliance and secrets are. Xiao Han, come out and accept your punishment. Patriarch Tianyi's high-spirited and domineering aura made all the people in this dimension shiver in fear and shiver in fear. At this moment, Patriarch Tianyi actually felt proud and elated. It had not been easy for him. Recently, he had been at a disadvantage in every way, which was really frustrating. He had sent messengers to the mortal world, but all of them had been killed. The battle with the White Phoenix sect had also completely collapsed. Now, he had finally suppressed a plane in the mortal world, which gave him confidence and a sense of superiority. Xiao Han, come out. Patriarch Tianyi roared continuously. However, the entire plane. There was no response. Humph. Patriarch Purple Cloud snorted impatiently. Enough, Brother Tianyi. Our aura is enough to frighten Xiao Han. Now he doesn't even dare to show himself. Otherwise, we can use our celestial senses to search this plane and capture Xiao Han's soul aura. Capture him directly. Another middle-level immortal emperor said with a hideous smile. The Purple Cloud Patriarch waved his hand. There's no need for that. According to the information we have, Xiao Han is very slippery and good at disguising his soul aura. We don't need to waste time and energy to search for Xiao Han. How about this, from now on, if Xiao Han still doesn't show himself, then every 15 minutes, we will destroy a city on this plane. Just now. I've also scanned it with my celestial sense. This mortal realm has a complete social system. There are countless cities, and every city has an extremely prosperous population. With a single thought, we can slaughter a city and kill hundreds of thousands or even millions of mortals. Humph. Xiao Han. Suddenly, the Purple Cloud Great Elder roared. His voice covered the entire plain. The mountains and rivers shook, and his aura surged in all directions. Xiao Han, listen to me. You can turtle up and hide, but it doesn't matter. From now on, we will exterminate a city of mortals every quarter of an hour. I'm sure you have friends and relatives in this dimension, right? You can just watch them die in front of your eyes. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han, you can afford to waste time, and so can we. In short, if you hide for one day, hundreds of millions of mortals in your plane will die. Let's see how long you can hide for. When the Purple Cloud Great Elder announced that he wanted to kill mortals and slaughter cities, his expression was extremely relaxed. It was as if he was talking about killing chickens and dogs. At this moment. Haha. Is this an immortal? I thought it was some kind of demon clan that sees human lives as worthless. Haha. What's the difference between this and the demon clan? At this critical moment, a young and calm voice came from afar. It was a black-haired young man in a green robe. He was slightly thin, and his aura was calm. It was like wood, stone, or a deep pool. It was impossible to see the end of him. Xiao Han. He had finally appeared. The creature from the alternate dimension that followed Xiao Han kept a certain distance from him, so Patriarch Tian-Yi and the others could not find out what was going on. However, the life form in the alternate dimension following behind Xiao Han had already followed Xiao Han's orders and prepared the exquisite saber technique of the 100 Lives Saber Dao. As long as Xiao Han willed it, the fatal saber chi would slash through the air. Now, with a single thought from Xiao Han, he could command the creature from the alternate dimension that was hiding in the mountain range and the creature that had followed him. He could do as he pleased. Now, there are 98 supreme saber lights with energy comparable to that of a middle-level celestial emperor. They will instantly kill these arrogant celestial emperors. Haha. Xiao Han's heart was surprisingly calm. In the gray zone that bordered the celestial realm and the demon realm. In this gray zone, space and time intersected, and the most chaotic energy surged. At the same time, it was also the most terrifying energy in the celestial realm. This energy had the aura of the origin of the great path of the universe. Of course, this energy belonged to those who were strong enough. If one's cultivation was slightly weaker, as long as one was in this energy, it would be a disaster, not a blessing. One would die instantly. Only the most powerful beings in the celestial realm were qualified to comprehend this energy of the great path. 3 faint illusionary figures were sitting cross-legged in the area, allowing the never-ending energy to enshroud them. I didn't expect that the celestial realm would be in a mess because of that mortal. Now, the Tianyi society is about to be destroyed. Zi Xiao, Tian-Yi, and the others are really idiots. One of the 3 shadows sneered. Now, should we make a move to stop this massacre? If we don't intervene, Zi Xiao, Tian-Yi, and the others will soon be destroyed. Another shadow said. There's no need to intervene. Now, the devil god has been sealed and is almost dead. The monster realm has suffered a great loss. As long as we are here, the monster realm will never be able to rise again. In the celestial realm, Tian-Yi and the others are arrogant and ambitious. Now, it's time to clean up the mess. Let's use Xiao Han to kill Tian-Yi and the others. In this way, the forces in the celestial realm will be balanced. So, what about Xiao Han? Xiao Han has mastered the treasures of the invincible saber. However, it seems that he hasn't mastered the core treasures yet. Now, let's not do anything. Let's wait for Xiao Han to develop. When Xiao Han really mastered the core treasures. Then, let's take action directly. Humph. In the core treasures of the invincible saber. There are some secrets that we can't let others know. Xiao Han's appearance attracted the attention of all the people of the Tianyi society. Patriarch Tianyi frowned. The scene became extremely quiet. Didn't you want me to show up? Well, I've already shown up. Xiao Han smiled brightly. Xiao Han. Hearing Xiao Han's self-introduction, the immortals were furious. Especially Patriarch Tianyi, he was furious. Celestial light surged. His eyes were filled with hatred as he gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. Xiao Han. How dare you kill a disciple of the Tianyi society? Who gave you the courage? Boom! 2 beams of light shot out from Patriarch Tianyi's eyes. Every inch of space shattered like tiles. This was only Patriarch Tianyi's gaze. However, Xiao Han felt as if he was going to be burned alive by this gaze. Fortunately, Xiao Han had a body. He also had a celestial body. Therefore, he could resist Patriarch Tianyi's gaze. However, Shao Han was also slightly stunned. Sure enough, a middle-level immortal emperor is too strong. If it weren't for the 7th-level alien space creatures that Master of the Invincible Saber gave me as slaves, I would never be able to defeat these big shots in the immortal realm. Brother Tianyi, wait. Great Ancestor of the Purple Cloud hurriedly stopped Great Ancestor Tianyi's murderous intent. He looked at Shao Han slowly and said, "All right, Shao Han, since you have shown yourself, now, you should obediently hand over the treasures of the Invincible Blade. In this way, you can suffer less torture, and we can grant you a quick death. Or, if you are willing to be our slave and allow us to plant a brand in your spirit, then you can also live. Of course, if you are unwilling to tell us the truth, then we can only extract your soul and forcibly extract your memories. Ha 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 ha." Hearing this, Shao Han laughed wildly. What an idiot. I'm sorry, you got the start you wanted, but the result is not what you wanted. Oh. The middle-level immortal emperors were slightly stunned. Suddenly, Shao Han lowered his voice and said bitterly. Patriarch Tianyi, I, Shao Han, am the instigator of the destruction of the Tianyi society. You must know this. Ha 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 ha. Today, I didn't expect you to come to me for me to kill. How delightful. Ha ha ha. What? You're the foreign elder of the White Phoenix sect? Patriarch Tianyi and the others were completely stunned. They had never thought that the White Phoenix sect would be related to Shao Han. This was something that was almost impossible. Taking advantage of this moment of absent-mindedness. Attack. Shao Han teleported out with a thought. In the blink of an eye, a total of 98 saber lights slashed out. Each saber light was like a divine punishment in the legends. Divine wrath. Divine light. However, each saber light was extremely condensed. When the power of the saber lights hit the target, it did not leak out at all. In this way, after the saber lights hit the target, the power of the saber chi would only affect the target. It would not leak out. This showed that Shao Han's control of the saber principle was extremely exquisite. Oh no. The aura of death was blowing toward them. Some of the middle-level immortal emperors let out heart-wrenching screams. However, they no longer had the space and time to dodge. When the 98 saber lights slashed out, there were traces of the laws of space and time. In terms of energy, any level 7 alternate dimension life form was almost on par with Patriarch Tianyi and the others. Unless Patriarch Tianyi and the others used their Dharma treasures, they would not be able to defeat the level 7 alternate dimension life form in a head-on battle. But now, the 98 saber lights were a deliberate attack. It was tantamount to a sneak attack. Bang! 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 A heaven-shaking and earth-shattering scene happened. Many mid-grade immortal emperors' bodies were directly blasted into pieces by the saber light. Under Shao Han's command, each of the middle-level immortal emperors launched a sneak attack with 2 saber lights. This allowed them to dodge the first saber light with great difficulty, but they could not dodge the second saber light. Shao Han saw with his own eyes that more than 10 middle-level immortal emperors were destroyed, killed, and killed. Patriarch Tianyi and Patriarch Purple Firmament had both died in front of Shao Han. At the same time, more than 10 low-level immortal emperors were also killed. Hundreds of thousands of perfected immortal emperors fell like straw under the cover of the saber lights. After a short moment of shock, Shao Han sent out a thought, don't leave a single one alive. Before those high-level perfected immortal emperors who had been scared out of their wits could react, the dense saber lights slashed toward them like quicksilver. The high-level perfected immortal emperors fell one after another. After 10 breaths, the people of the Tianyi Palace were all killed. To be continued. Chapter 733. Under Shao Han's meticulous plan, the surviving members of the Tianyi Palace were finally wiped out. This was the greatest catastrophe the celestial realm had ever suffered since the world was created. Even the war between the Celestials and the Demon Clan had not caused such a loss. More than a dozen middle-level celestial emperors and more than a dozen low-level celestial emperors had died. They turned into ashes and their souls scattered. Hundreds of thousands of high-level perfected immortals had died. This was a great disaster for the celestial realm. The reason why Xiao Han was able to win was that his opponents had underestimated him. After all, Xiao Han was immortal. Even if he could kill some perfected immortals, he must have relied on Dharma treasures and external forces. However, in the face of celestial emperors, the advantage of Dharma treasures and external forces would be infinitely reduced, almost to nothing. Patriarch Tianyi and Patriarch Purple Cloud were all big shots in the celestial realm. Their status was only lower than that of the high-level celestial emperors. They had also participated in many life and death battles with the demon clan. They believed that a mortal, no matter what Dharma treasures he had, was not a threat to them. Therefore, their underestimation of the enemy was a kind of subconscious. As a matter of fact, gathering so many people to invade Xiao Han's mortal plane was not a case of underestimating the enemy. On the other hand, Xiao Han's foundation was strong enough. The trump card that Celestial Emperor Zhu Dao gave Xiao Han was so terrifying that Xiao Han could almost sweep across the celestial realm. Now, the surviving members of the Tianyi Palace had been wiped out, causing the whole plane to be filled with the glittering celestial corpses. Every piece of the celestial corpses was emitting extremely powerful source energy. The pieces of the celestial corpses floated like stars and emitted beautiful rays of light. It was a spectacular sight. Phew, it's finally over, Xiao Han let out a long sigh of relief. However, a strange expression flashed across the depths of Xiao Han's eyes. It was as if he was anxious and puzzled. His gaze looked into the distance. Master, Baisher said in confusion. Master seems a little worried. Could it be that Master has discovered something? Hearing this, Xiao Han laughed involuntarily and lightly shook his head. I don't know if I had an illusion, but just now, when we were killing the remnants of the First Heaven Society, I seemed to have felt someone spying on us from far away. However, this feeling was extremely subtle and I couldn't accurately capture it. Furthermore, this feeling disappeared in a flash and I can no longer detect it. Pausing for a moment, Xiao Han shook his head. Perhaps it's because I've killed many immortals, causing the laws of the immortal world to tremble, causing me to feel a faint sense of unease. But it doesn't matter. The Invincible Blade Master is a person who defies the natural order. I, Xiao Han, will also go against the natural order. No matter who it is, as long as they want to suppress and harm me, Xiao Han, I will definitely kill them. Xiao Han activated his saber will and cut off the negative emotions in his mind. His entire state of mind became like the clear sky with the sun shining high up in the sky. At this moment, Xiao, a large number of otherworldly beings flew over to Xiao Han. When they got close to him, they all knelt and saluted him. Greetings, Master. Welcome back to the plane, Master. Xiao Han smiled faintly and waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to be so polite. Then, many mortals also rushed out of the Yaoxia Pagoda. Wu Yu, Xiao Mingchu, many elite demons, as well as Xiao Han's wife and son, Xiaoan, all appeared. The crowd, like stars surrounding the moon, clustered around Xiao Han. This made Xiao Han feel the warmth of a family, and his heart was extremely comfortable. Ha 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 ha, junior brother Xiao Han, this time, we won again. Tut, tut, so many immortals, even a large number of celestial emperors, actually died. This is too horrible. This is simply a kind of world-destroying momentum. Xiao Mingchu directly walked over and put his arm around Xiao Han's shoulder. The deep friendship between the two brothers was manifested. Now, many demons and mortals also felt a sense of security. Especially Wu Yu and the others, who were supposed to become immortals, but in the end, the First Heaven sect directly interrupted their tribulation. This made them subconsciously hate the First Heaven sect, and at the same time, they also had a kind of fear and dread. But now, the entire First Heaven sect was destroyed, uprooted, as if the demons in their hearts had been killed. Now, the state of mind of Wu Yu and the others had changed like the sun and clear sky, and there was a light of enlightenment on their faces. Their state of mind had been reborn, and they seemed to have touched upon some mysterious mysteries. Xiao Han looked at Wu Yu and the others and said thoughtfully. Sect Master, eldest senior brother, I feel that your minds seem to be more perfect and flawless. Good. It's time. Suddenly, Xiao Han looked at the 87th generation again. 87th generation, hurry up and use those special plants of the immortal realm to refine spiritual medicine and let the sect master and the others take it. I have a hunch that as long as they take the spiritual medicine, the sect master and the others will definitely become immortals in an instant. Yes, Master. The 87th generation directly entered the elixir room in the Yaoxia Pagoda, and Yan Lang followed behind to help him. As soon as they heard that there was hope to become immortals, Wu Yu, Xiao Mingchu, and the others all sighed with emotion, as if a lifetime had passed. Then, Xiao Han said to Bai Shi, plant the supreme-grade tobacco of the immortal realm that we collected from the Red Crane Canyon in this plane, so that the souls and life aura of all living beings in this plane will be more perfectly integrated with the immortal realm. Yes, Master. After giving instructions, Xiao Han looked again at the dazzling fragments of the immortal corpses that filled the sky. Among them, there were a large number of fragments of the immortal emperor's corpse. Once he activated the left arm of the demon emperor and devoured these fragments of the immortal corpses, how terrifying would the nourishment he would receive? How powerful would the demonic power be? Xiao Han didn't dare to imagine. With a thought, the demon god's soul, the demon god's egg, and the demon god's left arm's demon monarch's palm in Xiao Han's heart all emitted a palpitating desire, tempting Xiao Han continuously. Xiao Han's left hand trembled slightly, and he could no longer control himself. He wanted to absorb and refine these immortal corpses that were like treasures. However, Xiao Han was struggling in his heart. He knew that in the immortal realm, it was a great taboo to absorb and refine these immortal corpses recklessly. He would definitely be punished by the heavens. Xiao Han bit the tip of his tongue and dispelled the temptation that lingered in his divine soul. Then, he took out dozens of storage rings and stored the fragments of the immortal corpses that filled the sky. For the next few days, Xiao Han stayed by his wife and son's side, enjoying the affectionate love between husband and wife. It was rare for him to empty his mind, away from the scheming and murderous fights, and enjoy the joy that family brought him. After a few days, the 87th reincarnation finally refined the spiritual medicine and handed it to Wu Yu, Xiao Mingchu, and the others. Previously in the mortal realm, all the mortals who were about to succeed in seclusion but were forcibly interrupted in the end got a share of the spiritual medicine. After Wu Yu and the others took the spiritual medicine, they immediately went into seclusion. After a few days, the entire Yaoxia Pagoda was surrounded by layers of sacred clouds and celestial light. An epic and strong aura burst out and shot straight into the sky. All the mortals in the entire plane were worshipping. Burning incense. Praying. Praying. Xiao Han, along with his wife and son, Bai Shi, and the others, stood on a high mountain opposite the Yaoxia Pagoda and witnessed all this. Master, sect leader Wu and the others are about to become immortals, Bai Shi said with great certainty. That's right, this is an exciting moment. Xiao Han was also shocked. We mortals practice martial arts in order to become immortals and seek eternal life. Sect leader and the others have been pursuing this path all their lives. Last time, they were interrupted by the scoundrels of the Tianyi Palace and ended in failure. But this time, no one will try to sabotage them again. At the same time, the whole celestial world was in a state of confusion. Almost everyone in the celestial world knew that a large group of people of the Tianyi Palace had entered the barren area of the celestial world, followed by the foreign elders of the White Phoenix sect. This indicated that a war was about to break out. However, many days had passed, and the barren area of the celestial world was dead silent. No foreign elders of the White Phoenix sect or the people of the Tianyi Palace had come out. All of this was like a huge mystery, shrouding the celestial world. At the border between the celestial world and the demon world, the source of the Great Way was flourishing. Three figures who dominated the world were cultivating and comprehending the ultimate meaning of the universe. At this time, the three figures were communicating. As expected, there's no suspense at all. Tian Yi and the Purple Firmament, those idiots, were killed. Well done, Xiao Han, to be able to control a force that can sweep away everything. Now, unless we act, no one in the entire immortal world can stop Xiao Han. Let's wait. Xiao Han has not yet controlled the core treasure of the invincible saber. Give him some time. When he controls the core treasure of the invincible saber, it will be the time of his death. Using the hands of a mortal like Xiao Han to obtain the core treasure of the invincible saber is the only way. Yes, but this guy is also very strange. Just now, he actually sensed our spying. Yes, his soul-sensing ability is extraordinary. Furthermore, I sensed a very strange aura from his body. This aura seems familiar, and it gives me a sense of danger. Forget it, no matter how strange Xiao Han is, his ultimate wings are not fully grown yet. Let's wait and see when he can completely control the core treasure of the invincible saber, in the barren area of the celestial world. Xiao Han's plane. At this time, the entire plane was wrapped in thick clouds of immortal qi and the laws of the celestial world. It was like a layer of light cocoon. The Yaoxie pagoda was extremely hot. At this moment, suddenly, boom! A loud sound. A ray of immortal qi descended from the sky, containing the laws of the celestial world, and directly shot into the Yaoxie pagoda. Correspondingly, soon, a figure rose from the Yaoxie pagoda. It was Wu Hai. At this moment, Wu Hai's whole body was bathed in immortal qi and the laws of the celestial world. His whole body was transforming. Reborn. This kind of metamorphosis was all around. Soul transformation. Essence, qi, and spirit transformation. His bones, skin, meridians, internal organs, and blood were all transforming into an immortal body. Then, the immortal qi and the laws of the celestial world entered Wu Hai's body, causing him to suddenly have a strong immortal force. Every time he breathed, every time his pores opened and closed, immortal qi could be released, forming all kinds of shadows of immortal cranes, immortal dragons, immortal apes, around his body. Wu Hai looked dignified. His whole body shone with the aura of treasures, heavenly flowers fell from the sky, and golden lotuses appeared on the ground. Every inch of space was filled with praises. He had become an immortal. Wu Hai had become an immortal. On a mountain opposite the Yaoxie pagoda. Master, Sect Master Wu Hai is. Bai Shi frowned slightly. Oh. Bai Shi, is there anything wrong? Xiao Han was also stunned. Then, he covered the area with his soul and mind. Suddenly, Xiao Han's eyes became shocked. The aura of a level 2 true immortal. Sect Master directly became a level 2 true immortal. Generally speaking, when a mortal was reborn, his body of flesh and blood evolved into an immortal body, and his soul ascended to become an immortal. Almost all of them were level 1 true immortals. But now, Wu Hai directly leaped and became a level 2 true immortal. Xiao Han was puzzled. However, he soon understood. Although the Sect Master was immortal, he had also experienced many twists and turns, especially the training in the Genius Zone, which allowed the Sect Master to accumulate a lot of experience. The most important thing was that his first immortal ascension was interrupted and formed an inner demon. Now, the inner demon was removed, and he was reborn after breaking through. Naturally, he would reach a higher level. Misfortune could be a blessing in disguise. After Wu Hai became an immortal, Xiao Mingqiu also became an immortal and directly became a level 2 true immortal. Then, Fang Ling, Dongfang Qin, Yan Lang, Xiao Han's 5 slaves from another plane, many elders of the Yaoxie pagoda, ancient giants, and some top ancient giants, become immortals. Become immortals. All of them became immortals. Moreover, almost all of them directly became level 2 true immortals. When the Yaoxie pagoda calmed down, the immortal qi and dharma that enshrouded this plane disappeared. This plane had already given birth to dozens of immortals. Dozens of level 2 true immortals. Ha 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 ha, Sect Master, eldest senior brother. Congratulations. Xiao Han directly flew up. It was a happy situation. At this moment, Wu Hai and the other immortals also surrounded Xiao Han. They were extremely grateful. They all knew that if it were not for Xiao Han, they would never be able to become immortals in their lifetime. However, they were all on the same side. There was no need to say words of gratitude. The people of the entire plain were also inexplicably moved and cried loudly. At dusk, in the largest banquet hall inside the Yaoxie Pagoda, there were hundreds of banquets. There were also many celebration banquets on the other floors of the Yaoxie Pagoda. At the banquet, Xiao Han said loudly, "The martial artists of our plane can cultivate with peace of mind. Now, our plane has given birth to a large number of immortals. Moreover, cultivating in the immortal realm is many times easier than cultivating in the mortal world. Yes, it was extremely easy to break through to the immortal realm in the immortal realm. If breaking through to the immortal realm in the mortal world was considered to defy the heavens and usurp fate, then in the immortal realm, one had already reached the heavens and only needed to cultivate naturally." After the banquet, Xiao Han's wives all said that they wanted to cultivate in seclusion and use spirit herbs to break through to the immortal realm. As for Xiao Han, he also chose to cultivate in seclusion. Absorbing the vitality of the immortal realm tobacco has made me more and more integrated with the Dharma of heaven and earth of the immortal realm. I also have to strive to break through to the immortal realm as soon as possible. In this way, I can completely control Master's treasure. Xiao Han also cultivated in seclusion. The entire plane had entered a great era of seclusion. R1152s. Chapter 734. Now that things had developed to this point, it was almost perfect. Ever since Xiao Han's plane was forcibly occupied by Grand Master Tianyi and taken into the immortal realm, Xiao Han, relying on the trump card given by Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao, fought steadily and surely. Not only did he destroy the entire Tianyi palace and slaughter countless immortals, but he also almost perfectly integrated the plane into the immortal realm. The mortal plane gave birth to the natural laws of the immortal realm. Thus, it was no longer a matter of ascending to heaven in a single step for mortals to become immortals. Instead, it was a matter of course. Now, Wu Hao, Xiao Mingchu, Dongfang Qin, Fang Ling, and other mortals had all become immortals. The entire plane was overflowing with immortal qi. It was full of vitality. This greatly stimulated Xiao Han. Xiao Han deeply felt that it was time for him to break through to the immortal realm. He had no distractions. He swore to become an immortal. Soon, Xiao Han comprehended the immortal path in the Yaoxie Pagoda. A few days later, Xiao Han left the Yaoxie Pagoda. He wore light clothes and walked casually in the plain. In seclusion in the Yaoxie Pagoda, Xiao Han could not accurately sense the changes in the plain. The growth and death of all things were not beautiful. Therefore, Xiao Han entered the mortal world. He walked among the streets, or climbed mountains to look into the distance. He traveled out to sea. He walked through valleys, crossed mountains. Walking in the mortal world, Xiao Han experienced the joys and sorrows of all living beings and saw the myriad phenomena of the plane. Moreover, a large number of top-grade tobacco from the immortal realm had been planted in the entire plane, giving off a curling fragrance. In a few years, Bai Shi and the others sneaked into the world outside the desolate area of the immortal realm. They transplanted a large number of flowers and plants from the immortal realm. This made the entire plane. In the streets and alleys of the major cities, there were plants from the immortal realm swaying in the wind, exhaling a delicate fragrance that made people reborn. A few years. Indeed, Xiao Han had been traveling around the plane for a few years. A few years seemed to be a long time, but in the eyes of people like Xiao Han, a few years passed in a flash. In the past few years, at first, Xiao Han deliberately wanted to become an immortal. However, later, he had completely given up this idea. No desires. No extravagant desires. He had entered a state where he had no desires and no thoughts. He strolled around casually, and when he was tired, he would stop. In a place with beautiful scenery, or in a city with an antique charm. Stay here for a few days. Strangely, in these past few years, Xiao Han's heart grew more and more tranquil, as if he had transcended the mortal world. Furthermore, the demon god's soul and the demon god's egg in his heart had been completely forgotten by Xiao Han. Before this, Xiao Han had always been worried. He knew that in his heart, there was a bomb that could explode at any time, causing his body to explode into nothingness. Thus, subconsciously, he had always been very afraid and wanted to get rid of this trouble as soon as possible. But now, Xiao Han had completely forgotten about this deeply buried danger. Fearless. In other words, Xiao Han had achieved a worry-free state. No joy. Thoughtless. No thought. Fearless. The highest realm. Carefree Zizai. In the past few years, Xiao Han had also received some news from the Yaoxia Tower. Wu Lu and the others had successfully broken through to the immortal realm, and were now working hard to break through to the level 3 true immortal realm. Because White Phoenix sect had now dominated the immortal realm, all kinds of resources were being plundered continuously. Feng Bangle and the 2 level 7 alternate dimensional beings now had a firm grip on White Phoenix sect's lifeline. Thus, every month, a terrifying amount of resources would be imported into Xiao Han's plane to provide for the living beings there. Therefore, it was not impossible for Wu Lu and the others to break through to the level 3 true immortal realm. On the contrary, it was highly possible. In addition, Xiao Han's wives had all become immortals. They were all level 2 true immortals. His son, Xiaoan, was now a martial artist in the true Qi realm with extraordinary talent. Xiao Han imparted all the unique skills he had learned from the seal on the surface of the demon egg to Xiaoan. In addition to these people, in the past few years, in Xiao Han's plane, there were tens of thousands of mortals who had become immortals. Most of them had become level 1 true immortals, with a small number of level 2 true immortals. At the border between the immortal realm and the demon realm, the energy of the origin of the great Tao of the universe was filling up. The 3 high-level immortal emperors, the true overlords of the immortal realm, were absorbing the energy to their heart's content, comprehending some profound principles. At the same time, they were also paying attention to Xiao Han's every move. It's been a few years. Xiao Han, this kid, is really amazing. He actually entered the state of no fear, no worries, no thoughts, and no thoughts, the state that we immortals dream of. It's extremely rare for a mortal to enter this state. Yes, a mortal's 6 roots have not been exhausted, and they are reluctant to leave the mortal world. To be able to enter the state of no thoughts, no fear, and no joy, this is indeed not easy. This Xiao Han, I really appreciate his talent. Why don't we subdue Xiao Han after we get the treasures of the invincible blade? That's true. I really can't bear to destroy such a good talent with my own hands. Forget it, if Xiao Han is willing to subdue us, then we can let him live. He only needs to worship us devoutly, believe in us, and let us plant a mark in his spirit. This way, he can be spared from death. Of course, if he is stubborn, he will only end up as ashes. Let's not discuss how to deal with Xiao Han for now. During this period of time, keep a close eye on him. Xiao Han can become an immortal anytime. His soul aura has already merged perfectly with the immortal realm, and there is no distinction between them. All these years, Xiao Han has never touched the core treasures of the invincible blade, which makes me suspect that he is not qualified to open the core treasures of the invincible blade. I conclude that the core treasures of the invincible blade should be related to Xiao Han's state. Yes. Let's see if Xiao Han can control the core treasures of the invincible blade after he becomes an immortal. On this day, Xiao Han stood on the peak of a mountain. There were some farmhouses on the peak of the mountain, and it was very quiet. It even gave off the feeling of being isolated from the world. During this period of time, Xiao Han stayed in the farmhouse on the peak of the mountain. He fished every day, helped the farmers plant flowers, trees, vegetables, and fruits. At this time, it was late autumn. Xiao Han stood on the peak of the mountain. Breathing in the fragrant scent of the distant leaves and the bleak autumn morning breeze, Xiao Han felt very tranquil at this moment. His entire soul began to sublimate. Looking around, he saw trees swaying in the wind, green leaves dotting the red leaves and half-withered yellow leaves. There was a thick layer of withered leaves under the tree, and it was filled with the somber atmosphere of late autumn. At the place where Xiao Han stood, there was a pool of emerald green water. When the wind blew, a layer of ripples appeared. Shockingly, Xiao Han had grasped something extremely subtle. A very strange feeling was brewing in Xiao Han's heart. Furthermore, it looked like it was about to gush out. This is... Xiao Han was shocked. Shortly after, Xiao Han closed his eyes as if he was deep in thought. When he opened his eyes again, he deeply felt that this world... it was more colorful, more layered, and more meaningful. He saw the beauty of nature that he had neglected. Every tree, every ray of dawn, and every fallen leaf contained an inner universe, an inner eternal truth, and a beauty that transcended the physical appearance. An inexplicable feeling rose in Xiao Han's heart. The next moment, puff, there was a sudden crisp sound in Xiao Han's body. It was as if something inside Xiao Han's body had ruptured. There was a feeling of breaking out of a cocoon and being reborn. Shockingly, a crack suddenly appeared between Xiao Han's eyebrows. Then, the crack opened. Boundless golden light burst forth. The heavenly eye was opened. Xiao Han had opened the heavenly eye. When he was cultivating in the mortal world, Xiao Han had reached the most critical moment of cultivating his true qi in the demon hero pagoda. He had reached the immortal eye level and was about to open the heavenly eye. However, when Xiao Han was about to open the heavenly eye, it was destroyed by the conspiracy of a middle-level immortal emperor of the First Heaven sect. After arriving in the immortal realm, Xiao Han could not integrate with the natural laws of the immortal realm because of his mortal body, so he could not fully open the heavenly eye. But now, after a few years of desireless life, Xiao Han finally opened the heavenly eye. As soon as the heavenly eye opened, the surging natural laws of the immortal realm, the chains of order, and the immortal clouds condensed on the mountain where Xiao Han was. Boom! 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 Immortal qi surged and roared. In an instant, an immortal cloud the size of thousands of acres condensed above the mountain where Xiao Han was. The immortal cloud fluctuated. All kinds of strange phenomena were formed. Rays of light and auspicious aura rolled and dispersed. Every inch of the light was densely packed with characters from the celestial realm. These characters of the immortal realm were very old, so old that it was indescribable. They were like immortal characters from the ancient times. There were also countless deities sitting cross-legged. Roar! Xiao Han let out a roar. It resounded through the 9 heavens. It sounded like the cries of immortal cranes on the mountain peak. Following that, the celestial cloud transformed into beams of celestial light and shot toward Xiao Han's body like a swarm of locusts. Poof, 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 Xiao Han stuck out his chest, and his aura rose infinitely. His skin also became sparkling and resplendent. Rays of immortal light began to merge into Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han's body began to float in the air. His appearance was solemn. His face was calm. His entire body seemed to have been carved out of the most perfect jade. Rays of the immortal realm's laws and chains of order entered Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han began to transform. He was reborn. He was enlightened. Xiao Han's bones had transformed into something almost like jade. They were flawless and full of divine brilliance. Xiao Han's internal organs had also transformed into divine artifacts. In the area of the Yaoxia Pagoda. At this moment, Bai Shi and the other beings in the alternate dimension, as well as Wu Yu and the others, were all shocked. They were floating in the void outside the Yaoxia Pagoda and looking at the area where Xiao Han was. They saw that the vast space where Xiao Han was had turned into a piece of pure amber. It was a spectacular sight. Powerful waves of immortal power radiated over. It's. Wu Yu's throat was choked with sobs. It's Master who is undergoing the immortal tribulation. Master is about to become an immortal. Master is about to become an immortal. Moreover, I've never seen such an aura before. I'm afraid that once Master becomes an immortal, he will be at the level of an immortal emperor. The king will rule the world. Baishur also roared. At the intersection of the immortal realm and the monster realm, the three leaders, high-level immortal emperors, gathered their spirits. Shao Han is about to become an immortal. Incredible. He has directly created the immortal body and immortal power of a low-level immortal emperor. Although it was rare for a mortal to become an immortal, it was not unheard of. It was not surprising. However, for a mortal to become an immortal, directly surpassing the true immortal realm and entering the immortal emperor realm, this was something that had never happened in billions of years. This Shao Han is really a genius. He's so amazing. No matter how amazing he is, if he doesn't surrender to us and hand over the treasures of the invincible saber, we will destroy him with our own hands. To be continued, you. Chapter 735. At this moment, Shao Han floated in the air. His body was surrounded by thousands of rays of light, 1,000 layers of auspicious aura, and many rare phenomena, like a scene from the ancient times, that was slowly unfolding in front of him. Top point. XSTXT. It was a magnificent sight to behold. At the same time, Shao Han's aura rose infinitely. Thick strands of the immortal world's nomological laws wrapped around his body, making him look like a god standing proudly. The laws of the immortal world entered every part of Shao Han's body, constantly removing his mortal attributes and turning him into an immortal body from the inside out. Immortal soul. Immortal chi. Immortal sense. Immortal sense. Moreover, the light emitted by Shao Han was getting stronger and stronger, more dazzling than the sun. More precious than gems. More resplendent than stars. Phew, Shao Han exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his heart rippling. I, Shao Han, am about to become an immortal. Yes, and the immortal chi condensed in my body is very pure and noble, surpassing all perfected immortals. Level 9 perfected immortals, Level 10 perfected immortals, their immortal bodies, immortal chi, and immortal force are two completely different concepts compared to mine. I will become an immortal emperor. Shockingly. Above Shao Han's head, there was even a star condensed from the boundless nomological laws. There was a connection between the star and Shao Han's soul. Emperor Star. It was said that when an immortal became an emperor, a star would appear above his head, called the Emperor Star. When the Emperor Star appeared and was refined into the immortal body, one would become an emperor and control the nomological laws. His body moved. The wind and clouds surged. At the border between the immortal world and the monster world, the cosmic origin energy surged. 3 high-level immortal emperors. At this time, the gazes of the 3 high-level immortal emperors were all focused on Shao Han from afar. An existence that could attract the attention of the 3 magnates of the immortal world was shocking enough. Moreover, Shao Han not only attracted the attention of the 3 magnates, he also caused them to exclaim in surprise. They even bulged their eyes at the same time. Just as expected. That kid Shao Han. He condensed an Emperor Star. He became an immortal emperor in one move. The light of the imperial star not only shone brightly in the desolate areas of the immortal world, but it also caused a sensation in the entire immortal world. Although immortal emperors were at the top of the pyramid in the immortal world, immortal emperors weren't rare. However, every time an immortal emperor was born, it was something that could shake the entire immortal world. What's more, the immortal emperor that was about to be born was in a desolate area of the immortal world, a place where even birds wouldn't shit. This was a corner abandoned by the immortal world. As a result, many powerhouses from all over the immortal world flocked to the desolate area to watch the ceremony. Some level 8, level 9, and level 10 perfected immortals hurried to the desolate regions of the immortal world without stopping. White Phoenix City. Master is going to become an immortal emperor. Feng Huanzi's face was red. His entire person was also incomparably throbbing and trembling. Hurry up and congratulate Master. After saying that, Feng Bangle and the 2 level 7 creatures from the alternate dimension who stayed behind in White Phoenix City all flew toward the desolate area of the celestial world. Even Bai Yunzi, and the other immortals followed them. Barren region of the immortal world. Yao Xia Pagoda. It was also surging with emotions. Hurry up and go to Master. Bai Shi roared and led more than 90 level 7 creatures from another dimension, as well as numerous low-level creatures from another dimension, toward Xiao Han's location. Immortal Emperor. Xiao Han has become an immortal emperor. Ha 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 ha. Let's hurry up. Wu Lu and the other immortals were so excited that they couldn't help but want to stretch out their necks and shout. It could even be said that Xiao Han becoming an immortal was even more joyous than them becoming immortals themselves. Moreover, Xiao Han didn't just become an immortal. He had become an immortal emperor, ascending to the heavens in a single bound. In the vast mortal world, there were also mortals who became immortals. However, after ascending to immortality, those mortals could only stay at the level of perfected immortals for the rest of their lives. It was impossible for them to become an immortal emperor. And Xiao Han was the first person to do so. The first person to become an immortal emperor. It could be said that the current Xiao Han was the pride of the entire mortal world. Immortal Emperor. Xiao Mingqiu was also shocked, but he quickly calmed down. It seems incredible that junior brother Xiao Han could become an immortal emperor in one fell swoop, but in fact, it's reasonable. You should know that when junior brother Xiao Han was still immortal, he had killed countless immortals. In the genius zone, he became the #1 genius in the mortal world. In the subsequent adventures of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, he suppressed many immortal geniuses and killed immortals like pigs and dogs. After arriving in the immortal world, he planned to crush and destroy the #1 sect in the immortal world, the First Heaven Society. Such accumulation can be called mythical. Therefore, becoming an immortal emperor is also reasonable. Yes, Xiao Han deserves to be called an immortal emperor. Fang Ling also smiled. When this kid was a live target, who would have thought that he would become an immortal emperor in the immortal world? Alright, let's hurry over. Boom boom boom, from the side of the Yaoxia region, a dense crowd of mortals rushed towards the area where Xiao Han was. Yes, not only Bai Shi and the other creatures from the alternate dimensions, but also Wu Shi and the others who had become immortals, even the mortals and some demons in the true energy realm rushed over anxiously. In the area where Xiao Han was, Xiao Han's aura was constantly brewing. Then, boom. Finally, that imperial star was completely integrated into Xiao Han's body. As a result, Xiao Han's body was like an abyss, and supreme immortal qi spewed out from every pore of Xiao Han's body. Now, a drop of Xiao Han's blood could evaporate a vast ocean, and a breath could shatter an immortal mountain. In the immortal qi, Xiao Han's back was straight, and his eyebrows were like swords. All of it. Everything calmed down. All the fluctuations. Everything stabilized. Xiao Han began to restrain his aura. The surrounding immortal qi and the chain of order of the Dharma all converged into his body. All of a sudden, Xiao Han calmed down from his previous imposing manner. However, this kind of calmness contained a kind of innate majesty. Deep majesty. This was the kind of majesty that could be emitted without the need to release it at all. The king's descent. This was the majesty of an emperor. Although it seemed calm. However, this calmness contained a kind of mystery, a kind of unfathomable depth. In Xiao Han's eyes, in addition to the disdain, there was also a noble golden light flowing. In this golden light, there were some characters of the immortal realm rolling. But soon, Xiao Han once again restrained the strange phenomenon in his eyes. Low-level immortal emperor. Xiao Han felt his current strength slightly. The power of pure immortal qi. Now, Xiao Han no longer had the power of true qi. All the true qi in his body. It turned into immortal qi. However, the spirit turtle true chi. It could still be used. No, it could no longer be called the spirit turtle true chi. To be precise, it should be the spirit turtle immortal chi. However, it was obvious that now that Xiao Han had used the spirit turtle immortal chi to cover his entire body, the shielding effect was completely better than the spirit turtle true chi. Now, the power of my pure immortal chi should be around 1,400 dragons, Xiao Han estimated. Of course, my current combat strength is definitely not that of a low-level immortal emperor. If I use my immortal chi to activate the 100 Lives Saber Dao, I can kill a middle-level immortal emperor. Xiao Han was very sure of this. Strictly speaking, the 100 Lives Saber Dao was created by an immortal emperor. Therefore, he had to use his immortal chi to activate the Saber Dao in order to fully unleash his combat strength. Previously, when Xiao Han used his true chi to activate the Saber Dao, its destructive power was average. But now, when Xiao Han faced middle-level immortal emperors like Patriarch Tian Yi and Patriarch Purple Firmament, he could definitely defeat them and kill them. Xiao Han could also defeat Bai Shi and the others. After all, Bai Shi and the others had each obtained one move of the 100 Lives Saber Dao. Xiao Han, on the other hand, had each obtained 100 moves. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. At this moment, congratulations, Master. You have reached the supreme realm of immortal emperors. Bai Shi and the other beings from the alternate dimension were the first to arrive. They all knelt down on one knee and congratulated Xiao Han. Ha 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 ha. No need for formalities, Xiao Han said with a relaxed smile. Then, Xiao Han. Junior brother Xiao Han. Father. Woohoo, Xiao Mingchu, Xiao Han's wife, and his son, Xiaoan, all arrived. Then, Feng Huanzi and the other immortals also arrived from White Phoenix City on their speed-type immortal artifacts. They bowed to Xiao Han and congratulated him. The mortal heroes from Xiao Han's plane also rushed over in droves. In addition, various forces from the immortal world also arrived. Not only did they congratulate Xiao Han, but they also brought many congratulatory gifts. Now, all the forces were trying to please Xiao Han. The news that Xiao Han had destroyed the First Heaven Society had already spread in the immortal world. Xiao Han had the strength to dominate the immortal world. As long as those high-level immortal emperors did not interfere, Xiao Han would have an absolute ruling position in the immortal world. Everyone, please don't be so polite, Xiao Han said humbly. I have only reached the realm of a low-level immortal emperor. It's nothing. What was nothing? Low-level immortal emperors were not cabbages in the immortal world. At this moment, poof! Xiao Han's divine soul moved. A cracking sound came from inside his body. Huh! Xiao Han's heart trembled. He quickly looked inside himself. He saw that a black planet in his body had cracked open. My disciple. You have already achieved the immortal path. So, the fourth layer of my treasure is open to you. The core layer is open to you. You can enter the fourth layer of my treasure and obtain the strongest Dharma treasures, the complete control of millions of immortal artifacts, Dharma treasures, pills, and the soul of the 100 Lives Saber Dao. Also, there is a secret. To be continued. Chapter 736. Just as Xiao Han became an immortal and the world celebrated, the black planet inside Xiao Han's body suddenly broke open. This black planet was evolved from immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lair and had been refined into Xiao Han's body. Ibdu. The surface of the black planet was the genius zone. Then, one level at a time, one level at a time. Now, only the core layer of the black planet, the fourth layer, had yet to be explored. However, in the entire universe, only Xiao Han had the right to explore the fourth layer. Because Xiao Han had inherited immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's legacy, he was the only lucky one to be favored. Master was right. Once I become an immortal, I'll have the right to enter the fourth layer of the treasure vault and inherit all of Master's wealth. Now, the fourth layer of the treasure vault has been opened for me. Xiao Han was stunned. Then, he thought of the piles of immortal artifacts and Dharma treasures in the fourth layer, the supreme Dharma treasures that ranked among the top in the immortal world, and the soul of the 100 Lives Blade Tao. Xiao Han's heart was burning with passion. Moreover, at this moment, the mysterious world inside the cracked black planet seemed to have formed a subtle connection with Xiao Han's divine soul. This connection was like a connection between flesh and blood. I can't care so much anymore. Now, immediately use my divine soul to enter the fourth layer of the treasure vault and see what's going on. Xiao Han could not resist the temptation of the fourth layer of the treasure vault at all. Baisher, protect me and protect my body. Now, I'm going to withdraw my divine soul and explore some things, Xiao Han immediately ordered. Yes, Master. Upon hearing that, Baisher and the other 100 powerful level 7 creatures from the alternate dimension surrounded Xiao Han meticulously. They surrounded Xiao Han meticulously. They guarded him closely. Meanwhile, Xiao Han sat cross-legged. It was as if he was taking a nap, but at the same time, he seemed to be comprehending something profound. The spectators around them did not even dare to breathe loudly. Uncle Mingchu, what is my father doing? Xiao Han's son, Xiaoan, asked curiously. This. Xiao Mingchu was speechless. Then, he patted Xiao An's head lovingly and smiled gently. Xiaoan. Your father is doing something we don't understand. Now that your father is an immortal emperor with remarkable abilities, his every word and action cannot be guessed by ordinary people. Xiaoan nodded as if he didn't fully understand. Xiaoan, don't ask too many questions. Mo Qingtong pulled Xiaoan into her arms and stared unblinkingly at Xiao Han. The current Xiao Han. His soul was completely immersed in the black planet inside his body. His divine soul entered the crack on the black planet. The fourth level of Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure trove. As soon as they entered the fourth floor, Xiao Han was completely stunned. Vast. This fourth level completely released a concept that was as vast as the galaxy of the universe. It completely enveloped Xiao Han. They saw. The fourth floor was an empty space. Within this space, there were floating chains that resembled galaxies. It was ethereal and mysterious. Starry divine light flickered within these chains of stars. They looked like stars, but they weren't stars. Instead, they were celestial artifacts and magical treasures that flickered with a strange light. An attack-type magical treasure. A defensive magical treasure. A special magical treasure. An elixir. Materials. Celestial technique manuals. There was no end to it, and it had everything. However, these celestial artifacts and magical treasures floating within the chains of stars were not enough to move Xiao Han. Above the chains of stars, there were 4 blazing suns. Above the 4 blazing suns was a jade pendant. The jade pendant's texture was extremely soft. It was neither gold nor jade, but more like meat. There were some figures rolling on it. Xiao Han knew at a glance that these figures held sabers and slashed out saber skills, saber principles, saber aura, saber intent, saber soul. These were the 100 moves of the 100 Lives Saber Tao. The more Xiao Han looked at these 100 moves, the more he felt that they were fused into one move. Oh, I understand now. Within the 4 blazing suns, there are 4 supreme magical treasures, and that special jade pendant is the final legacy of the 100 Lives Saber Tao. It is also the core legacy. Refining this jade pendant into one's body will allow one to comprehend the final move of the 100 Lives Saber Tao. 100 lives return to 1. Xiao Han understood completely. Soon, Xiao Han saw an ancient-looking envelope beside the jade pendant. This envelope? Xiao Han hesitated for a moment, then he understood. Yes, that's right. Master once said that there was a secret in the 4th level of his treasure trove. Now, it looks like this letter contains Master's secret. After a pause, Xiao Han fell into deep thought. Master was the fifth-ranked celestial emperor in the celestial world, a high-grade celestial emperor. He was immortal and indestructible, but he perished in a realm of the mortal world. Master didn't die in the battle against the monster race, or even in the battle to seal the monster god. Why did he perish in a realm of the mortal world? Could it be that he was wronged? That's right, when I explored the first few floors of Master's treasure, I did sense some resentment from Master. Moreover, Baishur and the others also said that Master didn't have a good relationship with many celestial emperors in the celestial world. All these questions must be hidden in the letter. Good. Since I've inherited Master's legacy, I'll naturally obey Master's last words. Just as Shao Han was lost in thought, immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's deep and desolate voice rang out. At this moment, immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice was filled with gratification and relief. Ha 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 ha, disciple, congratulations on entering the core level of Master's treasure. It's not easy. It's really not easy. Back then, when I died, I sealed all my treasures, wealth, and cultivation. I set up a few checkpoints, hoping that the future generation of heroes and geniuses would come and explore. On the surface, Master was unrestrained and wanted to play tricks on the world, but in fact, Master was choosing a successor. However, when I set up these checkpoints, Master knew that it was highly possible. No one could take Master's treasures. Explore to the end. Explore. After all, it was too harsh. To be honest, Master didn't have much hope. It's very likely that Master's wealth would be annihilated in the boundless universe. However, disciple, as a mortal, you stood proudly among the heroes and finally obtained Master's treasures. You passed through many checkpoints. He had displayed his stunning talent. Now, disciple, you've also become an immortal, and you're qualified to inherit everything from Master. Alright, my disciple, now you can refine any treasure on the 4th floor. Ha 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 ha, enjoy it. Thank you, Master. Shao Han immediately said respectfully. Then, Shao Han's eyes swept around, and his spirit seeped into many treasures. Soon, Shao Han found that, for example, the fairy weapons and magic treasures floating in the galaxy chain, he could refine and control them with his mind. As for the 4 most powerful supreme fairy weapons, as well as the core inheritance of the 100 Lives Saber Principle and the letter, Shao Han needed to refine them with his blood. Few take it slowly, let's see first. When I return to the Yaoxia region, I'll slowly refine these treasures in the Yaoxia Pagoda. Now is not the time to refine and control them. Shao Han's spirit had entered the black planet inside his body, and his body was still in full view of everyone. Countless people in the immortal realm were watching Shao Han. Among them were Shao Han's own people, but there were also a large number of unrelated people. Shao Han did not want to attract attention by refining and controlling the magic treasures at this time. Whoosh! Shao Han's spirit swept over and directly scanned the 4 most powerful supreme fairy weapons. The light emitted by these 4 most powerful supreme fairy weapons was many times stronger than the scorching sun. The first magic treasure was a palm-sized cloth bag, which looked very ordinary. The gray cloth bag was engraved with some simple patterns and hieroglyphs. However, when Shao Han's spirit seeped into it, he was completely lost. This cloth bag gave off the feeling that there was a universe hidden inside. Extremely brilliant law of space was contained in it. It was as if this cloth bag had become a world of its own. In the history of the immortal realm, the number 1 magic treasure, the Cosmos Bag, a top space magic treasure that can contain countless planets, including all directions, Shao Han was amazed. Then, there was a saber. The Emperor Slayer Saber. It killed a mid-level immortal emperor like a gust of wind cutting grass. The Linglong Pagoda, a time immortal treasure. The Sky Demon Clone. After refining it, it was equivalent to having a powerful mid-level immortal emperor clone. Although Shao Han was already an extremely calm person, when he looked at these magic treasures that belonged to him, he could not help but feel his heart palpitate. At the same time, outside, Shao Han's body was sitting cross-legged, as if he was sleeping. His breathing was even. The 100-level, 7-dimensional lifeform surrounded Shao Han in 3 layers, guarding him in a battle formation. The rest of the people stared at Shao Han with their mouths agape. The scene was extremely quiet. On the other hand, at the intersection of the immortal realm and the demon realm, the cosmic origin energy floated. 3 high-level immortal emperors. At this moment, the 3 high-level immortal emperors were already standing. Their expressions were extremely solemn. Immortal chi was boiling all over their bodies. After that kid Shao Han became an immortal emperor, his spirit immediately retracted. If I'm not wrong, there's an inner world inside Shao Han's body. His spirit is entering the inner world. Ha 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 ha. I know. I know too. Now that Shao Han has become an immortal, he must have opened the core level of the Invincible Blade's treasure. In other words, the Invincible Blade's lair has been refined into Shao Han's body, forming an inner world. Now that Shao Han's spirit has retracted, his spirit must have entered the inner world. After waiting for so long, this day has finally come. Ha 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 ha. The Invincible Blade's most precious supreme fairy treasure has appeared. Ha 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 ha. Heaven Earth Pouch. Emperor Slayer Saber. The Linglong Pagoda. The Heavenly Demon Clone. Among them, the Heaven Earth Pouch is the #1 spatial immortal treasure in the immortal realm. The Linglong Pagoda is the #1 immortal treasure in the immortal realm. The Heavenly Demon Clone can nurture a mid-level immortal emperor outer body clone. However, this outer body clone can also cultivate, and its cultivation speed is not slow. As long as it cultivates in the cosmic origin energy, the Heavenly Demon Clone can also evolve into a high-level immortal emperor. Among the 4 treasures, only the Monarch Beheading Saber has the smallest potential. However, the Monarch Beheading Saber can kill a mid-tier celestial emperor instantly. Its attack power is equivalent to the attack of a high-tier celestial emperor. Alright. Let's cut to the chase. We'll immediately send a telepathic message through divine will. Subdue Shao Han. In the barren area of the immortal realm. In Shao Han's realm. In Shao Han's realm. In front of countless immortals. One after another, they rushed to Shao Han's realm to attend the ceremony of Shao Han becoming an emperor. Everyone was silent and respectful. Suddenly. Boom! 3 supreme Daos. Controlling everything. Dominating the 8 desolates. The will that swept across the universe directly shrouded over. Enveloping the barren area of the immortal realm. It completely enveloped Shao Han's plane. The tyrannical pressure of a sovereign descending upon the world filled the void. This pressure directly intimidated all living beings in Shao Han's realm, causing their chi, blood, and souls to tremble. A kind of submission and cowardice welled up. Just like a good show, the ants were intimidated by the giant eagle that was laughing proudly in the sky. In Shao Han's realm. Be it mortals or immortals, even immortal emperors, they were all stunned. Even the powerful level 7 alternate dimension life form like Baishar was completely stunned. Ha 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 ha, mortal realm. Shao Han. Ha 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 ha, the 3 supreme and invincible voices let out laughter. His laughter was calm and carefree, as if everything was under his control. Gao Gao, high-level celestial emperor. It's the will of a high-level celestial emperor. Immediately, some of the celestial emperors who came to Shao Han's plane to watch the ceremony let out dreamy voices. His voice was filled with extreme fear. High-tier immortal emperors are able to dominate the world. With just a single strand of their will, they are able to shatter everything in their path. Baishar and the others were shocked at first, then they exchanged glances with each other. The next moment, Xiao, Crow, Mo Qingtong, Shaoan, and the others who stood near Shao Han's family, as well as the mortals from Shao Han's plane, were all summoned by Baishar and the others to protect them. Everyone, don't panic, Baishar forced himself to calm down. However, Baishar was also very anxious. One must know that a high-level immortal emperor was the most terrifying existence in the immortal world. After the demon god was sealed and fell to the ground, it could be said that the master of this world was a high-level immortal emperor. Now, there were 3 high-level immortal emperors controlling Shao Han's plane with their will. This was almost impossible to resist. Even if 100 level 7 creatures from an alternate dimension joined forces, they would not be able to resist 3 high-level immortal emperors. Moreover, the high-level immortal emperors must have a heaven-defying celestial artifact in their hands. At this time, one of the 3 high-level immortal emperors continued to speak. Shao Han, as a mortal, you are indeed heaven-defying. Since you came to the immortal world, we are very clear about the numerous crimes you have committed. You uprooted and completely destroyed the first heaven society, killed countless immortals, and even killed a large number of immortal emperors. Humph. Although we did not intervene in this matter, don't even think about hiding it from us. Your every move can't escape our eyes. The voice was full of reproach. With a single thought, the weather changed. Shao Han's plane turned cold and frigid. Heavy snowflakes fell from the sky. In an instant, some of the weak mortals who had never practiced martial arts in Shao Han's plane were frozen to death. Shao Han, you have some things that you should not have. Now, hand them over, then kneel in front of us and repent. Repent for the crimes you have committed. This way, we might forgive you. Alright, in this plane, those who are not involved, all get out of this desolate area of the immortal world. Shao Han, your bones are very strong. I guess you will not give in immediately, but we will put more pressure on you. We will let you know that a firefly cannot compete with the sun and the moon. As soon as the words were spoken, boom. A giant hand that covered the sky appeared directly above Shao Han's plane. This giant hand was jade in color and had a soft luster like meat. One could clearly see the palm lines, meridians, and blood vessels. The sky-covering hand exuded the power of creation. Yes, creation. To create, it meant that one had to first destroy. The hand slowly pressed down on Shao Han's plane. The heavens collapsed. Space was destroyed. Time stopped. Stars were dismembered. All life was powerless to resist. However, there were some gaps between the 5 fingers of the hand, representing a chance of survival. However, these gaps were slowly closing. Run for your lives. A calamity is upon us. Advanced immortal emperors are invincible in the immortal world and can sweep through all 3,000 great realms. In an instant, the immortals who had come to Shao Han's plane to observe the ceremony all flew up and escaped through the gaps between the fingers of the jade hand. As for the mortals of Shao Han's plane, Crow, and the other immortals, and the beings from the alternate dimensions, they defended the plane with all their might. However, the power of 3 advanced immortal emperors was too terrifying. Now, the entire plane felt like it was on the verge of shattering. Release your energy. Resist. Bai Shi roared and released all the power in his body, forming a light screen that covered the plane. Next, 99 Shi and the others also released their own power, forming light screens that covered the plane. 100 layers of light screens stacked together. Childish. It's no use. The giant hand continued pressing down. Pft. 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 Some bubbles exploded on the light screen. At this time, Shao Han's divine soul also left the 4th layer of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. Shao Han opened his eyes and stood up. Master, bad news. 3 advanced immortal emperors are attacking. Bai Shi and the others immediately shouted when they saw Shao Han waking up. Master, we can only buy some time. We can't fight against these 3 powerful beings. Humph. Shao Han's gaze was cold. Previously, I felt that I was being watched. It turns out that these high-level celestial emperors have been watching me in the dark all this while. Now that they know that I opened Master's treasure, they no longer hold back and are pressuring me directly. Shao Han, hand over those things, kneel, repent, and beg us to forgive your sins. A solemn voice came from beyond the 9 heavens. To be continued. Chapter 737. Shao Han finally realized that the ones spying on him were the high-rank immortal emperors in hiding. These few high-level immortal emperors were really able to endure very well. They didn't make their move until Shao Han opened the fourth layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. Once they made their move, it was with the force of a thunderbolt. They didn't hold back at all. The giant hand that blotted out the sky slowly pressed down on Shao Han's plane with the divine sense of 3 high-rank immortal emperors. Now, in Shao Han's mortal plane, many immortals from all over the immortal world had fled for their lives, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Ibdul. In Shao Han's plane, the only people left were his own people. The pressure of a high-rank immortal emperor. The sky darkened. The sun and moon dimmed. The doomsday calamity descended. Master. We can't resist it. Bai Shi and the others mobilized all the energy in their bodies to form a barrier that protected the entire plane. Zhetian raised his hand and slowly pressed down. The space and time in the entire barren area of the world of immortals were destroyed. Traces of destruction and evaporation could be seen everywhere. Only Shao Han's plane could temporarily protect itself because of the 100 layers of barriers. However, as time passed, the barriers would still be worn away. Moreover, the current situation was that they could only defend. They couldn't fight back. Once they did, the 3 immortal emperors would be able to kill Bai Shi like an ant. The difference was too great. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as the difference between heaven and earth. Mid-rank immortal emperors and high-rank immortal emperors were only 1 level apart. However, since time immemorial, only a few high-rank immortal emperors had been born in the entire world of immortals. It wasn't just the difference in strength, but also the difference in state of mind, comprehension, and compatibility with the universe. It was as if a higher rank could crush someone to death. Shao Han naturally knew the current situation. Danger was piling up. Even though Shao Han had already become an immortal and was now a low-grade immortal emperor, he was still helpless against 3 high-grade immortal emperors. Master. This is bad. The space around our plane has been sealed, and time has stopped flowing. We can't escape now. We can only be suppressed. Bai Shi roared. Forget it. Master, I'll lead the 99 generations and the others to charge forward and fight against these high-rank immortal emperors. We'll carve out a path of blood with our lives and send Master and your family out. Master. Let's charge, said the 100-level, 7-dimensional beings. All of them hissed and roared. His blood was boiling. All of them contained the will to die. That's right. There were 100 cultivators comparable to middle-grade celestial monarchs. If they were willing to sacrifice themselves and charge forward to interfere with the giant hand, they might be able to fight for a chance of survival for Shao Han. However, the price was too heavy. Even if Shao Han managed to escape, he would lose his greatest trump card. Moreover, Shao Han had always been kind to his own people. He absolutely could not bear to see his own people sacrifice themselves. Wait! Shao Han let out a heart-wrenching scream. His eyes were bloodshot and his entire body was trembling. He clenched his teeth and looked up at the sky, at the gigantic hand that was pressing down on him. He said viciously, "You're right, Shao Han. Pressure. This is using force to oppress others. There's no logic to it. They want me, Shao Han, to hand over the treasures left behind by my master, and they want to brainwash me and control me. However, I, Shao Han, will not yield. I will not yield." Shao Han's mind flashed as he racked his brains to come up with a plan. Bai Shi. Don't act rashly. Let me think. Bai Shi and the others fell silent. However, they were all ready to take action. As soon as Shao Han gave the order, they would protect Shao Han with their lives. Of course, it did not mean that Bai Shi and the others would be able to save Shao Han by sacrificing themselves. It was also possible that it would be useless and they would die in vain. As for Shao Han, in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. One should know that Xiao Han's divine soul and mental strength were extremely powerful. Therefore, thousands of thoughts could appear in his mind in a split second. However, in the current situation, many ideas and strategies were directly eliminated by Xiao Han. In the end, Xiao Han sat down cross-legged and used his saber intent to cut off the negative emotions in his mind so that he would not have any distracting thoughts. Everyone looked at Xiao Han. In such a desperate situation, everyone in this plane was strangely confident in Xiao Han. Even Xiao Han was extremely strong and did not give in or cry. What should I do? I'm trapped now, and I can't fight back or escape. I don't have much time left. Currently, my greatest trump card is the 100 level, 7 alternate dimension lifeforms. However, that's not enough to fight against 3 high-level celestial emperors. My own combat strength is still too weak. Duanling Tian thought to himself. In fact, Xiao Han still had another trump card, and that was the spirit of the monster god in his heart. In this kind of situation, the demon god's soul began to emit enticing sounds. Within Xiao Han's divine will, the demon god's voice constantly transmitted over, wanting Xiao Han to completely relax his heart and soul, to no longer have any defenses. In this way, the demon god would bestow some power upon Xiao Han. However, Xiao Han forcefully used his saber intent to completely destroy the monster god's enticing and decadent sounds. One should know that the monster god was an incomparably evil existence that ruled over all realms. Once he let go of his divine sense and did not resist, he might very well be possessed. Trump card. Do I still have any trump cards, right at this moment? A ray of light suddenly flashed in Xiao Han's mind. Wait. I still have a trump card. The treasure that Master gave me. In Xiao Han's inner world, on the Black Planet, on the 4th floor of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, there were many immortal weapons and treasures, as well as 4 supreme and invincible treasures. There was also the core inheritance of the 100 Lives Saber Dao and a letter. Under such circumstances, Xiao Han suddenly had an idea. Among these treasures, there was one. It seemed to be able to help Xiao Han. Yes. There was an artifact. It might even be able to help Xiao Han and all the living beings in this realm escape this calamity. That was a Qiankuan pouch. The number 1 spatial immortal weapon in the celestial realm. It could store the boundless world. Good. The Qiankuan bag. I will refine the Qiankuan bag and store the entire realm in it. Let's see if these high-level immortal emperors can break the Qiankuan bag. If they can really break it, then it will be the heavens that want to destroy me. If they can't break it, I can hide in the Qiankuan bag with all the living beings in this realm for a period of time. Although I might be controlled by the 3 high-level immortal emperors after entering the Qiankuan bag, they could bring the Qiankuan bag with them and slowly torture me. But at least it's better than being killed by them immediately, right? In a flash, Xiao Han had already made up his mind. He would try to refine the Qiankuan bag. Try his luck and see if he could escape with his life. After making up his mind. With life and death on the line, Xiao Han did not waste any more time and directly said to Baisher. Baisher, do your best to protect the light screen and try to buy as much time as possible. Remember, do not take the initiative to attack. Now, I have thought of a way to gamble. But I need time. Yes, Master. After giving his instructions, Xiao Han gave his wife and son a faint smile. Then, he closed his eyes and sent his divine soul into the black planet in his body. At this moment, the gigantic hand that blotted out the sky was approaching them inch by inch. It was about to touch the defensive barrier that Baisher and the others had erected. The entire realm was in a precarious situation. Baisher and the other 100 level, 7 beings in the alternate dimension guarded their divine souls tightly. They focused on supplying energy to maintain the energy barrier. Mocking and mocking laughter rang out in the void, and as expected, you're putting up a stubborn resistance. However, it's useless, you actually have so many experts comparable to middle-stage immortal emperors under you. However, compared to us, middle-stage immortal emperors are far too inferior, on the fourth floor of the celestial emperor's treasure. At this moment, Xiao Han's divine soul carried a drop of his heart's blood as it charged toward one of the four suns. The Qinkuan bag. Puff! The scorching hot blood directly entered the Qinkuan bag. Xiao Han's divine soul was also wrapped in the Qinkuan bag. Puff puff puff, the Qinkuan bag emitted a sound that sounded like it was breathing. It was like a baby that had just woken up. The golden light emitted by the Qinkuan bag began to converge and enter Xiao Han's divine soul inch by inch. It formed a little connection with Xiao Han. And this connection gradually increased. I've started refining this Qinkuan bag. Faster. Faster. Xiao Han screamed madly in his heart. His divine soul tightly wrapped around the Qinkuan bag. Outside Xiao Han's inner world. Finally. Rumble. Toppling mountains and overturning seas. Galloping horses. Piercing through nothingness. Shattering all directions. The gigantic hand that blotted out the sky finally pressed down on the defensive barrier outside Xiao Han's realm. The defensive barrier was supported by the energy released by Baisher and the other 100 level 7 beings in the alternate dimension. Puff! With this press, a huge palm depression appeared on the defensive barrier. Ha 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 ha, how childish. A defensive barrier formed by all the energy can only hold on for 15 minutes. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Very interesting. When this defensive barrier breaks, you bunch of ants will be exhausted. At that time, I'll slowly torture you. The voices of the 3 high-level immortal emperors were the voices that had complete control over everything. As for Baisher and the others, they were having a hard time. Hold on. Master seems to be planning something. Hold on. Baisher gritted his teeth and roared. All the energy in his body was released. His face turned deathly pale. At this time, the 3 high-level immortal emperors were still mocking him. Not bad, actually not bad at all. To be able to hold on for 15 minutes is already something to be proud of. When you go to the Yellow Springs, you can show off. Ha ha ha, Xiao Han's inner world. Currently, Xiao Han was refining the Qinkuan bag with all his might. Fortunately, Xiao Han was now an immortal emperor. Therefore, it was slightly easier to refine. If Xiao Han was just an ordinary perfected immortal, he would need to simmer it slowly and carefully refine it. That would take a lot of time. Refine. Control. Hurry. Although Xiao Han's divine soul was refining the Qinkuan bag, he was aware of what was happening outside. He knew that the situation was getting more and more dangerous. Heart blood. Pfft. Xiao Han squeezed out another drop of blood from his heart and sprayed it on the Qinkuan bag. Moreover, at the moment of life and death, Xiao Han's life potential was stimulated limitlessly. The golden light released by the Qinkuan bag entered Xiao Han's divine soul like a tidal wave. As a result, the connection between Xiao Han and the Qinkuan bag became stronger and stronger. Outside Xiao Han's inner world. Time passed by the minutes and seconds. The giant hand that the 3 high-level immortal emperors had unleashed was like a giant millstone that continuously whittled away the defensive barrier that Baisher and the others had created. Now, the defensive barrier was getting thinner and thinner. As it was squeezed, there was a series of explosions that sounded like the sound of wood cracking. Roar. Hold on. Baisher and the others roared at the top of their lungs. Each of them was like a lamp that had run out of oil. At this time, Wu Yu, Xiao Mingchu, and all the mortals in this plane were sitting cross-legged and praying in unison. Their voices contained hope, survival, and faith. Some mortals even began to sing the unique songs of this plane. At this moment, pfft! A small hole was finally pierced through the defensive light barrier. A violent hurricane immediately burst in and destroyed many of the mountain ranges in this plain. Is this really the end? The eyes of Wu Yu and the others began to turn gloomy. At this time, Baishar and the others exchanged glances. Forget it, the defensive barrier has been pierced. In the end, it has been pierced. Let's charge forward and self-destruct to buy the last bit of time for Master. Ants, surrender now, the three high-rank immortal emperors let out a deep voice that seemed to dictate everything. Shao Han's inner world. The fourth floor of the immortal emperor's treasure vault. Finally. Success. Boom. Endless golden light surged into Shao Han's body. Then, the cosmos sac floated next to Shao Han's body. At this moment, Shao Han and the cosmos sac established a connection of flesh and blood, completely inseparable. Moreover, all the functions of the cosmos sac were perfectly under Shao Han's control. There's no time to lose. Collect. Shao Han's mind moved slightly. The mouth of the cosmos sac burst out with millions of golden lights. Within it, the images of the sun, the moon, the mountains, the rivers, the country, the universe, and the stars appeared. At the same time, the light barrier that Baishar and the others had summoned was completely worn out. Not a single drop was left. It's over, ants. Now, accept your punishment, however, at this moment. Pfft. Disappeared. Yes, disappeared. Everything had disappeared. Baishar and the other beings in the alternate dimension disappeared. Wu Yu and the others who had become immortals disappeared. Shao Han's wife and son disappeared. Everyone on the plane had disappeared. Wu, to be precise, the entire plane had disappeared. There was nothing left. What? A cry of utter disbelief came from the void. It was as if Shao Han's plane had never existed in the first place. In the place where the original plane was, there was nothing but nothingness. Only a small pocket. To be continued. Chapter 738. Just as the attack of the three immortal emperors completely obliterated the defensive barrier formed by Baishar and the other 100 beings from the alternate dimensions and was about to threaten Shao Han's plane of existence, Shao Han finally succeeded in refining the cosmos pouch. With a thought, the entire plane of existence entered the cosmos pouch. The number 1 spatial immortal artifact in the immortal world. An object created by heaven and earth. At this moment, Huff, Baishar and the other 100 beings from the alternate dimensions were all lying on the ground, panting. Ibdu, all of them were extremely weak. Resisting the attack of the 3 high-rank immortal emperors and risking their lives to buy time for Shao Han had completely drained the energy of Baishar and the others. They were out of energy. They didn't even have the strength to stand up. Wu Li, Mo Qingtong, and the others were stunned. They looked left and right to observe their surroundings. Mother, it seems like we've arrived at another space, Shaoan said in a low voice as he held Mo Qingtong's hand tightly. Indeed, everyone in the plane of existence could clearly feel that they had arrived at another world. Another space. It seemed like they had left the barren area of the immortal world. The sky was still azure, the air was fragrant, and the sun was still shining in the sky. However, all of this seemed to be very different from the environment of the immortal world. It was hard to tell what exactly the difference was. At this time, Shao Han opened his eyes and stood up. It's done. We're out of danger for now. Master. Baishar and the others immediately looked at Shao Han. The others also looked at Shao Han in confusion. Shao Han shook his head with a wry smile. It was really dangerous just now. I was only a hair's breadth away from death. Although I've been so close to death countless times in my life. This time, it was the most terrifying, 3 high-rank immortal emperors. I still feel a lingering fear when I think about it. Shao Han murmured. Soon, his expression turned vicious, and every word he uttered was heart-wrenching. I'll definitely get back at them. After a pause, Shao Han calmed himself down. Here. This is the inside of the cosmos pouch. Hiss. The cosmos pouch. Bai Shi, Wu Li, and the others gasped. They all knew. The Cosmos Sack was the #1 magic treasure in the immortal world. What kind of concept was the #1 Dharma treasure? That was the one and only in the world. Above everything else. Even those few high-tier immortal emperors did not have such a magic treasure. Very quickly, Xiao Han began to explain. This Cosmos Sack is a space-type celestial artifact, and it contains a world of its own. Look, the area we are in now has a sky, a sun, and a moon. It's like an independent universe. This universe also has air, spiritual energy, and immortal energy. And it's boundless. No, not boundless, but it's at least a third of the immortal world. Equivalent to 3 people sharing an immortal world? Yes, a third of the immortal world can be stored in a Cosmos Sack. In comparison, our plane is like a sesame seed or a mung bean. Putting it into a Cosmos Sack is a piece of cake. Moreover, the universe in the Cosmos Sack was like spring all year round, and there were no natural disasters. Our cultivation here is also very harmonious. The only thing he had to worry about was the lack of food. But it doesn't matter. Our plane can farm and fish. It's self-sufficient. We can survive for 10,000 years without falling. Xiao Han nodded repeatedly. Of course, those few high-tier immortal emperors will definitely seize the Cosmos Sack and try their best to break the restrictions on the surface of the Cosmos Sack. The potential threat is also great. Xiao Han frowned. Yes, if the 3 high-tier immortal emperors destroyed the Cosmos Sack, then Xiao Han and the living beings of his plane would have no choice but to surrender. Master, the Cosmos Sack is the #1 immortal artifact. I'm afraid it won't be easy for the 3 immortal emperors to destroy it, right? Bai Shi licked his lips. We're in a passive position right now anyway. Alright, from today onwards, everyone in this plane will cultivate in seclusion. Cultivate in seclusion. Xiao Han said sternly. Bai Shi, you guys need to cultivate too. As for me, I need to cultivate too. If our combat strength improves by leaps and bounds, then we won't be in such a sorry state when the Cosmos Sack is destroyed. At that moment, star river chains appeared in the sky. Countless immortal artifacts, mystical treasures, medicinal pills, and secret manuals were floating within them. There were also 3 blazing suns that contained the 3 paragon mystical treasures, the Monarch Slayer Saber, the Linglong Pagoda, the Heavenly Demon Tribe's clone. There was also an inheritance jade plate and a letter. Listen, if you want to cultivate now, there are endless resources. The mystical treasures, medicinal pills, and secret manuals floating within the Star River chains can be obtained according to your needs and used for cultivation. Xiao Han said loudly. Yes, Master. Bai Shi and the others answered. Meanwhile, Wu Li, Xiao Mingchu, and the others focused their attention on the mystical treasures and medicinal pills within the Star River chains. Soon, they began to discuss among themselves. Some of the medicinal pills seem to be very suitable for our cultivation. They can help us break through the barriers in our cultivation and reach the next level. Yes, I saw some immortal arts and secret manuals that are more suitable for me to cultivate. Once you cultivate it, your attack power will increase greatly. Let's cultivate hard as well. I hope we can help Xiao Han in the future. In short, even if we don't become a burden to Xiao Han, it would still be good if we don't become a burden. We should also work hard to cultivate. Soon, news of the situation in the plain spread. The huge hidden worry seemed to have stimulated the potential of all the martial artists in the plain. Everyone was motivated to cultivate. After comforting his wife and son, Xiao Han's eyes flickered. I'm going to start training immediately. There is no time to lose. With a single thought, Xiao Han determined his cultivation path. First, fuse the final move of the 100 Lifetimes Saber Dao and reach the ultimate state of 100 Lifetimes Return to 1. The second was to refine a few supreme treasures. 3. Cultivating demonic techniques. You should know. Shao Han had hoarded countless immortal corpses. Among them were the corpses of low-grade immortal monarchs and mid-grade immortal monarchs. If these corpses were to be fed to the monarch beast palm, the power of the left arm would skyrocket. After some research, Shao Han decided to first hoard the corpses of immortals and immortal emperors. He would refine them all first. Forget it. I'll enter the Yaoxia Pagoda and refine the immortal corpses. Shao Han made up his mind. However, before entering the Yaoxia Pagoda, Shao Han had an idea. Why don't I control the Linglong Pagoda first? Cultivating in the Linglong Pagoda will yield twice the result with half the effort. Yes, among the 4 supreme treasures, the Qinkuan bag was a spatial immortal artifact. The Linglong Pagoda was a time immortal artifact. The Linglong Pagoda. It was a time immortal artifact. The Linglong Pagoda had 4 floors. The first floor had 10 days inside and 1 day outside, the second floor had 100 days inside and 1 day outside, the third floor had 1,000 days inside and 1 day outside, the fourth floor had 10,000 days inside and 1 day outside. To enter the first floor, all immortals could enter the first floor of the Linglong Pagoda. The second floor required a level 7 true immortal, the third floor required a level 8 true immortal, and the fourth floor required a level 9 true immortal. Now that Shao Han was an immortal emperor, he could enter the fourth floor of the Linglong Pagoda. The time ratio was 10,000 days inside and 1 day outside. Cultivating in this place was truly blessed by the heavens. It could buy Shao Han precious time. I will refine the Linglong Pagoda. Then, everyone can enter the pagoda to cultivate. Shao Han said loudly. At this moment, outside, Shao Han's plane had disappeared. Only a small cloth bag was left floating in the void. The 3 high-level immortal emperors' divine wills were stunned. They had broken the defensive shield and were about to capture Shao Han and the others. However, in the end, it was all for naught. The duck that was in their hands had flown away. In such a huge plane, there were countless mortals, but only a cloth bag was left. Silence. The atmosphere was extremely strange. After dozens of breaths, it's the Qinkuan bag. It must be the Qinkuan bag, this Shao Han. It seems that he has already obtained all the treasures of the invincible saber. He refined the Qinkuan bag and hid inside. Yes, the Qinkuan bag is the #1 spatial immortal artifact. It is a piece of cake to store a plane. What should we do? What should we do now? It's nothing. Let's bring the Qinkuan bag back. With our abilities, we will be able to break it. Xiao. In the next moment, the Qinkuan bag was swept away by the 3 high-level immortal emperors' divine wills. At the border between the demon realm and the immortal realm, the place where the 3 high-level immortal emperors resided. At this moment, 3 imposing figures were sitting cross-legged. In the middle of them was the Qinkuan bag. We have studied it for 3 days. This cosmos sack is indeed very profound. It's impossible for us to open it without damaging it. In these 3 days, the 3 high-level immortal emperors tried their best but could not think of a way to open the Qinkuan bag without damaging it. The restriction on the Qinkuan bag is connected to the whole Qinkuan bag. To open the Qinkuan bag, we can only refine the restriction by force and break the Qinkuan bag. The 3 high-level immortal emperors exchanged glances. After dozens of breaths, weighing the pros and cons, it is true that it would be a waste to destroy this Qinkuan bag. However, this is the only way. Otherwise, there is nothing we can do about it. It doesn't matter if we destroy a Qinkuan bag. At least we can get the Linglong Pagoda, the Monarch Slayer saber, and the Heavenly Demon clone. Furthermore, that Shao Han must have some secrets. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so heaven-defying. Not only did he not fall into a disadvantageous position when fighting against Celestials, but he even won time and time again. We must capture Shao Han and investigate this matter. Forget it, let's do it. Although this Qinkuan bag is broken, we can still obtain some rare and precious materials. It's not like we have nothing to gain. Refine it. Let's work together to refine this Chinkuan bag. Humph. If we work together to refine this Chinkuan bag, we can succeed in an instant. Xiao Han, you little thief, you are cunning. Later, when we break the Chinkuan bag and capture him, we will teach him a lesson. If he did not hide in the Chinkuan bag, we would not have destroyed the number 1 immortal artifact. Now, the 3 high-level immortal emperors were full of resentment. It was because of Xiao Han that they had lost their most brilliant immortal artifact. Boom boom boom, 3 balls of light burst out from the bodies of the 3 high-level immortal emperors. Accompanied by a dragon and a tiger, they shrouded the Chinkuan bag. Splat. Splat. Refine. Forcibly refine. The 3 balls of light contained endless runes, beasts, and deities, and they emitted a golden radiance. The golden radiance was more than 100 times hotter than the sun. These 3 balls of light could refine a mid-level immortal emperor in less than a breath's time. They could even refine a high-level immortal emperor slowly. The Chinkuan bag floated quietly like a dry stone, allowing the 3 balls of light to tear, burn, and twist it. Refine. To be continued. Chapter 739. The 3 high-level celestial emperors finally decided to destroy the number 1 celestial artifact in the celestial world at all costs. Capture Xiao Han. At this moment, the 3 balls of light had already wrapped around the cosmos sac and were refining it frantically. However, several hundred breaths later, the cosmos sac still didn't budge an inch. Moreover, its surface still had that simple and unadorned luster, and there wasn't the slightest change. In other words, the 3 high-rank celestial emperors had been calcining and refining it for several hundred breaths of time, yet they hadn't managed to break the surface of the cosmos sac. The materials of this cosmos sac are too special. Each of us released 50% of our immortal power, yet we were unable to refine or destroy it. As expected of the number 1 in the celestial world. Forget it, use your full strength. It turned out that in this round of refinement, the 3 high-level immortal emperors had only taken out half of their energy. Right now, he had no choice but to go all out. Roar. 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 3 muffled roars rang out. Like the roar of a heavenly dragon. Like a thunderbolt. It was as if heaven was enraged. The 3 immortal emperors used their immortal powers again. Hong, the 3 balls of light became even hotter and more powerful. The birth and destruction of all living beings, the destruction of the stars, the rise of the sun and moon, the creation of the primal chaos, all of them appeared one after another. Full power. Explode. Completely erupting. Humph. With our current immortal energy, we can even trap a demon god, refine a high-grade immortal emperor to death, and refine the body of a high-grade immortal emperor into immortal water. I don't believe that we can't do anything to this cosmos sac. The burning of 100% immortal power. As expected. Under the crazy burning of the 100% celestial force, the Chinkuan bag also started to loosen. However, this loosening, it was extremely light. Half an hour passed. The light emitted by the 3 high-rank immortal emperors started to weaken and their faces started to turn pale. It was obvious that exerting their full strength had caused them to feel a little exhausted. That's right, 100% of my immortal force was released and it lasted for more than an hour. There were indeed some losses. Finally, the 3 high-level immortal emperors returned to the glimmering light immortal. Then, they exchanged glances and looked at each other. There was silence for a long time. After an unknown period of time, we've gathered all our strength to refine this universe bag. Indeed, our immortal energy is nibbling away at the restrictions of this universe bag inch by inch. But, it's too slow, really too slow. Indeed. If we continue to refine it like this, it'll take at least half a year to completely destroy the cosmos sac. Let's not talk about how long it'll take, the main problem is that our immortal energy will be greatly depleted. This is half a year's worth of consumption. Although we won't run out of energy, we will need a long time to recover after half a year. During this recovery period, our strength will even drop to the level of a middle-stage immortal emperor. If the monster race invades during this period of time, I'm afraid we won't be able to defend against them. Thus, spending half a year to refine this cosmos sac with all our strength doesn't seem to be worth it. Thinking of this, the 3 high-level celestial emperors fell into deep thought. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, one of the high-level celestial emperors finally spoke. In my opinion, why don't we put this cosmos sac in an area with extremely violent energy and use the energy to wear away the restrictions on the cosmos sac? Then, when the cosmos sac is about to be destroyed, we can take it back and refine it instantly. That's true. The other 2 high-level celestial emperors nodded in agreement. However, where should we put this cosmos sac? Let's think about where the energy in the immortal realm is the most violent. Heavenly Dragon Mountain, Ghastly Wind Canyon, Clear River Ridge, Perilous Volcano. The 3 celestial emperors all named a few places with extremely violent energy flows in the immortal realm. However, after naming dozens of places, they all shook their heads in the end. No, although these places are the places with the most violent energy in the immortal realm, it's not enough to wear away the restrictions on the cosmos sac. The scene fell silent again. Soon, Demon God River. The 3 high-level celestial emperors named a place at the same time. Demon God River. Demon God River is in the demon realm. Legend has it that the ancient demon gods were born from this demon river. Of course, this is only a legend. However, the chaotic energy flows in the demon God River are extremely terrifying. Even high-level celestial emperors would find it hard to resist if they fell into the demon God River, and would slowly die. On one hand, the entire demon race views the demon God River as a forbidden area, and doesn't dare to enter its perimeter. On the other hand, even the demon race can't control the violent energy flows in the demon God River. Once, a few celestial emperors with terrifying bodies tried to enter the demon God River to absorb the energy, but ended up dying. Right. With our strength, we can throw the cosmos sac into the demon God River without anyone noticing. Then, we can monitor the cosmos sac with our divine will. Once the restrictions on the surface of the cosmos sac are worn away, we can retrieve the cosmos sac without anyone noticing. Good. Let's first name it Demon God River. Let's think about the key points carefully. We can't let anything go wrong. The 3 high-level celestial emperors racked their brains. Finally, they came to a decision. This plan is feasible. Firstly, after the demon god perished, the entire demon realm became dispirited and listless, and the internal strife became extremely serious. With our abilities, it would be extremely easy for us to silently throw the cosmos sac into the demon god river. Secondly, as long as we attach a strand of divine sense to the cosmos sac, even if it's thousands of miles away, every movement of the cosmos sac will be under our perfect control. In the current demon realm, there isn't a single great demon that can refine the aura of our consciousness that we have attached to the cosmos sac. Third, the demon race's origin energy in the demon god river will definitely be able to refine the restrictions on the cosmos sac. And it won't take too long. Fourth, the energy of the demon god river. When we refine the Chinkuan bag, there will be some wear and tear. If we finish refining the Chinkuan bag, the violent energy of the demon god river will also be exhausted. This is killing 2 birds with 1 stone for us. Alright. The 3 of us will join forces and use our spiritual wills. Wrap the Chinkuan bag and throw it directly into the demon god river. After coming to a decision, without further ado, the 3 high-rank immortal emperors attached a strand of divine sense to the cosmos sac. Then, go fall into the demon realm, demon god river. The 3 high-rank immortal emperors not only attached their divine sense to the cosmos sac, but they also used some immortal arts. Instantly, the cosmos sac became almost transparent. There was no trace of it. Whoosh, the cosmos sac turned into a gust of wind and flew far away. From now on, carefully sense the cosmos sac. Carrying the cosmos sac, the gust of wind flew out of the immortal world's region at a speed faster than light, entering the demon realm. The demon realm. It exuded an evil, bloodthirsty, cold, and cruel aura. It was unknown how many times more evil and terrifying the demonic aura was compared to the demonic aura in the mortal world. If a mortal hero came to the demon realm, he wouldn't need to do anything. His mind would go crazy and he would be possessed by the devil, the demon Tao. The entire demon realm presented an extremely beautiful luster. This beautiful luster signified danger. In the demon realm, cities were built one after another. Within them, countless demon clan members were howling, wailing, and hysterical. Occasionally, there would be a violent and powerful demonic aura soaring into the sky, shocking the surroundings. It was obvious that this was the aura of an extremely powerful demon emperor. The demon emperors nurtured in the demon realm were existences on par with the immortal emperors in the immortal realm. They were completely different from the so-called demon emperors in the mortal world. According to legend, in the demon realm, some demon emperors were as huge as mountains, and some were even comparable to planets. However, when the nearly transparent cosmos sac crossed the demon realm, it didn't attract any demon clan's attention. Several hours later, the Qianquan bag flew toward a forbidden land. In this forbidden area, there were no cities, no demon clan, and not even a single demon plant. It was dead silent. Empty. In the center of the forbidden area, there was a river. A red river. Like fresh blood. No, it was demon blood. In this river, countless vengeful spirits were steaming, twisting into all sorts of strange and terrifying faces and diagrams. Moreover, the river contained energy that could destroy everything. This energy had the characteristics of the demon clan's source energy. Demon God River. Legend had it that all the beasts in the heavens and earth were born from this river. However, in the current beast world, even the beast monarchs did not dare to get close to the beast river, not to mention absorbing the energy from it. Pooh, with a soft sound, the cosmos sac fell directly into the river. Gudong 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 gudong. After the cosmos sac fell into the demon river, it immediately sank and sank. When the cosmos sac sank to the bottom of the river, a powerful tearing force suddenly emerged from the river, wrapping around the cosmos sac and attacking it. Distort. Devour. Rip. It was as if it wanted to destroy the cosmos sac with brute force. The energy that erupted from the demon god river was many times more violent than the energy of the 3 high-level celestial emperors. However, this energy was too evil, and there was no pattern to it, making it impossible for anyone to guide and use this energy. The restrictions on the surface of the cosmos sac began to loosen, emitting cracking sounds. The 3 high-level celestial emperors' divine senses were tightly integrated into the cosmos sac. Once the restrictions on the cosmos sac were completely destroyed, the divine senses of the 3 high-level celestial emperors would vanish into thin air. However, the 3 high-level celestial emperors would definitely retrieve the cosmos sac before the restrictions on the cosmos sac were destroyed. At the border between the demon realm and the immortal realm, the cosmic origin energy flowed. The 3 high-level celestial emperors finally let out a sigh of relief. Good. It's the same as what we thought. The 3 high-level celestial emperors had different looks in their eyes. If we're not wrong, the restrictions on the surface of the cosmos sac will be completely destroyed in a few hours. Ha 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 ha. Yes, we only need to wait for a few hours to retrieve the cosmos sac. Then, we can open it and capture Xiao Han alive. Ha 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 ha, that insignificant mortal Xiao Han thinks he can get away with just a celestial artifact? Humph. When we break the cosmos sac, we'll definitely torture that little bastard to death. To be continued. Chapter 740. The cosmos sac was immersed in the demon god's river. The violent and irregular demon race origin energy was devouring the powerful restrictions on the surface of the cosmos sac. YBDU was killing it bit by bit. Even though the Qianquan pouch was the #1 treasure in the celestial world, and its restrictions couldn't be destroyed even by the combined efforts of 3 high-tier celestial emperors. The restrictions of the Chinquan pouch kept cracking in the demon god river. In just a few hours, the restrictions on the surface of the Chinquan bag would be completely destroyed. Inside the cosmos sac. At this moment, even though the outside world was changing rapidly, and the 3 high-level immortal emperors were plotting against Xiao Han endlessly, the inside of the cosmos sac was still calm and peaceful. There was no danger at all. In the center of the boundless universe inside the cosmos sac, there was a floating pagoda. The tower was 4 stories high. Its entire body was as clear as glass. There was not a single trace of impurities. It was dazzling. It was as if it was carved from the world's most sparkling and translucent gemstone. However, the most miraculous thing was that the pagoda was emitting an extremely mysterious energy fluctuation. This energy fluctuation could distort time. Law of time. A time-type immortal artifact. At this moment, both Bai Shi and Wu Hu were cultivating in the Linglong Pagoda. The 4th floor of the Linglong Tower. One must be a level 9 true immortal in order to enter the 4th floor of the Linglong Pagoda to cultivate. In the 4th floor of the Linglong Pagoda, the ratio of time inside was 10,000 days, and outside was 1 day. In other words, 30 years in the 4th level was equivalent to a day in the outside world. The layout of the 4th floor was made up of secret cultivation rooms. Xiao Han occupied a room by himself. As for level 7 alternate dimensional beings like Bai Shi, instead, they occupied a few separate secret cultivation rooms. As for Wu Yu and the others, he was only a level 2 true immortal. Therefore, they stayed on the 1st floor of the Linglong Tower. There were also a large number of low-level extra-dimensional life forms on this floor. The time difference in the first layer wasn't that crazy. It was just that 10 days in the inner layer was 1 day outside. In the secret room where Xiao Han was, Xiao Han sat cross-legged. He lowered his head and a devilish expression appeared on his face. Right now, he was speeding up his cultivation. Cultivating day and night. Xiao Han knew that even though he could obtain peace and quiet for now, he would not be able to do so. After all, the cosmos sac was definitely in the hands of the 3 high-rank immortal emperors. They would definitely think of a way to break the cosmos sac. Therefore, Xiao Han knew very well that this secluded cultivation was related to the life and death of all living beings in this plane in the future. This was not a joke. Xiao Han put away his restlessness and worries, and focused on cultivating wholeheartedly. At the moment, Xiao Han was currently absorbing and refining the immortal corpse. The densely packed fragments of the immortal corpses were like stars in the sky. It flowed into the palm of the demonic god left arm. Xiao Han's left arm was like a giant black hole and whirlpool, devouring the immortal corpses in a frenzy. When the fragments of the immortal's corpse entered the left arm of the demon monarch, they were refined as if they had entered a furnace. They were secreted into strands of pure demonic energy that nourished the left arm of the demon monarch, causing demonic dragons to awaken in the left arm of the demon monarch. At this moment, Xiao Han's left arm was emitting an ancient, wild, and boundless power. Xiao Han's left arm was roaring, as if thousands of demons were roaring and struggling. The inside of Xiao Han's left arm had completely turned into a demonic realm. Evil dragons that represented supreme demonic energy were being born. Before entering cultivation, Xiao Han had also devoured some immortal corpses, so the pure demonic energy in the left arm of the demon monarch had reached 400 demonic dragons. However, at this moment, there seemed to be an endless number of immortal corpses floating in the secret cultivation room. Among them were the corpses of all the low-level immortal emperors of the Tianyi society, as well as the corpses of a group of middle-level immortal emperors, such as Patriarch Tianyi. As for the corpses of perfected immortals, there were countless of them. It could be said that the immortal corpses controlled by Xiao Han could not be mentioned in the same breath as before. Especially the corpses of immortal emperors, the energy contained in them was too abundant. It was like a sea, and the quality was too high. When the left arm of the demon monarch devoured them, it was a great tonic. As Xiao Han devoured the corpses of immortal emperors, not only did the number of demonic dragons increase by dozens, but even the various demon emperor crystals embedded in the palm of the demon monarch and the various demonic secret arts were also evolving. The originally extremely ordinary demonic arts and demonic arts had now evolved to become extremely powerful. The world-destroying demonic saber, the black-yellow demonic pagoda, the demon city. They were all so powerful that they could kill immortals. Back when Shao Han was in the mortal world, he had collected a large number of demon emperor crystals from fighting various demonic races. He had embedded them in the left arm of the demon monarch and refined them to control them. Of course, Shao Han could control these countless demonic arts, but it was not enough to rely on the left arm of the demon monarch. The key was that the soul of the demon god had helped Shao Han fuse the various demonic arts. All in all, Shao Han's demonic energy had improved by leaps and bounds. However, although his demonic energy had improved greatly, it was still extremely time-consuming to refine such a huge immortal corpse. Especially when refining the corpse of an immortal emperor, it would take half a month, or even a month, to refine a piece of the corpse. Fortunately, Shao Han was cultivating in the Linglong Pagoda and did not care about the passage of time. Spring passed, autumn came, summer passed, and winter arrived. In the blink of an eye, Shao Han had stayed on the 4th floor of the Linglong Pagoda for 10 years. In these 10 years, Shao Han did not step out of the house. He had been using the left arm of the demon monarch to devour and refine the immortal corpses day and night. Now, Shao Han had refined more than half of the immortal corpses he had stored. He had also refined the pieces of the corpse of intermediate immortal emperors such as progenitor Tian-Yi. A casual movement of the demon monarch's palm would cause a gust of wind and scudding clouds, and its demonic energy would reach the sky. Shao Han's demonic energy had reached 4,000 demonic dragons. One should know that Shao Han's immortal energy was less than 2,000 demonic dragons, but his demonic energy had surpassed his immortal energy. According to the classification of immortal emperors, Shao Han's current pure demonic energy had surpassed most intermediate immortal emperors. With such an enormous amount of demonic energy, the demonic arts he executed would be invincible and sweep away everything. Of course, with Shao Han's current immortal emperor physique, he had already reached the realm of Anidia. He did not need to drink or eat at all. He could survive by absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. In these 10 years, the cultivation of Bai Shi and the other beings in the alternate dimension had improved significantly. Each of them had reached the level of a peak intermediate immortal emperor. Their combat strength was more than twice as strong as before. Wu Yu and the other level, 2 true immortals. However, because the level of the exquisite tower was too low, Shao Han had stayed on the 4th floor for 10 years, while they had only spent a few days. Therefore, their cultivation progress was slow. As for the other mortals in Shao Han's plane, they could not enter the exquisite tower. Shao Han had spent 10 years, Wu Yu and the others had spent a few days. Ordinary mortals had only spent a few hours. The rules of time were indeed mysterious. In the outside world, time was longer than normal. The Qinkuan pouch soaked in the demon god river was constantly being eroded. The restriction on the surface had already broken half. At the intersection of the immortal realm and the demon realm, the 3 high-grade immortal emperors were excitedly watching the Qinkuan pouch in the demon god river. Soon, the demon god river will soon destroy the restriction on the surface of the Qinkuan pouch. There's about 4 hours left. Indeed, the Qinkuan pouch can't withstand the corrosion of the demon god river. Now, let's not relax. When the Qinkuan pouch is about to be destroyed, we'll immediately retrieve it. Flawless. Demon god river. Inside the Qinkuan pouch. Linglong Pagoda. Shao Han had spent more than 10 years on the 4th floor of the Linglong Pagoda. However, he had no intention of exiting. Nearly half of the immortal corpses had not been refined. Shao Han continued to refine them. He could not relax for even a moment. Just like that, time flew by, and another 10 years passed. Finally, Shao Han devoured and refined all the corpses of the true immortals and immortal emperors. 8,000 demonic dragons were born in the left arm of the demon emperor. 8,000 demonic dragons. That was insane. Xiao Han finally heaved a sigh of relief. He stood up and stretched. It's said that the immortal power of an advanced immortal emperor is around 10,000 immortal dragons. Now, I have 8,000 demonic dragons. In terms of pure strength, although I'm still weaker than an advanced immortal emperor, I'm not too far behind. Moreover, I've mastered countless demonic techniques, each with its own profundities. I'm afraid that I should be able to contend against those advanced immortal emperors with my demonic power and demonic techniques, right? I won't be crushed to death by them. Ha 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 ha. Although I've cultivated for 20 years, my age hasn't changed at all. That's because it's not even a day in the outside world. I still have to stay in the Linglong Pagoda for more than 10 years. It's only a day in the outside world. Those advanced immortal emperors would never have imagined that I, Xiao Han, could improve my combat strength to this extent in a day. Ha 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 ha. Just as Xiao Han heaved a sigh of relief, suddenly a thought entered Xiao Han's divine soul. What? The restrictions on my Qingquan bag are being destroyed? Finally, even though he was in the Linglong Pagoda, Xiao Han could sense the current situation of the Qingquan bag. That's right. Those advanced immortal emperors must be using some tricks to destroy the Qingquan bag. Xiao Han didn't dare to be careless. His figure flashed and he exited the Linglong Pagoda. Outside the pagoda, the originally blue sky was now filled with dark clouds. Xiao Han communicated with the Qingquan bag with his divine soul. His expression changed abruptly. What? The restrictions on my Qingquan bag have already been mostly destroyed. I can only hold on for an hour. At this moment, Bai Shi and the others also flew out. Master, the Qingquan bag seems to be under attack. We can all feel that the space inside the Qingquan bag is in an unstable state. The three advanced immortal emperors are about to break the Qingquan bag. Xiao Han nodded thoughtfully. But there's no rush. Let me check carefully first. After saying that, Xiao Han's divine soul became one with the Qingquan bag. After a few breaths, Xiao Han cried out involuntarily. Oh no! We seem to have arrived at the monster realm. There's a huge amount of monster chi and monster power flowing outside the Qingquan bag. This is definitely not the atmosphere of the immortal realm. Moreover, there are 3 immortal emperors' divine souls in the Qingquan bag. To be continued. Chapter 741. The cosmos sack was soaking in the demon god river and was being refined by the endless twisted and chaotic demonic energy. In just an hour, the demon god river would completely destroy the protective restrictions outside the cosmos sack. This also allowed Xiao Han and the others, who were in the cosmos sack, to discover some clues. At this moment, Xiao Han, Bai Shi, Wu Li, and the others rushed out from the Linglong Pagoda. Master, are you saying that we have arrived at the monster realm? Bai Shi was confused. Ibdu. We were clearly suppressed by the 3 high-rank celestial emperors and were forced to hide in the cosmos sack. At this moment, we should be in the hands of the 3 high-rank celestial emperors in the immortal realm. Could it be that the demon realm also made a move and snatched the cosmos sack from the 3 high-rank celestial emperors? Xiao Han said nothing. He sent his spirit out of the cosmos sack and scanned it repeatedly. Gradually, Xiao Han frowned, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. After a dozen breaths, Xiao Han exhaled and said slowly. If I'm not mistaken, it was the 3 high-rank celestial emperors who threw our cosmos bags into the demon realm. Currently, we're in an area filled with chaotic laws of the demon realm and violent demonic energy. The demonic energy in the river clearly has the characteristics of the demon clan's origin source. It feels like the mother river. This river is destroying the restrictions of the cosmos bags without restraint. However, there are 3 high-rank celestial emperors' divine souls monitoring the cosmos bags. If I'm not mistaken, after the 3 celestial emperors took control of the cosmos bags, they found it difficult to refine them. Play a trick or scheme. He threw the Qianquan bag into the demonic river. Using demonic energy to refine the Qianquan bag when the restrictions on the Qianquan bag are about to be destroyed, the divine senses of the 3 high-rank immortal emperors will definitely take away the Qianquan bag. Truly despicable. Wu Xiaobao couldn't help but curse in a low voice. A dignified high-rank immortal emperor actually disregarded his status and continuously plotted against us. He doesn't have any bearing at all. Furthermore, this cosmos sack, the item that stole the fortune of heaven and earth, was about to be destroyed. What a waste. This is the #1 treasure in the immortal world. How could Xiao Han not know that the Qianquan pouch was in a precarious situation and would soon be damaged? After all, this was the inheritance that immortal Emperor Zhu Dao had left for him. On one hand, this heaven and earth pouch was indeed a heaven-defying magic treasure. It was unique in this world, yet it was damaged just like that. There was no way to make up for it. Moreover, in Xiao Han's heart, he had already regarded immortal Emperor Zhu Dao as his teacher. Now that his teacher had passed away, the Qianquan bag that he gave to Xiao Han was his most precious relic. Xiao Han could not allow his teacher's relic to be damaged by evil people. The more practical problem was that once this cosmos sack was destroyed, then Xiao Han and all the living beings in this plane would have nowhere to hide. They would be directly exposed to the enemy's eyes. With so many mortals, it was impossible for them to withstand a single thought from the 3 high-grade immortal emperors. Even an immortal like Wu Li would definitely be smashed into smithereens and turned into ashes if he were to face the attacks of the 3 high-level cultivators, even if it was just the aftermath of the attacks. Therefore, he had to protect the cosmos sack. In less than an hour, our cosmos sack will become a piece of trash. Xiao Han said fiercely. That's absolutely not allowed. Yes, Master, the cosmos sack is the hiding place of trillions of mortals in this plane. It cannot be destroyed. Bai Shi and the others also shouted sternly. After a pause, Bai Shi bared his teeth and said, Master, let's kill our way out before the cosmos sack is destroyed. Master, please lead us out and put away the cosmos sack. Although more than half of the cosmos sack's restrictions have been destroyed, as long as we fight our way out, the cosmos sack will still be under your control and can still be used. Bai Shi roared. Xiao Han nodded in agreement. We do have to kill our way out. However, we can't be reckless. After saying that, Xiao Han's divine soul shot out again and repeatedly swept through the demon god river that the cosmos sack was immersed in. Kill our way out. Xiao Han pondered. The evil demon river outside contains destructive energy. It's definitely energy that even a high-grade celestial emperor can't control. If we charge out like this, we'll definitely fall into the energy of the river. At that time, Bai Shi and the others will be trapped and unable to escape. Then, they'll be slowly eroded by the energy until nothing remains of them. But, what if I charge out? Suddenly, Xiao Han was struck by an inspiration. The demonic energy in my body has already reached 8,000 demonic dragons. Although I'm a low-grade celestial emperor now, in terms of strength, my celestial force is far less than 2,000 dragons. Compared to my demonic energy, the difference is huge. Can I summon my demonic energy to protect my body and charge out? The idea made Xiao Han's heart palpitate. Right at that moment. Hong 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 in Xiao Han's heart, the demon god's soul erupted with a surge of will that he had never felt before. This thought fluctuation was excitement. Berserk. Longing. It felt like a dragon returning to the sea. As a result, Xiao Han's heart began to thump violently. It was as if there was a toad hiding under the skin of Xiao Han's chest, and it was currently throbbing as if it wanted to jump out of Xiao Han's body. This. Xiao Han's mind went blank. The spirit of the demon god seems to have sensed the aura of the demonic river outside. At this moment, the spirit of the demon god seems to be very excited. Somehow, the demon god seems to be sending some thoughts to enter the river. This demon god must have a deep connection with the demonic river outside. Master, what are you doing? Bai Shi glanced at Xiao Han and asked anxiously. Master, hurry up and give the order. The cosmos pouch will be destroyed in a short while. Master, give the order. Once the cosmos pouch is destroyed, the consequences will be unimaginable. Bai Shi roared again. Xiao Han understood that the situation had reached a critical juncture. He looked up at the gray sky. He said through gritted teeth. We have at most the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The cosmos pouch is about to explode. At the border between the demon realm and the immortal realm, the cosmic origin energy floated in the air like ambergris. 3 high-level celestial emperors were soaking in it. At this moment, the 3 high-tier immortal emperors were breathing heavily. Their divine souls were paying close attention to the cosmos pouch. It's about time. The violent energy of the demon god river distorts time and space and corrodes everything. Even high-level celestial emperors are unable to control this energy. Now, the demon god river is going to destroy the cosmos pouch. Let's do it. Activate the energy we've imbued into the cosmos pouch and retrieve it. Let's do it. Let's take advantage of this moment. The demon realm. In a demon city not far away from the demon god river. The territory of this demon city was extremely huge. Wisps of demonic aura rose into the sky from the city like a beacon. In this demon city, there were densely packed demon tribes living and many buildings had been built. Moreover, the bloodthirsty roars of savage beasts could be heard. In the largest mansion in the city, a young man in purple robes sat on a throne. This young man had extremely handsome features and a well-proportioned figure. He had a dignified and elegant scholarly aura. If it wasn't for his appearance in the demon city, then people would definitely mistake him for a young master from a scholarly family of the human race. However, his eyes occasionally emitted the aura of a blood moon. His right hand, in particular, was surging with a dreamy, demonic power. It was as if there were billions of demonic creatures roaring in his right hand. It was as if there were many terrifying demonic creatures in his right hand that were ready to pounce out and devour people at any moment. This young man had the temperament of a leader. He had the demeanor of someone who controlled the overall situation. Below the throne, on the left and right sides, there were some terrifying demonic aura that could tear everything apart. Like a human but not a human, like a demon but not a demon. Oh, there seems to be some strange fluctuations coming from the demon god river. The purple-robed young man frowned slightly. Suddenly, he looked at the demon god river from afar. Boom! His eyes were like blood moons. Like hell. Like a black hole. Like a whirlpool. This pair of eyes was evil to the extreme. It was demonic to the extreme. It was as if one look at someone would cause them to fall into a bottomless abyss. The malevolent beings below trembled at the sight of this pair of eyes. Demon Crown Prince, the demon god river has always been a forbidden ground for us demons. Ever since Lord Demon God was framed by those immortals, we demons have been unable to control the power of the demon god river. A burly man with a golden crown on his head said carefully. After a pause, he smiled obsequiously. Crown Prince, now that you have risen, you will surely lead us demons to slaughter the immortal world and devour those immortals. The demon tribe will regain its glory under your leadership. Humph. The purple-robed young man didn't respond, but stared at the demon god river. Inside the demon god river. Right now, Xiao Han had nowhere to retreat to. Although the demon god's soul in his heart was emitting strange fluctuations, Xiao Han couldn't delay any longer. If he delayed any longer, the cosmos sack would be destroyed. Moreover, Xiao Han vaguely sensed that the 3 immortal emperor divine souls attached to the cosmos sack were also itching to make a move. It seems that the 3 high-rank immortal emperors are also preparing to make a move on the cosmos sack. All of a sudden, Xiao Han's divine will swept the area and saw countless mortals in his plane. Their eyes were filled with innocent expressions of prayer. Forget it. Don't worry about anything. I can't let these innocent mortals fall into the hands of those despicable immortals. Charge out. Don't care about the price, charge out. Xiao Han made up his mind and instructed Bai Shi and the others. You don't need to do anything for now. I'll rush out now. The moment I do, I'll put away the cosmos sack. I won't let the cosmos sack continue soaking in the demon immortal river. Master. Bai Shi and the others cried out worriedly. Forget it, don't say anything else. My demonic energy is at its peak. There won't be any accidents. Xiao Han waved his hand. The next moment, Xiao Han turned into a beam of demonic light. 8,000 demonic dragons coiled around his body and roared as he charged out. At the same time, the 3 high-rank immortal emperors withdrew their divine senses. Cosmos sack. Come back. Retrieve. To be continued. Chapter 742. Boom! Xiao Han soared into the sky. His entire body was surrounded by boundless demonic energy as he dashed out of the Qingquan pouch. At this moment, no less than 8,000 demonic dragons were roaring in the sky. Xiao Han's aura suddenly became like a great demonic beast of the demonic realm. Xiao Han's charge was extremely bold, as if he was the only one who could do it. In his heart, he thought that the Qingquan pouch must not be damaged, and it must not fall into the hands of the 3 high-level celestial emperors. Even if he had to sacrifice his own life, he must not let anything happen to the people hiding in the Qingquan pouch. PFFF. In an instant, Xiao Han had already dashed out of the Qingquan pouch. Moreover, Xiao Han's thoughts were moving very fast. When he dashed out of the Qingquan pouch and scanned it with his divine soul, he discovered that the surface of the Qingquan pouch was already full of holes. The restrictions were almost destroyed as well. It was indeed about to be completely destroyed. Xiao Han secretly thought that he was lucky and quickly put the Qingquan pouch into his storage ring. In this way, the Qingquan pouch was saved from being soaked in the demonic river again. It was saved from being destroyed. Although more than half of the restrictions on the surface of the Qingquan pouch had been destroyed, it was not completely destroyed. Therefore, after Xiao Han left the demonic river, he could still use the Qingquan pouch. Moreover, the people hiding in the Qingquan pouch would not be harmed at all. Xiao Han let out a long sigh of relief. And at this moment, PFFF, the majestic demonic river instantly pressed towards Xiao Han from all directions. Inside the demonic river, it contained violent and lawless demonic energy. Demonic energy that was close to the origin. It turned into rays of demonic light that wrapped around Xiao Han, slicing, twisting, and attacking. The terrifying explosive force slowly seeped into the demonic energy lingering on the surface of Xiao Han's body. In just an instant, the demonic energy on the surface of Xiao Han's body began to expand. Oh no! The energy of the demonic river has trapped me. At this moment, Xiao Han also realized that something was wrong. The 8,000 demonic dragons coiling around Xiao Han were expanded. Each and every one of them had become extremely thick and plump. This didn't mean that Xiao Han's demonic power had increased, but there was a terrifying sign that it was about to explode. Puchi, the demonic aura on the surface of Xiao Han's body was like a huge heart that was beating. A deep evil and destructive power emanated from it. This is bad. It's going to explode. Xiao Han roared in shock. I must leave this place immediately. Otherwise, the endless influx of the demon race's origin law energy would cause my demon aura to explode. As for my body, it will also be destroyed. Explode into dust. Xiao Han's heart was pounding. Originally, the demonic river contained the origin energy of the demonic race. Xiao Han could already tell that it was definitely a source of nourishing and strengthening demonic power. It could be said that the energy in the demonic river, absorbing the demonic the arch left arm palm, was definitely more beneficial than absorbing and refining the immortal corpse. But, This energy was too chaotic. Too violent. It couldn't be absorbed and refined at all. Moreover, it surged over endlessly like waves. Before Xiao Han could react, Xiao Han's demonic aura was blown up like a balloon. Crack, 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 the demonic aura on Xiao Han's body suddenly emitted a dense and crisp cracking sound. It was like a crystal clear glass that was about to shatter. If I don't fly out, I'm afraid I'll be blown to death. Xiao Han was burning with anxiety. He activated the demonic power in his body and activated a demonic emperor crystal embedded in the demonic arch left arm palm. In an instant, he was about to cast a demonic technique to escape. Moving like an illusion. Xiao Han prepared for a while and activated all the demonic power in his body. Moving like an illusion, it immediately strengthened Xiao Han's body. Although this demonic technique was learned and mastered by Xiao Han from a demonic emperor crystal in the mortal world, with Xiao Han's current demonic power, this demonic technique was reborn. Once it was activated, he could teleport a great distance with just a thought. It was simply a heaven-defying demonic technique for escaping. However, Xiao Han's body only trembled slightly. He didn't teleport at all. Suddenly, he was imprisoned by the demonic river. It's over. The energy in the demonic river is too chaotic. Even the rules are distorted, causing time and space to stagnate. No matter what tricks I use, I can't escape. Now, I'm like an insect frozen in amber. There's no way to escape. Xiao Han finally panicked. Boom, 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 the demonic aura on his body grew larger and larger. Even Xiao Han's skin began to swell up. This swell caused fine cracks on Xiao Han's skin. If not for the fact that Xiao Han's immortal body was condensed and sturdy, his body would probably have exploded. At the same time, at the intersection of the immortal realm and the demonic realm, the origin energy of the universe flowed slowly. The three high-rank immortal emperors activated their divine senses at the same time. They called out, "Retract the divine senses. Retrieve the Qinkuan pouch." At this moment, the three high-rank immortal emperors' faces were filled with unconcealable smiles. Full of ambition. Full of spirit. Their plan had finally succeeded. The heaven and earth bag that had been like a hot potato that they couldn't refine quickly had finally been worn down by the demon god river. Now they could take it back and refine it a bit. Then they could break the heaven and earth bag and drag Xiao Han out. Then they could slowly torture him until they got everything they wanted. However, at this moment, what? The expressions of the three high-level celestial emperors stiffened. Their smiles died in their throats. After a few breaths, they all screamed out in unison, "What's going on? Our divine wills suddenly lost contact. It seemed to be blocked by a unique space. We've lost contact with them. What's going on?" Three high-grade immortal emperors. He was completely at a loss. Xiao Han tossed the universe bag into his storage ring. Naturally, the divine sense that the three high-rank celestial emperors had attached to the cosmos sac was sealed, causing the three high-rank celestial emperors to lose their sense of the cosmos sac. Unless Xiao Han took out his cosmos sac again, even if the three high-tier immortal emperors were extremely powerful, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. They wouldn't be able to find any clues about the cosmos sac. Xiao Han. We've been guarding the cosmos sac for so long and tried everything we could to refine it. In the end, Xiao Han. You're making fun of us. The three high-grade celestial emperors let out heart-wrenching howls. In the demon realm. In a city. The purple-clad young man, the demon crown prince, who was sitting high up in the mansion, let out a violent howl. As expected. There's a subtle fluctuation in the demon god river. It seems like something has broken into the forbidden area of the demon realm. As soon as he finished speaking, swoosh. The demon crown prince flicked his right index finger. A strange demon rune that emitted a monstrous evil aura flashed toward the demon god river. In the demon god river. Xiao Han was at his wits' end now. Moreover, His life was hanging by a thread. The demon aura was about to explode like a balloon. Moreover, his skin was about to burst and his internal organs and blood vessels were even affected. Am I, Xiao Han, going to die here? Thought Xiao Han. Xiao Han let out a roar of unwillingness and anger. However, he knew that his power was too insignificant compared to the power contained in the demon river. However, at this critical moment, Jia, the demon god's soul and Xiao Han's heart suddenly let out a sinister laugh. Then, something strange happened. Who? The demon god's soul and his heart let out a suction force like a whale swallowing seawater. In an instant, the entire demon river and all the source energy of the demon race were sucked dry. At this moment, the huge demonic river had become a dried-up crater. The boundless demon river that was like a raging river had been squeezed dry until not a single drop was left. Then, everything returned to silence. Pooh! At this moment, Xiao Han's boiling demonic aura suddenly shrunk. Xiao Han's body also deflated and returned to normal. The cracks on the surface of his body were constantly mending. This? Xiao Han felt like he had just survived a disaster. The demon river was sucked dry by the demon god's soul and his heart. TSK, swallowed the entire demon river in an instant. Xiao Han looked left and right. In the depths of the crater, there was not a single drop of water left. Xiao Han immediately looked inside himself. His divine soul and mental strength went straight to his heart. However, at this moment, his heart was shielded by a blurry demonic aura. This caused Xiao Han to feel a trace of joy from the demon god's soul, but he could not see where the demon god river went. For a moment, Xiao Han did not know whether to be happy or sad. Without a doubt, the demon god had a deep connection with the demon river. Now that the demon god had sucked dry the demon river of its own accord, Xiao Han found it hard to understand. Just as Xiao Han was deep in thought, a sudden sense of danger gripped Xiao Han. In the next instant, pooh! A demon talisman broke through the air. This demon talisman emitted a monstrous demonic aura that enveloped Xiao Han. Then, this demon talisman transformed into a blood saber that slashed towards Xiao Han's head. Whatever, the demon god is not under my control. I'll put this matter aside for now. Xiao Han quickly gathered his thoughts and channeled all the demonic power in his body. Instantly, he transformed into a ray of light. This ray of light seemed to teleport, dodging the blood-red demonic saber and going far away. His movements were illusory. Without the restriction of the demon river, he could move freely. Pang! The blood-red demon saber light directly exploded at the spot where Xiao Han was originally standing, smashing the ground into smithereens. To be continued, you. Chapter 743. Xiao Han transformed into a fleeting beam of demonic light, and started to display his demonic technique. He instantly teleported to an unknown distance, and dodged the attack of the demonic blood moon saber light that had suddenly descended. The direction of Xiao Han's teleportation was not the immortal realm, but the depths of the demon realm. One should know that if he returned to the immortal world now, he might even be attacked by the 3 high-rank immortal emperors. It was better to take a risk and enter the demon world first. In reality, Xiao Han's entry into the demon world was completely understandable. His demon chi pulsed violently. 8,000 demon dragons resided within him. He possessed various secret techniques and skills of the demons, and he used the spirit turtle's immortal chi to conceal his presence. He purposefully gave off the pulses of demon chi. This was basically the perfect disguise. Even the strongest great demon of the demon clan would not be able to identify Xiao Han. Humph. The sudden attack just now was my first time here. I didn't want to cause any problems, so I didn't pursue the matter. However, I won't be a gentleman if I don't take revenge for this. I've already faintly captured the soul ripple of the person who ambushed me. Like an illusion, Xiao Han was teleported to a barren, crimson demon mountain. Xiao Han finally stabilized his body and sat down cross-legged to recover from the injuries he had suffered in the demonic river. At the same time, Xiao Han could not help but look into his heart with his spirit. Strangely enough, after the demonic river was sucked dry, the demonic god's soul and Xiao Han's heart formed a shielding force, preventing Xiao Han's divine soul from sensing anything out of the ordinary. But Xiao Han believed. At this moment, the demon god. There must be something big going on. Although I escaped with my life. However, there was also a huge hidden danger at the moment. The energy contained within the demonic river was too terrifying. Not even an immortal emperor could subdue it. That was the energy of a pure demon. I can also sense that the energy is extremely compatible with the aura of the demonic god. And now, the demonic god has sucked the entire demonic river dry. He will definitely use this demonic river to grow. The more Xiao Han thought about it, the more terrified he became. One had to know that in Xiao Han's heart, besides the demon god's soul, there was also an egg of a cosmic giant beast. Back then, the demon god's plan was to place his divine soul in the egg of the cosmic behemoth and hatch it. It was the amalgamation of the demon god and the astral beast of the universe. It would become the one that could sweep through the great thousand worlds. Eternally immortal, eternally invincible, terrifying existence. Back then, countless immortals had joined forces and paid a huge price to seal the egg and prevent it from hatching. But now, the soul of the demon god had absorbed the power of the entire demon river. Perhaps, it would accelerate the hatching of the egg of the cosmic starry sky behemoth. Damn it, maybe the demon god will hatch that terrifying egg in my heart. Cold sweat broke out on Xiao Han's back. However, the development of the situation was already beyond Xiao Han's control. Forget it. What I need to do now is to improve my strength. Only then will I have the ability to protect myself. Xiao Han activated his saber will and killed the great fear in his heart. Then, he used a small demonic art to turn his soul into a demonic sense. With his body as the center, he radiated it in all directions. Probe. Under the probing of Xiao Han's demonic sense, he found that there was a demon city not far to the east. In this demon city, a large number of demons lived, and among them were the auras of some big demons. However, the auras of these big demons trembled under the sweep of Xiao Han's demonic sense. That's right. Xiao Han had the demonic power of 8,000 demon dragons. In the entire demon world, he was ranked at the top of the pyramid of demons. Moreover, most of Xiao Han's demonic power came from devouring and refining the corpses of immortals. This was because in Xiao Han's demonic sense, the murderous aura was very strong, and it contained an aura of killing immortals. It had the feeling that killing immortals was like slaughtering pigs and dogs. Evil, cold, and violent, it dominated the world, crushed everything, and destroyed the immortal Tao. Xiao Han's demonic sense swept around unscrupulously. After coming to the demon world, Xiao Han vaguely knew that the behavior of the demon race was very different from that of the human race. In the demon world, the law was almost a joke. The law of the jungle was vividly reflected. Therefore, since Xiao Han had disguised himself as a demon, he should be unscrupulous in the demon world. He should act like a tyrant. Xiao Han understood that the stronger he was, the safer he would be in the demon world. No one would doubt his identity. Heh. When I was in the mortal world, I once snuck into the demon capital alone and narrowly escaped death. Now, in the immortal world, I've entered the demon world again as a low-level immortal emperor. Hee, what a coincidence. Xiao Han smiled faintly. Then, he sent his divine soul into the cosmos sack. At this moment, Xiao Han's cosmos sack was placed in his storage ring, isolated from the outside world. Inside the cosmos sack, Bai Shi, Wu Hu, Xiao Han's wife and children, as well as countless mortals, were all extremely anxious and terrified. They all knew that they were in a bad situation. They were trapped in a demon river, and their cosmos sacks were about to be destroyed. Disaster was imminent. Xiao Han, on the other hand, rushed out without a care for his own safety. Now, everyone was worried about Xiao Han. I hope that master can come out of this calamity. Bai Shi and the other powerful existences were all frowning. Just then, whoosh, all of a sudden, a faint shadow descended into the Qingquan bag. It was formed by Xiao Han's divine will. Master. Xiao Han. Junior brother Xiao Han. In an instant, Bai Shi, Wu Yu, Xiao Mingchu, Mo Qingtong, Xiaoan, and the others all rushed toward Xiao Han. They surrounded Xiao Han like stars surrounding the moon. It's all right, Xiao Han said hurriedly. Don't worry, everyone. I've successfully brought the Cosmos sack to a safe place. The Cosmos sack is damaged, but it's not completely destroyed. It can still be used. It's very safe for you to hide in the Cosmos sack. Hearing this, the hearts of the crowd that were hanging in suspense finally calmed down. Xiao Han's wife and children. They hurriedly asked if Xiao Han was injured. After learning that Xiao Han was fine, they heaved a sigh of relief. Bai Shi, the Cosmos sack still has the 3 high-tier Immortal Emperor's godly spirits. Use the 100 Lives Blade Dao to destroy those 3 godly spirits, Xiao Han instructed. Now that the Cosmos sack is in the storage ring, it's equivalent to putting it in a place of its own. No matter how remarkable the 3 high-tier Immortal Emperors are, they can no longer track the Cosmos sack, yes. Master. After making the necessary arrangements, Xiao Han wanted to quickly refine the Monarch Decapitator, the Sky Demon clone, and the essence of the 100 Lives Blade Dao. Moreover, he wanted to open the secret letter and read it. However, now that Xiao Han was in the demon realm and disguised as a demon, if he rashly tried to refine the immortal artifact, he would definitely die. If he were to rashly refine the immortal weapon, he would probably attract some trouble. And yet, at that very moment, many demons have appeared near my physical body. Xiao Han's godly spirit abruptly spoke. Forget it. All of you settle down and cultivate to your heart's content in your free time to strengthen your strength. I'll go out first. Whoosh, with a flash of divine thought, Xiao Han's godly spirit returned to its original position. Opening his eyes, his demonic consciousness swept out. In the void all around him, large numbers of demons had appeared. The demonic chi of these demons was very powerful. Even as they stood casually, sinister vortexes could be heard over their bodies. Some of the demons appeared in human form, while others had bizarre forms such as long wings, bone spikes, wrinkled skin, and bull horns on their foreheads. They were incomparably ferocious. These demons were observing Xiao Han as well. However, each and every one of them shuddered at the sight of Xiao Han's eyes, which were as deep as a sea of blood, and hurriedly averted their gazes in subservience. Xiao Han's temperament was cold and sharp, and his aura of slaughtering immortals as if he was picking up weeds wantonly emanated. It was extremely sinister, as if a demon tiger was lying on its side in the forest, and would leap up to devour humans at the slightest hint of abnormality. Shrouded by Xiao Han's powerful demonic consciousness, the demons around him were all trembling in fear. Among them, a middle-aged man wearing a feather robe with a pale golden edge, who looked like a pedantic mortal, hurriedly stepped forward and slightly bowed to Xiao Han. Your Excellency, please don't be offended. We didn't mean to offend you. Who are you? Xiao Han said arrogantly. I am the master of the demon city ahead, Sky Feather Demon Emperor. I have sensed your Excellency's amazing demonic chi, so I have come to greet you. I hope your Excellency can rest in the demon city ahead. The pedantic Sky Feather Demon Emperor respectfully invited Xiao Han. Oh. Xiao Han was stunned. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and then he slightly nodded. That's fine. Then let's go to Immortal Emperor Sky Feather's Demon City. Yes, please, the Sky Feather Demon Emperor was overjoyed. A large group of demons parted to the left and right, opening a path for Xiao Han. Let's sneak into the Demon City first and see, Xiao Han said in his heart. Demon God River area. Boom, demonic light exploded. In the next moment, a large group of demons led by the purple-clad youth, the Demon Crown Prince, arrived at the Demon God's River. They were stunned as they looked at the dried-up demon god's river. This, the great demon god's river, the source of our demon clan, actually dried up. Such a strange phenomenon. Could it be that the new generation of demon god will appear? Said a cow-headed demon clan member who was standing to the right of the demon prince as he cowered in fear. The demon crown prince suddenly looked over, and the void seemed to be ignited. Suddenly, the minotaur demon's body suddenly burst into flames. Ah! No! Crown Prince! Don't kill me! A heart-wrenching scream sounded like the roar of purgatory. However, in just a few breaths, the minotaur demon was burned to ashes. Crown Prince, please calm your anger. Crown Prince, please quell your anger. A large group of demons knelt down. The demon crown prince smiled coldly. The demon god river has indeed undergone some changes. Just now, a lesser demon dodged my attack and directly fled into hiding. However, this doesn't mean that a new generation of demon god will be born in the demon god river. Suddenly, the demon crown prince's eyes burst with the light of a monarch. The new Yao god can only be this crown prince. Hundreds of millions of demons will bow down to this crown prince. I'll lead the demon race and crush the immortal world. Yes. Crown Prince, you will be the ruler of the demon race. Gather all the demons that had been split up. Gather. Then, he declared war on the immortal world. Unify the immortal and demon realms. The Crown Prince is invincible. The Crown Prince rules the world. Look down upon the demon world. Anyone who dares to oppose the Crown Prince will be blasted to smithereens. Ha 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 ha. The demon Crown Prince threw his head back and laughed maniacally. The phenomenon of the demon god river and the drying up of the demon god river can only mean that the old demon god is completely dead, and a new demon god is about to be born. Ha 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 ha. It's just breaking the old and building the new. To be continued. Chapter 744. The demon crown prince led many demons to stay in the demon god river for a while. He released his demon awareness and scanned the surroundings, but found nothing. Then, the demon crown prince led the demons away. After the demon crown prince left, a large number of demons appeared one after another. They were led by all kinds of demons and arrived at the dried-up demon god river. In the ancient legends of the demon race, the great demon god was born from the demon god river. As the origin of the entire demon race, the demon god river had been worshipped by tens of thousands of demons since ancient times. Apart from the demon god, no other demons could get close to the demon god river, let alone absorb the pure demon energy to nourish themselves. Therefore, the demon god river was a forbidden place. But now, the demon god river had dried up. Not a single drop was left. This caused many of the greater demons who had heard the news to react violently. Some cried, some knelt on the ground, some were deep in thought. The culprit of all this, the soul of the demon god, seemed to have disappeared. Xiao Han's divine soul couldn't detect the movement of the soul of the demon god. His heart seemed to be blocked. Xiao Han decided not to bother with this matter anymore. At this moment, the Sky Feather Demon Emperor respectfully brought Xiao Han to the demon city in front of him. They entered the demon city. Xiao Han was quite curious. After all, Xiao Han had never been to the demon realm before. Xiao Han walked on the main road of the city, wantonly releasing his demonic sense, covering the whole city. The Sky Feather Demon Emperor led a large group of demons and followed behind him. The Sky Feather Demon Emperor was being intimidated by Xiao Han's demon awareness. His face was extremely humble, but there was a hint of hesitation on his face. Hey, this group of demons. They respectfully invited me into this city. I'm afraid they have some ulterior motives. Xiao Han saw everything, and a cold smile appeared on his face. His aura became more and more demonic. This caused the Sky Feather Demon Emperor and the other demons to be even more silent. Xiao Han walked around casually. He didn't take the initiative to greet the Sky Feather Demon Emperor. Under Xiao Han's observation, he saw that in this demon city, there were many buildings and demon temples, and there were hundreds of thousands of demons living in them. Xiao Han parted once more. In this demon city, most of the demons' auras were equivalent to level 1 or level 2 true immortals. Only a small portion of the demons in this city could match up to a level 5 true immortal. The Sky Feather Demon Sovereign was roughly equivalent to a low-level immortal sovereign in the immortal world. As the ruler of this demon city, the Sky Feather Demon Emperor only had the battle prowess of a low-level immortal emperor. Xiao Han's current strength was 8,000 demonic dragon power. He could crush this Sky Feather Demon Emperor with a single finger. Therefore, in the face of great power, to Xiao Han, no matter what the Sky Feather Demon Emperor was plotting, Xiao Han would not take it to heart. After walking around the city, the Sky Feather Demon Sovereign finally brought Xiao Han to the City Lord Mansion. The residence of the demon race's City Lord was similar to the residences of the rich and powerful families in the mortal world. It was extremely luxurious and had a sense of extravagance. The Sky Feather Demon Sovereign set up a grand banquet in the mansion to invite Xiao Han. All kinds of exquisite demon food were served up like flowing water. Although it was said that the demon clan loved to devour the brains of humans, the typical delicacies of the demon realm were cooked with various plants and beasts of the demon realm. Xiao Han was invited to the main seat. The Sky Feather Demon Sovereign sat on Xiao Han's left, attentively accompanying him. There were more than 30 demons of various sizes attending the banquet, most of whom were equivalent to level 7 and level 8 true immortals. The banquet had just begun. The Sky Feather Demon Sovereign smiled at Xiao Han ingratiatingly and clapped his hands. Immediately, a few seductive female demons with heavy makeup brought up a tray. This tray was actually filled with brain matter. The brains of humans. The brains emitted wisps of immortal qi. The Sky Feather Demon Sovereign said respectfully to Xiao Han, "Your Excellency, this is the brain of a level 6 true immortal, please enjoy." Xiao Han was stunned. He did not expect the Sky Feather Demon Sovereign to offer up the brain of a true immortal. A feeling of nausea welled up in his stomach. The Sky Feather Demon Sovereign trembled in fear when he saw the change of Xiao Han's expression and the sudden flash of coldness in his eyes. "Your Excellency, this is the only delicacy I can offer. Your Excellency's demon power is boundless, so naturally, you don't like the brain of a level 6 true immortal, and you enjoy it very crudely. However, since the disappearance of Lord Demon God, our demon race has been on the decline, and we are at a disadvantage in the battle against the immortal realm. Nowadays, it is very difficult for us to kill immortals and obtain their brains. If I have offended you, please forgive me." Humph. Xiao Han was happy to give up and waved his hand. "Take it away, the brain of a level 6 true immortal. Ha 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 ha, what a joke. The brain of an immortal emperor can be tasted, but those below the immortal emperor, take it away. Take it away quickly." Yes, the Sky Feather Demon Sovereign hurriedly ordered the female demons to take the tray away. Then, the Sky Feather Demon Sovereign immediately arranged for some charming female demons to dance and entertain the guests to ease the awkward atmosphere. During the banquet, Xiao Han also tasted some delicacies made from supreme-grade demon beasts. They were delicious and not inferior to the delicacies of the immortal realm. The demon race led by the Sky Feather Demon Sovereign repeatedly toasted Xiao Han and fawned on him. After 3 rounds of wine, the Sky Feather Demon Sovereign finally could not hold it in anymore. He seemed to have gathered his courage and said to Xiao Han, "Your Excellency, oh? Finally, the meat show?" Xiao Han sneered in his heart, and then said indifferently, "If you have anything to say, feel free to say it. I like to be frank with people, understand? If there's anything you're hiding, I don't mind destroying this city of yours." Yes, Your Excellency, this." The Sky Feather Demon Sovereign subconsciously licked his face with his stinky long tongue and washed his face. Then, He mustered up his courage and said, "Your Excellency, the situation in the demon realm is very tense now." "I believe Your Excellency is well aware of the situation in the demon realm?" Xiao Han blurted out. "What situation?" "I don't know." "Ah." The crowd of demons was shocked. Xiao Han immediately sneered. "I've been in seclusion for countless years. I naturally don't know the current situation in the demon realm." "Why? Do you find it strange?" At this point, Xiao Han's entire body was filled with a murderous aura. Even his pupils were burning with demonic flames that could burn immortals and destroy gods. It seemed like he could attack at any time and destroy the world. "Destroy this city." "Calm down. Your Excellency, please calm down." The Sky Feather Demon Sovereign cried in fear. "Tell me the current situation in the demon realm. Don't leave anything out." Xiao Han flicked his fingernails. "Yes. Your Excellency. Our demon realm and the immortal realm have been incompatible since ancient times. Many years ago, the demon god led our demon realm to fight against the immortals of the immortal realm. We didn't lose out at all and even stood on equal footing. Later on, our demon realm's reputation surpassed that of the immortal realm. Lord Demon God was an invincible existence that reigned supreme in the myriad of worlds. He could casually kill immortal emperors with a single move. But later on, Lord Demon God encountered an accident and was surrounded by countless immortal emperors. His whereabouts were still unknown. The disappearance of the demon god gave the immortal realm a chance to rise. In recent years, our demon realm has been unable to wage war against the immortal realm. The demon realm is weak because of the demon god's disappearance. On the other hand, our demon race is suffering from internal strife. Since the disappearance of the demon god, countless greater demons have risen in rebellion to fight for the right to rule the demon realm. The demon clans of the various camps fought and killed each other, causing countless deaths and injuries. And recently, this trend had developed to the most tragic stage. The strongest great demons of the demon realm were about to fight it out, and the winner would obtain the title of the new generation of demon gods. All the demon race in the demon realm must submit. Oh. Xiao Han was slightly puzzled. The battle between the most powerful demons in the demon realm and the fight for the title of demon god doesn't seem to have anything to do with Sky Feather Demon Sovereign, does it? You can't fight for it. Sky Feather Demon Sovereign, why are you currying favor with me like this? Tell me all about it. Xiao Han's demonic gaze seemed to be able to see through the Sky Feather Demon Sovereign's heart, making it impossible for him to hide anything. The Sky Feather Demon Sovereign hesitated for a moment, but when he was glared at by Xiao Han, he trembled in fear and spoke the truth. Your Excellency. Your Excellency's demonic strength is like a tsunami breaking through the sky. It's extremely shocking. Even in the entire demon realm, it's enough to rank among the best. We want to beg Your Excellency to protect us, so that we won't be affected by the battle between the greater demons. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiao Han nodded and said with great interest. Sky Feather Demon Sovereign, with your strength, you really can't compete for anything. In other words, as long as you don't get involved in this mess, those greater demons who are qualified to fight for the position of the new demon god won't come to deal with an insignificant fellow like you, right? As long as you know your place and pledge allegiance to the new demon god, you'll naturally be safe. Why would you need protection then? It's like this. The Sky Feather Demon Sovereign's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his eyes flickered with extreme fear. Your Excellency, you've been in seclusion for a long time, so I'm afraid you still don't know that the demon realm is divided into 5 major factions. Each faction is led by 5 greater demons. Heaven Wasteland Emperor, Demonic Sword Emperor, Man Shan Emperor, Yen Hu Emperor. The 4 great emperors of the demon realm are the most powerful existences in the demon realm. They survived the great war of the demon immortals back then. Their battle strength is equivalent to that of a medium immortal emperor or a high immortal emperor. They can kill a medium immortal emperor, but they can't fight against a high immortal emperor, but they can stay alive. However, a monstrous existence has emerged recently, the Demon Crown Prince. The Demon Crown Prince has risen like a comet, and his limelight has surpassed that of the 4 great emperors. Moreover, the Demon Crown Prince's identity is also very mysterious and extremely cruel, but his battle strength has completely surpassed that of the 4 great emperors. It can be said that the new generation of demon gods is very likely to fall on the Demon Crown Prince. Your Excellency, our faction belongs to the Heaven Wasteland Emperor. A few years ago, the Heaven Wasteland Emperor and the Demon Crown Prince formed an irreconcilable feud. This time, the Demon Crown Prince will definitely take the opportunity to eradicate the Heaven Wasteland Emperor. At that time, with the Demon Crown Prince's cruel nature, he will definitely wipe out all of the demon clan under the jurisdiction of the Heaven Wasteland Emperor. Therefore, we need a protector. Your Excellency. Your demonic strength is almost on par with the Heaven Wasteland Emperor. I hope that you can help us resist the Demon Crown Prince. Finally, the Sky Feather monstrous Emperor revealed his thoughts. Demon Crown Prince? This guy is the most powerful existence in the competition for the new generation of demon gods? Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, but then he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Demon god? What new generation of demon god? The real demon god is in my heart. Whether it was the immortals or the demon clan, they all thought that the demon god had fallen, but who would have thought that not only did the demon god not fall, but he was also incubating the egg of the cosmic giant beast. Once the demon god succeeded, then the entire world, the 10,000 worlds, would be trampled under his feet, never to rise again. At this moment, a strong fluctuation was transmitted from Xiao Han's heart. A deep thought was transmitted to Xiao Han. This will was filled with disdain and anger, like a dragon swimming in shallow waters. Moreover, this will accurately told Xiao Han that he should compete for the position of the new generation of Yao gods. Moreover, this thought produced a violent killing intent towards the Demon Crown Prince. Driven by the thought, Xiao Han blurted out. The Demon Crown Prince is about to die. I will seize the position of the new generation of demon gods. To be continued. Chapter 745. Under the interference of the demon god's powerful will, Xiao Han actually said something that he shouldn't have said: kill the Demon Crown Prince. Seize the position of the new demon god. Even the ancient demons of the desolate land had arrived. The Sky Feather Demon Sovereign and the others were so frightened that their demon consciousness was lost. All of them knelt down at the same time. Their demon bodies trembled as they kowtowed incessantly. Your Excellency. Your Excellency is indeed qualified to compete for the position of the new demon god. Your Excellency, please calm down, calm down. These demons were afraid that Xiao Han was moody and would directly kill them. Damn it. This demon god's resentment is too deep. It seems that the real demon god was enraged after hearing the Demon Crown Prince's arrogance and wanting to seize the title of the new demon god. Xiao Han finally came to his senses. Soon, Xiao Han's chi field dissipated, and the demon god's soul in his heart became still like an ancient well, no longer emitting any chi field. At this moment, Xiao Han suddenly felt that although what he said was due to the demon god's influence, now that he thought about it, it was a matter of course. Xiao Han's original intention was to kill the Demon Crown Prince. A kind of killing intent was born. Forget it, I will participate in the battle for the position of the new demon god. It doesn't matter. I am a human. I will take this opportunity to kill the great demons of the demon realm and cut off the roots of the demon race. Perhaps in the future, the human race will be able to completely destroy the demon race. Xiao Han's mind was racing. Then, Xiao Han withdrew his chi field and said indifferently. When will the battle for the position of the new demon god be held? This. The Sky Feather monstrous emperor and the others exchanged terrified glances with each other. Originally, They only wanted to curry favor with Shao Han and seek his protection when the demon realm was in chaos and the demon crown prince might ascend to the top. But he never expected that. Shao Han actually coveted the position of the new demon god and even threatened to kill the demon crown prince. This was an unforeseen event. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Shao Han started laughing maniacally. Don't worry, as long as I become the new generation's demon god, I definitely won't torture you to death. Do you understand? If that was the case, then the demon crown prince's position would probably be in the demon realm. Stirring up a reign of terror, you little minions. You were instantly crushed to death. I'm sure you all understand this. Otherwise, you wouldn't have tried so hard to curry favor with me and seek protection. Shao Han spoke frankly with assurance. In the current situation, you can only support me. Do you understand? This. The Sky Feather Demon Emperor's demonic eyes revealed an expression of contemplation before he quickly clenched his teeth. Yes, my lord. I, the Sky Feather Demon Emperor, lead the entire demon race in the city to surrender to you and support you in seizing the position of the new demon god and executing the demon crown prince. Good, very good. Shao Han smiled and nodded. My lord, the battle for the position of the new generation's demon god will be held on Demon Sealing Mountain in a month's time. The 4 great emperors and the demon crown prince will fight on Demon Sealing Mountain to determine the future lord of the demon realm. Of course, my lord will also participate in the battle. The Sky Feather Demon Emperor hurriedly tried to curry favor with Shao Han. My lord, you'll definitely be able to suppress the 4 great emperors and the demon crown prince and win. Of course. Shao Han said matter-of-factly. The 8,000 demonic dragons on his body swam in joy and burst out with an extremely evil demonic voice. There's still a month left. Then, Sky Feather Demon Emperor, lend me the secret room you usually cultivate in. I want to properly comprehend a few demon forbidden techniques. Yes, my lord. In a secret room in the core area of the city governor's mansion in Demon City. This secret room was specially used by the Sky Feather Demon Emperor. Layers of demon formations were set up around the secret room using a large number of demon beast crystal cores. These formations had simple shielding, defense, hallucination, traps, and many other functions. It was also very expensive. It was the most precious treasure of the Sky Feather Demon Emperor. Now, the Sky Feather Demon Emperor had given this secret room to Shao Han. Shao Han sat cross-legged in the middle of the secret room. Now that my demonic energy has skyrocketed, the countless Demon Emperor crystals embedded in the left Demon Emperor's palm, as well as the Demon Clan's forbidden techniques and secret techniques, have all evolved. However, I still need some time to simply comprehend these demon techniques and make them more perfect. In a month's time, during the battle for the position of the new generation's demon god, I will definitely take this opportunity to kill the most powerful greater demons in the demon realm and make some contributions to the human clan. In this fierce battle, I can only use demonic energy and demon techniques. I must absolutely not use the 100 Lives Saber Dao. Once my true identity is exposed, I will be hunted by hundreds of millions of demon clan, and the consequences will be unimaginable. Therefore, I will once again comprehend and refine the various demon techniques to make them more complete and flawless. Shao Han's mind spun. At the same time, the Demon Emperor crystal embedded in the left Demon Emperor's palm emitted a demonic and misty light. Virtual demon characters, and patterns slowly rose and flowed into Shao Han's mind. In Shao Han's mind, the secrets of each demon technique and secret technique flowed quickly. Shao Han relied on his powerful soul power and demonic energy to perfect these demon techniques. Every time a demon technique was perfected, Shao Han's combat power would be refined and purified a little. At the same time, Shao Han released a strand of his divine soul into the Qinkuan bag in his storage ring. The Qinkuan bag. The Linglong Pagoda stood tall. Shao Han's mortal plane was in the vast Qinkuan bag, and all living beings were temporarily at peace. The martial artists in the plane were busy cultivating. In the Demon Hero region. Near the Linglong Pagoda, many demon warriors were cultivating. After obtaining Xiao Han's permission, the Dharma treasures and elixirs floating in the Milky Way's chains could be used by any ordinary person in the plane. Therefore, many geniuses with extraordinary true qi cultivation, as well as geniuses with extraordinary talents, or ordinary martial artists. They could choose immortal pills according to their needs to refine their bodies and improve their cultivation. This time, as soon as Xiao Han's divine soul returned to the Qianquan bag, he saw a few top demon warriors in his plane. They had accumulated enough strength to achieve the immortal Tao and advance from immortal to a level, one true immortal. To this, Xiao Han felt extremely gratified. Xiao Han circled around the Demon Hero region and learned that his wife and son were cultivating in seclusion, while Wu Hao and Bai Shi were in the Linglong Pagoda. With the help of the Linglong Pagoda's rules of time, Xiao Han did not disturb him when he was cultivating. Xiao Han entered a secret room on the 4th floor of the Linglong Pagoda. He sat down cross-legged. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a few beams of golden light floated in front of Xiao Han. Emperor Slayer Saber, Heavenly Demon Clone, the last inheritance of the 100 Lives Blade Tao, letter, now, I'm in the demon realm. Although I've perfectly disguised myself with my powerful demon power and the aura of the Demon Emperor's palm on my left arm, I'm still a human. And I'm already an immortal emperor. That's why I must keep a low profile and be cautious. I can't give myself away. This Emperor Slayer Saber, the Heavenly Demon Clone, and the final legacy of the 100 Lives Blade Tao are all top-notch treasures in the demon realm. I would never dare to refine them in the demon realm, so, my body is learning and perfecting various demon arts, while my divine soul can read the letter Master left behind. There's a huge secret in this letter that I don't know yet. With a thought, the letter was opened. Boom, a divine thought was released from the seal on the letter. Xiao Han was very familiar with it. It was Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine thought. A sense of familiarity surged, and Xiao Han could not help but blurt out, Master. However, Xiao Han also realized that the divine thought contained immense rage, unwillingness, murderous intent, violence, and helplessness. The many negative emotions made Xiao Han understand at once that Master Zhu Dao must have been filled with great hatred when he left this divine thought. Master, if you have any unresolved grudges, I'll bear them all. Xiao Han roared in anger. At that moment, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice rang in the secret chamber. Ha 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 ha, disciple, good, very good. You've opened the letter. Yes, I've fallen long ago. Back then, I left many divine thoughts in the treasure trove. As you took the treasure, the divine thoughts dissipated automatically, and this letter contains my last divine thought. He, this divine thought is about to dissipate too. I, your master, will also completely vanish into thin air, master. Xiao Han choked up when he heard this. He had received a great favor from Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. It could be said that Xiao Han's growth to this stage was partly due to the mysterious secret in the heart, and partly due to Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's appreciation of him. Therefore, even though Xiao Han had never truly met this great immortal emperor, he subconsciously and deeply regarded Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao as his true master. Alright, disciple, don't be shy. Your master, I, was also an invincible hero in the past. I was a bold and unrestrained person. You have to be able to let go of things. Now, listen carefully, I'm going to tell you a huge secret. Listen carefully. Yes. Master. Xiao Han calmed himself down and held his breath. This is also a big scandal in the immortal realm, disciple. When the celestial world was at its peak, there were a large number of high-level celestial emperors. The number of mid-level and low-level celestial emperors was inestimable. Unfortunately, the Fey God was too heaven-defying. During the war between the immortal world and the spirit demon world, the Fey God led an army of spirit demons and fought us bloodthirstily. He could rip high-rank immortal emperors apart with his bare hands, and crush countless true immortals with a single thought. More often than not, we needed several high-rank immortal emperors to hold him back. Then, the Fey God fell into a trap of his own making. He tried to attach his soul to the egg of a cosmic behemoth, only to be sealed away by us. In this battle, although the demon god had been sealed, the demon god was still alive. However, the immortal world also suffered heavy losses. This battle is too tragic. In the end, there were only 5 high-rank immortal emperors left. In other words, they were the top 5 immortal emperors in the immortal world. Master is also one of the 5 immortal emperors. However, my ranking is different. I'm at the bottom, 5th place. This is also because I love to collect treasures, and I'm not too keen on fighting. Otherwise, my ranking could be squeezed up a bit. First place is the Primordial Chaos Immortal Emperor. His immortal power is enormous. Although he's a bit pedantic, he's very fair in his dealings. I admire him a lot, and he's also the person I admire the most in the immortal world. The Primordial Chaos Immortal Emperor is an expert in divination, and he can predict the past and the future. Second place is the Divine Mountain Immortal Emperor. Third place is the Purple Silk Immortal Emperor. Fourth place is the Lone Flame Immortal Emperor. Fifth place is Immortal Emperor Ju Dao. Purple Silk, Lone Flame. 3 immortal emperors, hee. Although they're high-rank immortal emperors, in terms of character, hee. Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's voice was filled with endless mockery. Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. Could it be these 3 high-rank immortal emperors who wanted to destroy the cosmic pouch and capture me? The Divine Mountain Immortal Emperor that Master mentioned? Purple Silk Immortal Emperor? Guhua Immortal Emperor? Immortal Emperor Ju Dao continued. When the Fey God fell, the immortal world gained the power to completely suppress the spirit demon world. In the war that followed, the spirit demon world lost again and again. Yes, I remember that day. The Divine Mountain, Purple Silk, and Lone Flame invited me to the Fey God Temple to plunder the Fey God's treasures. You should know that although the demon god has fallen after being sealed, there must still be a large number of his treasures left in the demon god hall. The treasures of the Fey God are not to be underestimated. I love collecting all kinds of treasures. Therefore, I promised the 3 immortal emperors that I would join them to plunder the Fey God Temple. As for the first place, the Primordial Chaos Immortal Emperor, he naturally wouldn't go with us. After the Fey God was sealed, the Primordial Chaos Immortal Emperor seemed to have disappeared from the immortal world. That day, we went straight into the spirit demon world. No one could stop us. But when we arrived at the Fey God Temple, we were greatly disappointed. The Fey God's life's wealth was gone. The entire Fey God Temple was empty. Just as we were about to return in disappointment, a sudden change occurred. Inside the Fey God Temple, a female demon appeared. That female demon was extremely beautiful, so beautiful that it took one's breath away. She was the Fey God's most beloved concubine. When the female demon appeared, I planned to kill her. However, the Divine Mountain, Purple Silk, and Lone Flame were seduced by her. Because I wanted to kill the female demon with all my might, those 3 fellows were crazy enough to sneak up on me. Humph. On one hand, they didn't want to kill the female demon. On the other hand, they wanted to find an excuse to kill me in the spirit demon world and obtain my treasures. Because my treasures are the best in the spirit demon world. They had been drooling over it for a long time. I was no match for those 3 fellows when they teamed up. They chased after me, and the female demon took the opportunity to cast a forbidden demonic technique on me. Finally, I lost my life. Although I suppressed my injuries, I didn't have much time left. I tried my best to escape. Moreover, I don't have much influence in the spirit demon world. Those 3 fellows have a lot of minions in the spirit demon world. The fact that those 3 fellows lusted after the female demon was no small matter. If I leaked it, firstly, there was no direct evidence, and secondly, it would cause chaos in the spirit demon world. For the sake of the bigger picture, and to avoid their pursuit, I had no choice but to escape to the mortal world. Before I left a trace of divine sense to secretly monitor those 3 fellows. I discovered that those three fellows actually had an affair with the female demon. How dare! Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice became extremely furious. That female demon is actually pregnant with their flesh and blood. This is a great humiliation. Ah! Hearing this, Xiao Han was so shocked that his mind went blank, and he didn't know what to do. To be continued. Chapter 746. Xiao Han was completely shocked. He had never thought that there was such a shocking secret hidden in the letter. Three high-rank immortal emperors, the most powerful existences in the world of immortals, were actually seduced by a demon god's concubine, a demoness, and had sex with her, and that demoness gave birth to their flesh and blood? Xiao Han was shocked to the point that he was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The human race and the demon race had been enemies since ancient times. They could not live under the same sky. The demon race loved to devour the human race's brains. It was their instinct. It could be said that the human race and the demon race could not coexist. The human race martial artists took killing the demon race as their responsibility. Since ancient times, countless demons had sacrificed their lives in the battle against the demon race in the mortal world. In the immortal world, countless immortals had fought against the demon race without hesitation. The three high-level immortal emperors, the most powerful beings in the immortal world, had degenerated themselves to have sex with the demon god's concubine. And their flesh and blood. This was the union of human and demon race. This was a freak. This was a product that should not have come to the world. Moreover, this was a great humiliation. A complete and utter humiliation. Master, this is too absurd. Xiao Han could not help but growl. How can the human race and the immortals be so shameless? That's right. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao sighed, because this is an absurd matter that cannot be tolerated by the heavens and earth. It's utterly absurd. Once I spread it in the immortal world, the situation that had just stabilized. There would be riots. Our war with the demon race. After countless years, after sacrificing the lives of countless immortals and countless immortal emperors, and paying a terrible price, they finally managed to gain a slight advantage over Yang Qi and Yang Qi. We sealed the demon god and temporarily suppressed the demon race. I did not want this matter to destroy the situation. Therefore, I did not hesitate to escape to the lower realm and hide the truth. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao continued. My strand of divine sense, after observing the three immortal emperors having sex with that female demon, became extremely weak and was about to dissipate. In the end, my divine will discover that the demoness has given birth to a baby boy. The baby boy. He had more than half of the bloodline of the demon race, as well as a small portion of the bloodline of the immortal race. After he was born, strange signs descended from the heavens. He looked like a human, but not a human, like a demon, but not a demon. However, this combination created a consummate genius. This child's future achievements were limitless. Thus, I am very clear that if this child grows up in the future, he might become a new generation of Yao gods. A new Yao god? Xiao Han frowned. Yes, this combination of immortal and demon has never been seen before. The bloodline that was born from absorbing the strengths of the two seeds was naturally extraordinary. Back then, the demon god wanted to place his divine soul in the egg of the cosmic behemoth. In the end, he was ambushed by us and ended in failure. And yet, a monster born from the combination of a demon and an immortal was born. I can imagine that in the future, the world of immortals will face another calamity. This is a disaster. Moreover, my divine will also discover that the demoness seemed to have done something to the three celestial emperors. However, my divine will is already very weak, so I can't observe too much. Disciple, listen carefully. Your talent is no longer inferior to that vile spawn. Now that you have inherited my teachings, I want you to do a few things. Master, please speak. Even if I die a horrible death, I will fulfill Master's long-cherished wish. To repay Master's kindness. Xiao Han said excitedly. Disciple, listen carefully. First, if that vile spawn appears in the demon realm or the world of immortals, you must find a way to kill him. It is best to eliminate him while he is still young. This fellow has the temperament of a demon and an immortal. Once he grows up, he will be very terrifying. Second, disciple, if you grow up and have enough strength, then you will avenge Master by killing the 3 celestial emperors and that demoness. However, the 3 celestial emperors are extremely difficult to deal with. Disciple, if you are not strong enough, then look for the Emperor of Grand Mist. The number 1 celestial emperor in the world of immortals. Tell the Emperor of Grand Mist the reason for the matter. Disciple, you have inherited Master's teachings. With Master's character, the Emperor of Grand Mist should believe everything you say. Disciple, do your best to fulfill these 2 tasks. However, if it is difficult, don't force yourself. Self-preservation is the most important thing. After saying that, the divine sense that immortal Emperor Zhu Dao left in the letter became weaker and weaker, as if it was about to dissipate. Kill the flesh and blood of the 3 celestial emperors and that demoness, that peerless vile spawn. Kill the 3 celestial emperors. Kill the demoness. Xiao Han said in a heavy tone, then said sternly. Master, disciple swears that I will fulfill Master's long-cherished wish. Kill all the enemies. Ha 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 ha, good disciple. Our relationship as Master and disciple is not in vain, all right. Master will be going. As soon as he finished speaking, the last of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine sense disappeared completely. Master! Xiao Han roared and shouted. However, at this moment, there was not a trace of memory in the entire secret room. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao had completely fallen in the end. An inexplicable sadness surged in Xiao Han's heart. It made Xiao Han feel a deep pain. It was as if someone close to him had left him. From then on, they were separated by heaven and earth, never to see each other again. After a long time, Xiao Han finally regained his senses. Then, it was replaced by rage and uncontrollable killing intent. 3 great celestial emperors. You had an affair with the demoness, and then joined hands to sneak attack and injure my master. I will not rest until one of you is dead. That vile spawn should be in the demon world now, soon. Xiao Han rolled his eyes and pondered. A combination of demon and immortal. Indeed, if we don't get rid of it as soon as possible, it will lead to disaster. Who is this guy? What is his identity now? With this guy's talent, he can't be a nobody in the demon world. Oh right. Demon Crown Prince. Demon Emperor Tian Yu once said that the origin of the Demon Crown Prince is extremely mysterious, and he is not a veteran great demon emperor. Could it be that the identity of the Demon Crown Prince? Xiao Han's eyes flickered. Then, he gritted his teeth. Forget it. In the battle for the new demon god, that vile spawn will definitely appear. At that time, he will give himself away. After that, Xiao Han's divine soul returned to the secret room in the demon city, and he hastened to comprehend and refine various demon techniques and forbidden techniques. Xiao Han was bound to sweep away everything in the battle for the position of the new demon god. In the immortal world. At the junction of the immortal world and the demon world. The 3 high-level demonic emperors were exasperated with rage. Damn it! We were fooled by Xiao Han. When the Qinkuan pouch was about to be refined, that bastard Xiao Han disappeared inexplicably. Now, that bastard should be staying in the demon world. If he dares to return to the immortal world, he won't be able to escape the detection of our celestial senses. This guy is really cunning. He actually took advantage of the situation to hide in the demon world. What should we do? What should we do now? Go directly to the demon world to catch Xiao Han? No. Have you forgotten the agreement with Blue Ocean? We can't go to the demon world without permission. Otherwise, that child's identity may be leaked. This matter must not be leaked. Otherwise, our reputation will be ruined, and we will not be tolerated by the heavenly Tao. We can't go to the demon world without permission, absolutely not. That Xiao Han controls the Absolute Saber's treasure. Will the Absolute Saber tell this secret to Xiao Han? Forget it. Let's wait and see. Let's send a divine thought to Luo Xiang, and let her chase after Xiao Han. We must kill Xiao Han. In the depths of time and space. On a floating island that was created by endless celestial force. This island was filled with birdsong and the fragrance of flowers. A large number of spirit beasts, such as immortal cranes, immortal apes, immortal cows, and immortal goats, walked around the island. The sound of auspicious birds could be heard in the sky. Cliffs, clear springs, ancient pines. A small table. A pot of tea. A middle-aged man in coarse clothes. A tall and slender woman. This woman had light golden curls that casually fell on her shoulders. There was a sense of elegance in her laziness, and her eyes were like gemstones. Her skin was like ivory, and her aura was so noble that no one dared to look at her directly. Her entire body was flowing with an extremely ethereal celestial chi, and no one could tell how deep she was. At this moment, the middle-aged man was sitting by the table and drinking tea. And the woman was serving him at the side. It was very strange. This woman's eyes flashed with a longing expression from time to time, as if she was thinking about someone. If Xiao Han was here, he would definitely be so shocked that he could not speak, and he would definitely roar. Xiao Han knew the middle-aged man in coarse clothes and the tall woman. The middle-aged man was the mysterious celestial that Xiao Han met when he came out of the demon metropolis in the mortal world. He was the one who enlightened Xiao Han and told him the story of the demon god and the egg. And the tall woman was actually Xiao Yunrong. The woman that Xiao Han had been thinking about day and night, and had been looking for all this time. The woman who had sacrificed herself to drink the poisoned wine to save Xiao Han, and betrayed her sect. The woman who was deeply in love with Xiao Han. Back then, Xiao Han had been looking for Xiao Yunrong, but to no avail. She was deeply in love with him, but it was as if she had disappeared from the world. However, he had never expected that Xiao Yunrong would actually appear on the floating immortal island that was created by the great celestial power in the depths of the celestial world. She was actually with that mysterious celestial. Moreover, according to the poison that Xiao Yunrong had been poisoned with, she should have died a long time ago. But now, she was actually alive and fragrant, and it was obvious that she had become an celestial. There must be a huge opportunity on Xiao Yunrong. At this moment, Xiao Yunrong suddenly asked, "Master, where do you think he is now?" "Master, you are good at heavenly cycle divination. You must know." To be continued. Chapter 747. Just as Xiao Han had expected, Xiao Yunrong, who couldn't be found in the mortal world, had completely evaporated. She had actually come to the celestial world. She had completely recovered from the poison. She had actually become a celestial. She had actually addressed the mysterious celestial who had enlightened Xiao Han as master. Xiao Yunrong's poison was incurable in the mortal world. However, for an celestial, this little bit of poison could be easily resolved. $23x. At this moment, the mysterious celestial gently put down the teacup. A doting expression could be seen in his calm yet deep eyes as he spoke with a smile. "Yunrong, your master's only true disciple. Speaking of it, it's fate. It's predestined. At that time, when I went to the mortal world to search for the traces left behind by the demon god, I was destined to meet you." Based on his words, it was clear that the mysterious celestial favored Xiao Yunrong. After all, Xiao Yunrong was the mysterious celestial's only true disciple. At this moment, an expression of admiration appeared on Xiao Yunrong's beautiful face. "Thank you for taking pity on me, master. If you didn't save me in time, I would have died from the poison." "This is fate," the mysterious celestial said with a chuckle. After a pause, the mysterious celestial teased. Yunrong, you were willing to commit suicide by consuming poison and betray your sect for him. Many years have passed since then. Your longing for him hasn't lessened at all. Instead, it's deepened. Yunrong, you're really affectionate. Xiao Yunrong smiled and said shyly. Master, please don't tease me, the mysterious celestial said with a smile. Do you want to know about that person's situation? Of course I want to know. Xiao Yunrong blurted out, but immediately felt that she had lost her modesty. She lowered her head and played with the corner of her clothes. She didn't dare to say anything else. She only secretly glanced at the mysterious celestial with eyes filled with anticipation. Ha 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 ha. The mysterious celestial laughed loudly. Then, he said seriously, Yunrong, don't worry. Yunrong, don't worry. That man of yours is growing rapidly, and he's already in the celestial world. I didn't do anything to help him. That was because he needed some experience. Don't worry, your man is safe now. Hearing this, Xiao Yunrong's face was full of joy and relief. Soon after, he frowned again. Master, you said that he's inextricably linked to the remnant traces of the demon god. If the demon god isn't destroyed, then his entire life will be destroyed. It's filled with great tribulations and disasters. This is how to resolve this. Master, you're an expert in divination. Seeing through the past and the future, are you able to deduce his future? Hearing this, the mysterious immortal looked into the distance and said slowly after a while. Yunrong. Master's heavenly cycle divination requires a lot of energy to execute. Furthermore, that person of yours, because of the existence of the demon god, his future is no longer something that I can see through. Master, you mean, in the future, the odds are against him? Xiao Yunrong said in a trembling voice. Then, she gritted her teeth. Master, please let Yunrong go find him. If he's in danger, Yunrong is willing to help him. Yunrong, you don't have to do this. The mysterious celestial waved his hand. His calm eyes suddenly shone with a profound light of wisdom. Yunrong, there are no absolutes in this world. The demon god is too powerful. This time, it's parasitized the egg of the cosmic behemoth and has already grown strong. Moreover, with him as its body, it seems that his life and future are completely controlled by the demon god. But there's always a chance, a glimmer of hope. Yunrong, this is not the best time for you to meet him. However, I can tell you that perhaps you'll become the key to his victory over the demon god. There's always been a shadow in his heart, a gap, that is, he couldn't find you back then. Your kindness and love for him are deeply rooted, and you're a hidden demon in his heart. As long as he doesn't know whether you're alive or dead, the demon in his heart will always exist. When you appear, the demon in his heart will disappear, and his heart will truly be perfect. Similarly, the demon god is residing in his heart, and his heart needs to be perfect to completely refine the egg of the cosmic behemoth. The key to success or failure may fall on you, Yunrong. The monster realm. The monster god temple. The most sacred area of the monster realm. If the monster god river was a forbidden place, then the monster god temple was a sacred place. The monster god temple used to be the lord of the monster clan, the great demon god's palace complex. Ever since the demon god was sealed by the group of immortals, the immortal realm had launched several large-scale cleanup wars against the demon realm. Although they did not completely exterminate the demon clan, they had dealt a serious blow to the leaderless demon clan. Today's monster god temple. It was extremely cold and desolate. Only the demon god's most beloved concubine lived in the monster god temple. Luo Xiang. There were also some monster maids who served Luo Xiang. There was an ancient barren hill next to the monster god temple. Many powerful monster beasts roamed on the hill, howling and swallowing the moon. At this time, in a pavilion on the peak of the hill, a woman with an incredibly beautiful figure, fair and smooth skin, and devilishly beautiful features stood at the peak of the mountain. A devilish wind blew past, and her purple dress gave off a dreamy sound, making her seem like she was riding the wind and drifting away. Of course, this elegance was filled with the smell of monster. Luo Xiang. This woman was the demon god's most beloved concubine. She also had an affair with 3 high-rank immortal emperors, giving birth to a monster that was neither immortal nor monster. It was also this woman who joined forces with the 3 high-rank immortal emperors to destroy immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's life force. Luo Xiang's lips curled up into a faint smile. Xiaohan. An immortal has actually snuck into the demon realm. Ha ha ha, interesting. Those 3 fellows said that Xiaohan entered the immortal realm as a mortal, stirred up a storm in the immortal realm, and finally became an immortal emperor. Then, he single-handedly changed the structure of the immortal realm. Those 3 fellows are really useless. Just like before, they were easily bewitched by my fragrance. Ha ha ha. To be able to raise my child with the help of those 3 high-rank immortal emperors, he has the aptitude of a noble among demons and an immortal. Ha ha ha. This is a rare miracle. Ha ha ha. Compared to my child, Xiaohan is like a candle flame competing with the sun and moon. At this moment, whoosh, a bewitching young man in purple clothes appeared beside Luo Xiang with a gust of demonic wind. The eyes of the bewitching young man were filled with a demonic smile, as if he was the only one in the world. The young man was the rising ruler of the realm of monsters in recent years, the Crown Prince. He was also the strongest candidate to become the new god of monsters. Mother, there's a sudden phenomenon in the realm of monsters. The monster god river has dried up, the Crown Prince smiled eerily. Does this indicate that I'm about to take over? I'm sure you know about the monster god river drying up, mother. Luo Xiang looked at the Crown Prince gently. It's indeed a phenomenon, but you're talented enough to defeat the monster emperors and the lords of the realm of immortals. There shouldn't be any problems. Yes, mother, they're too weak compared to me. The Crown Prince cackled. It's too easy to kill them and everything that stands in my way. I'm not interested. Child, you mustn't be careless. Luo Xiang flicked her nails. Indeed, you're going to become the new god of monsters and conquer the realm of monsters soon. And sweep through the realm of immortals. Yes, mother, I understand. The Crown Prince's eyes were filled with excitement. But mother, it's very easy to conquer the realm of monsters, but it'll take some time to completely conquer the realm of immortals. Ha ha ha, Luo Xiang suddenly let out a sinister smile. She was extremely proud of herself. Child, it'll be very easy for you to conquer the realm of immortals. When the time comes, someone will help you, ha ha ha, oh? Mother, who will help me? The Crown Prince frowned. Will it be those monster emperors? But they're too weak. All right, child, don't ask too much about these things. You'll know when the time comes. Luo Xiang waved her hand. The Crown Prince continued to ask. Mother, you haven't told me who my father is. I'm the flesh and blood of the god of monsters. But legend has it that the god of monsters didn't leave any descendants. All right, don't ask too much. Luo Xiang's beautiful face straightened up. I'll tell you, but not now. All right, mother. The Crown Prince said unwillingly. There was silence between the mother and son for dozens of breaths. Child, go and prepare for the battle for the position of the new god of monsters. You need to deal with those monster emperors seriously. Don't fail miserably. Luo Xiang looked at the Crown Prince. Also, recently, a human sneaked into the demon realm. He's a low-level immortal emperor. You can investigate him. Catch that human. Yes, I understand. The Sky Feather Demon Emperor's Monster City. In a secret chamber of the mansion. Xiao Han had been meditating in this secret chamber for nearly a month. The demonic power emitted from the palm of the left-arm demon emperor was getting purer, stronger, and more demonic. During this period of seclusion, Xiao Han had perfectly integrated all kinds of demon emperor crystals, secret techniques, and forbidden techniques that were embedded in the palm of the left-arm demon emperor. The power of each demonic technique had reached the transcendent state. Now, the attacking power of my demonic technique has completely surpassed the immortal force and the 100 lives saber Dao. Only if I can comprehend the last move that master left behind, the 100 lives return to 1, can I fight against my demonic technique. Xiao Han stood up. His eyes were filled with powerful strength and battle intent. Xiao Han felt that he could pluck the stars and the moon, and shatter the sky with a punch. Speaking of which, the battle for the position of the new god of monsters is about to begin. When the time comes, will I be able to find the 3 vile spawns left behind by the high-level immortal emperors in the realm of monsters? Xiao Han's lips curled into a cold smile. To be continued. You're tuning into the Dreamy Love Stories YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.